Chapter 1403. Hey, stop right there. This is the Marquis Yong and Marquis Mansion. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter without permission. If you are looking for my family's marquis, please go to Cloud Mountain, Lantian County, Yong'an Lane, in front of the Marquis's mansion. Just as Li Zixuan was about to step into the mansion, a manservant suddenly appeared from the side of the porch and stopped him. That manservant had good eyesight. He saw that although Li Zixuan's clothes were not extremely luxurious, his extraordinary aura was clearly not something an ordinary family's young master could possess. Therefore, he was more courteous in his words. Li Zixuan saw that this manservant was unfamiliar, and knew that he should be a new manservant that his parents had hired. Speaking of which, this Marquis's mansion occupied 5 to 6 times the size of the original mansion in Chang'an City. To take care of such a large house, they definitely had to hire more servants. Haha. Manservant, as a servant of the Marquis's mansion, don't you recognize our family's marquis? You really don't know who the real god is. Before Li Zixuan could speak, Lu Feng behind him could not help but laugh. He also took into account that this manservant's words were more courteous, so he did not speak harshly. You are marquis. That manservant was not stupid. He did not think that anyone would dare to impersonate a marquis in front of the Marquis's mansion. After all, Li Zixuan's parents and many servants of the original Li mansion of Chang'an City were still living in this mansion. If someone were to impersonate Li Zixuan here, wouldn't they be exposed immediately? Therefore, after hearing Lu Feng's words, he could not help but widen his eyes. He was very frightened and hurriedly bowed to Li Zixuan. Marquis, please forgive me. I am also new here and did not recognize the real marquis. I deserve to die. Li Zixuan wouldn't be so petty as to argue with a servant in his residence. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Besides, you didn't do anything wrong just now. By the way, what's your name?" When the servant saw that Li Zixuan wasn't angry, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He stood up and said, "Marquis, my name is Wang Bale. I'm the 9th in my family, so everyone calls me Wang Jiu. Marquis, you can also call me that in the future." Li Zixuan nodded, then patted Wang Bale's shoulder and said, Bai Lu, do your best. Don't think that being a concierge means that you will be useless for your whole life. Being a concierge is very knowledgeable. The previous 2 concierges in the Ho residence can now help me take charge. They are your role models. Li Zixuan was talking about San Bao and Ah Fu. These 2 were originally concierges in the Li residence. Now one was helping Li Zixuan open a mine in the Shu lands, and the other was assisting Faubert in the workshop. They were the role models of the entire Li residence. Cough cough. However, the servants in the Ho residence were most envious of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. After all, although these 2 were also servants, they could serve Li Zixuan all day long. It was really enviable. However, this was only the envy of the maids in the residence. The servants were still envious of San Bao and Ah Fu. Hearing Li Zixuan's words, Wang Bale's heart almost jumped out. He felt that the blood in his body was already burning. He bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. This little one will definitely do my best and become someone useful to Marquis like Brother San Bao and Brother Ah Fu." Li Zixuan nodded and did not say anything else. He walked straight in. "Xin'er, I heard that the servant guarding the residence stopped you just now?" The new Marquis residence occupied a larger area, and its interior was more luxurious. Among them there were artificial mountains, ponds, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas that complemented each other. Now that it was the middle of summer, the residence's garden was full of flowers and lush trees. It was very beautiful. After taking a tour around the residence, Li Zixuan accompanied the elders of the family to a pavilion in the garden as they sipped divine tea and chatted. "Mother, this is just a small matter. How can you worry about it? There are many new servants in the residence. It's normal that they don't know me. They'll know me after a few more times." Li Zixuan was embarrassed when he heard this and quickly said. Speaking of which, he was stopped by his own servants when he returned home. If this were to spread, he would probably be laughed at. Madame Li looked at her son reproachfully and said with a smile, You still have the nerve to say that? Isn't it because you're busy with work?" The new residence has been built for so long, but you don't even come back to take a look. The new residence is several times bigger than the previous one. Naturally, it needs more servants. Who can you blame if those new servants don't know you? Mother is right. Your son will definitely come back and stay here more often in the future. Li Zishuan quickly said. Madame Li shook her head and said, I don't mean to force you. Yanhuang College is where you put all your effort into. It's natural for you to stay here and take care of it. You just have to find time to come back and take a look. My son's ambition is to benefit the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County. As your mother, I can't be your stumbling block. Although Li Zishuan was moved by his mother's understanding, he could not bear to see the two elders guarding this huge but empty residence all day long. What was the difference between them and those old people who had empty nests? So he quickly said, Mother, look at what you're saying. Yunshan is only half an hour away from Lantian County. Your son can stay here and take care of Yanhuang College. When I'm done with my work, your son and Yushi will move back here. He was now not only the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, but also the master of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County. He had to consider not only Yanhuang College, but also the livelihood of these tens of thousands of people. For example, the drought this time and the sudden growth of merchants in the city attracted local ruffians. He needed to deal with them personally. His subordinates did not have the courage to do so, so staying in the city and commanding was the long-term plan. Madame Li was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. She said, Xianer, is what you said true? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course it's true. Oh, that's right. Mother, where did you buy all the new servants in the residence from? Are they reliable? Li Zishuan didn't have the heart to harm others, but he had to be on guard against others. Li Zishuan didn't have the heart to harm others, but he had to be on guard against so many new servants. After all, his current status was special. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be some people with ulterior motives mixed in. There were too many secrets in the Li residence that outsiders wanted to know. When Madame Li heard this, she replied, These servants were naturally bought from a broker house. Mother doesn't dare to use servants sent by other families. Xin, don't worry, these servants are all clean. Furthermore, they've all been inspected by your father and grandfather. Xiana, you should trust their judgment of people, right? Li Zishuan was not the only one who knew to be wary of servants. Madame Li and the others naturally knew. After all, the Li residence stored Li Zishuan's drawings. Any one of them was worth thousands of gold outside. It was hard to guarantee that servants with bad moral conduct would not be tempted. Hearing this, Li Zishuan quickly nodded and said, Since father and grandfather are personally checking, then I'm naturally relieved. Father Li and Li Zishuan were people who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Their judgment of people was naturally very accurate. In the past, the servants in the Li residence were personally selected by Li Jingma. Although Li Zishuan had used bean sprouts as bait to catch a few traders, there were a total of 1 to 200 servants in the Li residence. Only a few traders appeared. This was enough to show that Li Jingma's judgment of people was very accurate. Li Jingma snorted proudly as if to say, At least you're sensible. Hee. Then Xianer, when will you and Yushi move back to live? Madame Li smiled and asked again. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and replied, Mother, it should only be around 10 days. After I've settled the matters at Yunshan, I'll move back to live with father and mother. Hee. If that's the case, why don't you quickly give birth to a chubby grandson for your mother? Then your mother won't be so bored and nag you every day. At this time, Father Li, who was sitting at the side, opened his mouth and joked. Hearing this, Madame Yi couldn't help but echo. That's right, that's right. Little Xian, your grandmother also hopes to see my great-grandson in her lifetime. Although Madame Li didn't say anything, the eager look in her eyes exposed her thoughts. Obviously, she did think so in her heart. Li Zishuan's face suddenly turned red. He thought to himself that his father's words were ambiguous. What did he mean by giving birth to a chubby grandson for them? Did he have the ability to do that? Ahem. Father, mother, grandmother, Yushi and I are still young. Yushi's body is also weak. To a woman, giving birth to a child is a very harmful thing. Let's wait until she's a little stronger before we talk about giving birth. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Madame Lee frowned slightly but didn't continue to persuade him. After all, she was also a woman. She knew that giving birth to a child was like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. Before giving birth, she should take good care of her body. After a moment of silence, Madame Lee smiled and said, "Then when you move back to live, I'll make delicious food for you and yushi every day to nourish your bodies." No matter how thick-skinned Li Zixuan was, when he heard this from his mother, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He quickly got up and said, "Mother, I'm very healthy. I don't need any nourishment. I still have things to do, so I'll go back to Yunshan first. We'll move back in a few days." After saying that, before Madame Lee could react, Li Zixuan hurriedly fled, leaving behind Madame Lee's reproachful voice in the air. "This child, is he shy? I didn't say anything wrong. Giving birth to a child isn't a matter for one person. It's only right that both of you should nourish your bodies." In the afternoon of the same day, the Lantian County Yamen's recruitment notice for laborers to repair the cement ditch was posted at all the important junctions inside and outside the county. It ordered all the village heads to report the number of laborers they had recruited to the county Yamen before the sky turned dark the next day. From the day after tomorrow, the canal repair project would officially begin. Those who participated in the canal repair project would not only be exempted from 3 months of corvée labor, they would also receive a salary of 5 copper coins and a full lunch at noon. Any citizen above the age of 13 and below the age of 45 who was healthy could sign up. When the news spread out, the whole county was shocked. There was especially little rain this year. Many farmlands had dried up and cracked. All signs indicated that this year would be a year of drought. To the ancient people, drought meant a reduction in grain production. A reduction in grain production meant death. A lot of people would starve to death. Therefore, although it was very difficult to carry water and water the fields, there were still many commoners who would go to the river to carry buckets of water. Now that the county government was willing to organize the workers to repair the canal, even if the commoners didn't want to be paid, they would still be extremely happy. Moreover, not only would they be paid, but they would also be provided with food. Furthermore, they would be able to reduce 3 months of corvée labor. Although the Tang Empire had greatly reduced the amount of corvée labor for the commoners, this was something that no one would complain about, right? Therefore, the commoners who saw the notice, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, as long as they had some free time recently, all flocked to the village managers' homes and asked to sign up for the canal repair project. If there wasn't an age limit of 45 years old, it was likely that all the old men and women in their 50s and 60s would rush to sign up. Everyone understood that once the cement ditch was built, they would no longer need to carry buckets of water from the river. All the crops in their fields would be saved. However, there were a few villages where the commoners weren't so enthusiastic. For example, the Yu family village in the northernmost part of Lantian County. Village manager, even if the canal is built to our Yu family village, will the water from the Ba River be able to flow over? When the time comes, won't the fields in our village continue to be dry? That's right. Zhong Lizheng. Our Yu family village's terrain is much higher than the Ba River. Instead of repairing the canal, we might as well continue to carry water and water the fields. If we can save some fields, then we can save some. It's better than repairing the canal. That's right. That's right. The nutrient bowls in my family's fields haven't been watered yet. I third you can't go to repair the canal. In the Yu family village, there were many villagers gathered in the courtyard of Zhong Lizheng's house. The villagers were all talking at once. In short, everyone wasn't very enthusiastic about repairing the canal. My fellow villagers, please be quiet and listen to me. At this moment, Yu Dehang held a notice and walked to the front of the crowd. She shouted loudly, "It's elementary scholar Yu. Elementary scholar Yu. If you have anything to say, just say it. We're all listening." That's right. Elementary scholar Yu. You're well read, so you can help us make some suggestions. The commoners respected Yu Dehang, who was a scholar, very much, so they quickly quieted down. When Yu Dehang saw this, she opened her mouth and said, "Fellow villagers, look at this notice. It is clearly written that after the canal is repaired, it can guarantee that the water from the Ba River will irrigate all the farmlands in Lantian County, so that the people of Lantian County will not suffer from drought. What does this mean? It means that the land in our Yu family village can also be nourished by the water from the Ba River. This notice came from the Lantian County Yamen. Such a huge project definitely wasn't decided by County Magistrate he alone. Marquis must also know about it. However, since this notice was released, what does it mean? It means that this is Marquis's guarantee to us. You may not believe that the water from the Ba River can flow to the Yu family village, but don't you believe in Marquis? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, Yu Dehang definitely believe in Marquis. Chapter 1404. Yu Family Manor. After Yu Dehang finished speaking, the commoners couldn't help but fall silent. Li Zishuan, this name was currently like a god in Lantian County, and no one disrespected him. Some people even set up a longevity monument for Li Zishuan and prayed for Li Zishuan every day. They prayed that Li Zishuan could live to 100 or 1,000 years old, so that they and their descendants could also enjoy happiness. Therefore, when Yu Dehang mentioned Li Zishuan, the commoners no longer dared to make a ruckus like before. Scholar Yu Marquis has done us a great favor, so of course we believe in Marquis. However, no matter how capable Marquis is, he can't move the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor, right? A villager couldn't help but say loudly at this time. He had voiced out the thoughts of the majority of the people. Therefore, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately echoed his words. That's right. Moving the water from the river is the means of an immortal. Even if Marquis is skilled in both civil and martial arts, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. Maybe Marquis didn't know about this notice, or maybe Marquis didn't consider the terrain here. That's right. We believe in Marquis, but it doesn't mean that we believe that someone can move the water from the Ba River to the Yu family manor. Instead of wasting time building canals, it's better to water the land from the well. Zhong Lijing was a little helpless when he saw this, so he couldn't help but look at Yu Dehang. Although he also didn't believe it in his heart, he still chose to firmly believe in Li Zishuan. However, he couldn't convince others to believe that Li Zishuan could bring the water over like him. He was only a villager who relied on the sky to make a living. In terms of eloquence, he was far inferior to a scholar like Yu Dehang. Yu Dehang didn't disappoint Zhong Lijing. At this time he shouted, "Fellow villagers, please listen to Dehang again. What you said just now is not wrong. Moving the river and transporting water is indeed an immortal's method. But have you forgotten Marquis's identity? Marquis is a descendant of an immortal. He can ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. You guys know about the immortal lamp from before, right? Also, Marquis grew vegetables in the winter. You should all know about that, right? Which of these things did you think was possible? But what was the result? These impossible things were all accomplished by Marquis. Although I don't know what method Marquis will use to transport the water to the Yu residents, I believe that Marquis will be able to do it. Gentlemen, think about it. If we don't use manpower to clear the canals, and only rely on the water from the wells to irrigate the land, how many mu of land can each family save? But what if we dig a canal and Marquis brings the water here? Then the drought in all the land in our village can be alleviated. Besides, the county yamen asked everyone to help repair the canals. Not only did they give you wages, but they also reduced your corvée labor by 3 months. Where else can you find such a good thing? Taking a step back, if you still don't believe that Marquis can transport the water to the Yu residents, then each family can only send 1 or 2 people to repair the canals, and the rest of you can continue to irrigate the land with water. But no matter what, the canals of the Yu residents must be repaired this time. Because this time, the county yamen provided cement to help us repair the canals, so we must not miss such a good opportunity. At this time Yu Lijing also nodded and said, "Scholar Yu is right. This time the county is mobilizing all the people in the county to repair the canals. The people of the Yu residents must not be left behind. After all, cement is a rare thing. It is our good fortune that the county yamen is willing to provide it to us to repair the canals. Marquis is also taking care of us behind the scenes. This kind of treatment is something that people in other counties can't even dream of, so we must know what's good for us. Therefore, each family must send at least 1 or 2 young and strong laborers to help repair the canals. This is a matter that will benefit future generations, so each family must contribute." After he finished speaking, the villagers couldn't help but talk in private. After a while, everyone finally began to agree with him. Scholar Yu is right. Marquis is the son of an immortal, so he must have the means of an immortal to transport the water from the Ba River to our Yu residence. I Yu Dashan firmly believe in Marquis. My family is willing to send 3 people to help repair the canals. I Yu Chung am also willing to believe in Marquis. My family is willing to send 4 people. My family is willing to send 3 people. Suddenly, the villagers' enthusiasm for repairing the cement canals surged, and they all eagerly asked Zhong Lijing to sign up. Seeing this, Zhong Lijing finally let out a sigh of relief and began to call the villagers to line up and register. At night, the Lantian County Yamen was brightly lit. The officials in charge of the county Yamen all worked overtime at the request of County Magistrate He. During the day, Li Zishuan came to question him, and scared County Magistrate He out of his wits. Therefore, when it came to the construction of the canals, he was even more vigilant and didn't dare to slack off. Li Zishuan wanted to build the canals as soon as possible, so he directly set the start date for the day after tomorrow. However, the construction of the canals in the county was a huge project, so it had to be done in sections and at many places at the same time. This way, the canals in the county could be dredged in the shortest time possible. The specific tasks assigned to each village had to be arranged in advance. The officials in charge of the county Yamen were currently working through the night to come up with a plan. Deputy County Magistrate Meng, tomorrow you will lead 20 Yamen runners to visit each village separately and measure the length of each village's main canals. Tomorrow night, we will calculate the amount of work and materials used. In the office at the back of the Yamen, County Magistrate He ordered with a serious face. There was no room for discussion in his words. If it was in the past, Deputy County Magistrate Meng would probably have some doubts. However, today, Li Zishuan personally went to the County Yamen and talked to County Magistrate He. Everyone in the County Yamen knew about it. According to the Yamen runners who were guarding the door, the conversation was not pleasant. This was worth thinking about carefully. Obviously, Li Zishuan was dissatisfied with the work of the County Yamen recently. Therefore, Deputy County Magistrate Meng replied without hesitation. Yes, County Magistrate. I will bring people out of the county early tomorrow morning. Okay. County Magistrate He nodded and said to Constable's son, Constable's son, tomorrow you will assist Deputy County Magistrate Meng in completing the measurement work. Order the Yamen runners to not slack off. Also, the number of Yamen runners in the 3 shifts is too small. We need to recruit more. Marquis said that Lantian County is no longer what it used to be. If we want to maintain law and order in the county, the number of Yamen runners in the 3 shifts must be at least 100. Librarian Hu, Constable's son, you have to recruit a group of Yamen runners with good character and martial arts foundation as soon as possible. After passing the assessment, they will be hired directly. This is also an important task for you in the near future. Marquis is very dissatisfied with the current law and order of Lantian County, especially the local ruffians in the market. The county Yamen must punish them severely. Librarian Hu and Constable's son were shocked when they heard this. They quickly replied, Yes, County Magistrate. At the same time, Constable's son couldn't help but feel happy. Once the number of Yamen runners in the county Yamen increased, his power would increase in the future. After all, the number of underlings under him would increase. Also, Marquis also intends to set up a Department of Commerce to deal with the disputes and taxation of merchants. For now, the County Yamen will be in charge. Deputy County Magistrate Wang, Registrar Zhang, you have to recruit a group of bookkeeping experts as soon as possible. It would be best if they are bookkeeping experts who are proficient in modern mathematics. Add them to your subordinates and wait for orders at any time. County Magistrate He looked at the other 2 and instructed. The other 2 middle-aged men in the public office quickly replied, Yes, County Magistrate. County Magistrate He nodded and said to everyone, The most urgent matter now is the construction of the cement ditch. Marquis attaches great importance to this. Of course, this also concerns the livelihood of tens of thousands of people. Everyone must work together to build the ditch as soon as possible. Yes, everyone agreed. At this moment, Deputy County Magistrate Meng suddenly couldn't help but ask, County Magistrate, the village in the north of Lantian County is on higher ground. How do we channel the water from the Ba River through the ditch? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at County Magistrate He. Obviously, everyone had the same question in their minds, but they didn't dare to ask. County Magistrate He frowned and replied, Marquis has his own way of doing this. We don't have to worry about it. All right, go and do your work. Once you're done, go back and rest. Yes, County Magistrate. Early the next morning, Deputy County Magistrate Meng of the County Yamen led more than 20 Yamen runners out of the city. There were more than 50 villages in Lantian County. Even if they split up, it would probably be evening by the time they finished their work. At the same time, the news of the Lantian County Yamen organizing the villagers to build the ditch with cement had already spread to the surrounding counties of Chang'an. The people in other counties who were suffering from drought were naturally envious of Lantian County. Although the announcement of the construction of the ditch was issued by the County Yamen of Lantian County, everyone knew that it was definitely Li Zishuan's idea behind it. For a moment, countless people were praying that one day, their villages would become Li Zishuan's fiefdom. When the imperial court heard the news, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. The Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Works both sent people to the various counties with funds from the imperial court to urge the County Yamen to start dredging the ditch. Although it wasn't a cement ditch, it could still alleviate the drought to a large extent with the water wheel that Li Zishuan was currently developing. At the same time, in the new workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion, it was a busy scene. Since Li Zishuan handed the water wheel blueprint to Faubert yesterday, Faubert, Mo Huai, Yen Xiaoning, and the rest discussed and divided the task of building the water wheel into many small parts and distributed them to the various departments of the workshop. After that, all the craftsmen in the workshop focused on building the water wheel. The scale of the workshop today was no longer what it used to be. The number of craftsmen was more than 10 times more than before. With thousands of people working on the same thing at the same time, how terrifying the progress was. At noon, a giant wheel that was 4 to 5 feet tall had been erected in the open space in the front yard of the workshop. It looked just like a Ferris wheel. However, this wasn't the kind of Ferris wheel that was only for viewing and entertainment. This was a giant water wheel that could save the people from disaster. The exterior of the wheel was made of wood. The reason why it wasn't made of steel was mainly to reduce the weight. When the time came, it could spin faster under the influence of the water flow. Of course, the center of the wheel was made of steel. The transmission part of it was made of ball bearings and gear mechanisms. There were many supports scattered around the giant wheel. The craftsmen were busy putting them together. Li Zishuan had just walked into the workshop's yard when he saw this scene. He had been worried about the progress of the water wheel's construction. Although he knew in his heart that the water wheel couldn't be completed in a day or two, he couldn't help but come over after lunch. The craftsmen in the yard were busy with their work at the moment. For a moment, no one noticed Li Zishuan coming over. Li Zishuan looked at the giant wheel in the yard and couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. The progress of the water wheel's construction was far beyond his imagination. Hey, young master, you're here? Faubert had just squatted on the ground to instruct a carpenter. When he got up, he saw Li Zishuan and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded. Suddenly, he noticed Faubert's unconcealable tiredness, so he quickly asked with concern, Faubert, did you stay up late again last night? Hee. No worries. No worries. Young master, don't worry. I just slept a few hours later. No worries. The construction of the water wheel is the most important thing. Faubert heard the deep concern in Li Zishuan's words, and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He quickly waved his hand and said. Li Zishuan frowned and said, Faubert, no matter how urgent the water wheel is, it's not as important as your health. Go back and rest. I'll help you keep an eye on this place. The academy had a midterm examination these 2 days. The Lantian County government had also just been warned. Since Li Zishuan had nothing to do these 2 days, he thought it would be good for him to stay in the workshop. Faubert quickly shook his head and said, Young master, you're the head of a county and have a lot of work to do. How can you stay in the workshop and waste your time? Don't worry, my body is still strong. When I'm tired, I'll naturally go and rest. Speaking of this, he suddenly pointed to the giant wheel in the courtyard and said, Young master, you came at the right time. Take a look at the main wheel of the water wheel. What do you think of the craftsmen? Seeing Faubert's unyielding attitude, Li Zixuan couldn't persuade him anymore. Hearing this, he looked at the giant wheel again. He saw that there were protruding scrapers on the wheel's circumference at intervals. These were used to block the water. When the water hit the scrapers, it would impact the wheel. On top of the scrapers, there was a thick iron pipe placed at an angle of 45 degrees. This was the water bucket, a device used to hold water during the rotation of the wheel. After looking at it carefully for a while, Li Zixuan nodded and said, very good. This is basically the model of the water wheel in my mind. The progress of the construction is really beyond my expectations. Faubert, you've worked hard. Faubert laughed and said, Haha, it's not hard for me. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the craftsmen in the workshop. I estimate that the water wheel can be installed on the Ba River tomorrow. When the time comes, the corresponding water trough will be built. It should be ready for trial operation the day after tomorrow. Li Zixuan heard this and said excitedly, When the time comes, we'll move the river and build a heavenly waterway. Chapter 1405. 2-in-1 chapter. The source of each village's main channel must be at the highest point. This way, the water can flow to all the fields in the village. When it was close to evening, Li Zixuan made another trip to the county yamen. He saw that county magistrate. He was organizing the officials of the county yamen to discuss the plan to build the canal. He sat down and listened quietly. After he finished listening, he stood and pointed at a map hanging in the hall. In his previous life, he was a village boy. His village would also pump water from the river to the canal during summer, so he had some experience in this area. Moreover, when he was young, he would often run to the canal in front of the door to play with water. For this reason, he was beaten quite a lot. However, at that time they used a water pump to pump water. In this era, where could he get a water pump? He knew the principle of a water pump. If you asked him to make one, he would do it. However, the water pump needed to be powered by electricity or diesel. He couldn't provide these two sources of energy now. Therefore, after thinking about it, the best way was to use a water wheel. Marquis, if the source of each village's main channel is placed at the highest point, how can the water be brought up? County magistrate, he heard this and finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. This question was also what everyone in the room wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, I won't hide it from everyone. This marquis has ordered people to create a type of overturned cart that can rely on water or animal power to transport water. This marquis calls it a water wheel. It can carry water from a low place to a high place day and night without stopping. Moreover, this thing has already taken initial shape. After the test passes the day after tomorrow, it can be quickly mass-produced. At that time, we can use it to guide the water from the Ba River Dam to various villages. What? There is such a magical tool in this world? This is incredible. Hearing this, county magistrate, he couldn't help but exclaim. The rest of the people were also shocked. Although everyone felt that it was unbelievable, no one doubted the truth of Li Zixuan's words. The main reason was that Li Zixuan had created too many miracles in the past. In their hearts, he had already become an omnipotent god. Li Zixuan said faintly, There's nothing strange about that. You just need to follow my instructions and plan the channels for each village. As for the manufacturing and placement of the water wheel, I will order the craftsmen to do it. Yes, Marquis. Everyone hurriedly cupped their hands and accepted the order. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment before instructing. In addition, recruit 3 groups of yamen runners as soon as possible. After the canal is completed, the county yamen must begin to regulate the public security in the city square. At that time, the Department of Commerce will also be established. This concerns the development of Lantian County, so you must pay attention to it. Here. Imperial Palace, Suite du Hall. Any news from Li Zixuan's side? Didn't he say that he wanted to build a water wheel? What's the progress now? After reviewing the memorials, Li Er leaned on the dragon couch and asked tiredly. Your Majesty, according to what I know, the Duke of Yong, and had already handed the blueprint to the workshop yesterday. And this afternoon, the workshop had already built the skeleton of the water wheel. It seems that they will begin testing the water the day after tomorrow. Zhao Song knew that Li Er had been worried about the drought recently, So he asked the servants to pay more attention to the progress of the water wheel. Hence, he could answer Li Er's question immediately. Oh, so fast? Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhao Song smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty may not know, but the Duke of Yong and has used extremely generous terms to recruit many excellent craftsmen. The new workshop at Strange Taste Pavilion is more than 10 times larger than before. There are thousands of craftsmen, and even the works supervisor and the Ministry of Works cannot compare to it. Hence, if the Duke of Yong wants to build something, his speed will definitely be the fastest in the world. Li Er couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Ha! With this kid doing this, those craftsmen in the works supervisor will probably run to him after they resign from their positions? Isn't this stealing my talents? Although he said that, Li Er's tone didn't sound like he was angry. Zhao Song couldn't help but laugh. The Duke of Yong'an's ambition is to bring engineering to greater heights. Hence, the scale of his workshop can be so huge. Your Majesty is broad-minded and can accommodate hundreds of rivers. Hence, the Duke of Yong'an's knowledge can be put to good use. Li Er shook his head and didn't say anything. However, the slight smile at the corner of his mouth proved that Zhao Song's flattery was very effective on old Li. In the afternoon after tomorrow, if the water wheel can really be tested, remember to remind me. I will also go and take a look. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. The next day early morning, under the orders of County Magistrate He, the Yamen runners of Lantian County were mobilized in full force to each village to direct the construction of the cement ditch. As for the tasks assigned to each village, they had already been allocated last night. Today, the Yamen runners brought along their task books and blueprints. Each of them was in charge of a village. Of course, it wasn't just the Yamen runners. Li Zishuan also sent craftsmen to the villages to guide the villagers in the construction of the cement ditch. Before the sun rose, the villagers carried their shovels and under the guidance of the Yamen runners and craftsmen, they began to dredge the ditch. That afternoon, by the side of the Ba River Dam, they began to build tall supports one after another. Each support was more than 10 feet tall. On this row of supports, there was a wooden rectangular water trough that was about 3 feet wide. The craftsmen climbed up the ladder and knocked on it. Pung-pung sounds were incessant. Young master, the joints of the wooden boards on the water trough have all been smeared with tung oil. This can ensure that there won't be any leakage. After today, the tung oil should dry up. Tomorrow we will begin the experiment. When the time comes, we will open the gate on the east side of the dam and place the water wheel on the river below the dam. When the time comes, we will see if the water wheel can lift the water from the river to a position above our heads. Faubert personally brought Li Zishuan to inspect the construction site. While inspecting, he also explained to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised. Faubert, you have thought of the details very thoroughly. Otherwise, with only my blueprints, I wouldn't be able to create a truly practical water wheel. This was the truth. Working with an experienced craftsman could often save a lot of trouble. Even if you didn't think of some problems and never mentioned them, the craftsman would be able to help you notice them. This was experience and a habit that had been cultivated over many years. Faubert laughed and said, Young master, what are you talking about? If it weren't for your idea and blueprints, this water wheel definitely wouldn't exist now. This old man has been a craftsman all my life. I only have more experience than young master, but when it comes to invention, young master has left this old man behind by more than 10 streets. Haha. We are a family, so let's not boast about each other. Faubert, the sun is still quite strong. You should go back and rest first. Mr. Imo and I will take care of this place. There won't be any problems. Li Zishuan felt that the weather was a little hot, so he comforted Faubert. Faubert was a person who refused to accept old age. Hearing this, he quickly retorted, Young master, this old man isn't that weak. It's just basking in the sun, nothing will happen. Li Zishuan directly interrupted Faubert and said, Faubert, you don't have to insist. If you get a heat stroke at your age, then my sin will be too great. Mo Huai also chimed in. Brother Fu, Yamacho is right. This weather is very hot. Your health is important. It's better to go back and rest quickly. All right then. Young master, Brother Mo, if there's anything, Just send someone to find this old man. Faubert couldn't persuade him and could only leave alone. Li Zixuan and Mo Huai played the role of supervisors and began to patrol the construction site by the murky river. Mr. Mo, I heard that you have been leading the physics teachers of the academy to study the construction of the hydropower station on the dam recently. How is the progress now? Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something and asked. The Murky River Hydropower Station was Yanhuang College's first trump card project. Its practical and symbolic significance was very important. Li Zixuan had also said that all physics, mathematics, and chemistry teachers were encouraged to actively participate. On the one hand, it was to verify what they had learned. On the other hand, they could also get the corresponding contribution points that could be used to evaluate their titles in the future. In the past few days, apart from assisting Faubert in building the water wheel, Mo Huai spent most of his time on the research of the hydropower station. It could be said that he was conscientious and made Li Zixuan, a Yamacho, feel a little ashamed. When Mo Huai heard Li Zixuan's question, he thought for a moment and replied, Yamacho, we have already determined the location of the generator and the layout of the control lines. When the water wheel is finished and the dam is opened, we plan to install the generator and the generator blades to see if it can generate electricity. In this way, we won't waste the water in the dam, and we can also test if our generator can work normally. Li Zixuan nodded and said, That's good too. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. If we don't do it ourselves, we will never know whether we are right or wrong. If your generator can generate electricity normally, you need to verify it with an electrical appliance. Before that, I will help you make a light bulb. Oh right. You still have to make transformers, electromagnetic relays, and so on. You have to start preparing for these supporting facilities now. Professional terms such as light bulb, transformer, and electromagnetic relay were all in physics textbooks. Therefore, Mo Huai was not surprised by these new terms. He was surprised that Li Zixuan was going to make a light bulb. Yamacho, are you confident that you can make a light bulb now? Mo Huai was very surprised and asked in disbelief. Li Zixuan nodded and said, I have a way to make light bulbs. I originally planned to make one a while ago, but I was too busy at that time and didn't have time. Recently, I found time to make a few to test the effect. When Mo Huai heard this, he immediately said excitedly, That's great. I have only seen this thing in Yamacho's textbooks, but I have never seen the real thing. You said in the books that with this thing, there is no need to light oil lamps or candles at night, because this light bulb is dozens of times brighter than those things. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Light bulbs are indeed good things. With them, people can find real light at night, and Lantian County can become a city that never sleeps. The next day, after 2 days of hard work by the craftsmen, the water wheel, the supporting frame, the water trough, and other parts of the water wheel were finally all installed near the downstream of the Ba River Dam. Ever since the Ba River Dam was completed and the sluice gate was closed to store water, the water level of the downstream river was getting shallower by the day. Therefore, the place where the water wheel was placed was more than 1 or 2 feet above the water level. Fortunately, there was a water wheel. Otherwise, even if a ditch was dug from here, the river water would not flow out. Young master, the water wheel is in place, but the water level of the downstream river is too low, and the river water has almost no flow speed, so the water wheel is not turning. Should we open the sluice gate now and let the river flow downstream? Faubert came over at this time to ask for instructions. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, It's fine. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Just open one sluice gate and test the effect first. Okay. Then this old man will give the order. Faubert responded and went down. Haha. At such an important moment, you didn't even send someone to inform me. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind Li Zixuan. Who else could it be other than Li Er? Li Zixuan quickly turned around and saw that it was not only Li Er, but also Feng Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji, Wei Zheng, Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and other trusted officials of Li Er. Such a scene shocked all the craftsmen at the construction site, and they all bowed to pay their respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zixuan also hurriedly saluted Li Er. Li Er first said to the craftsman, You don't have to be so courteous. Just do what you should do and pretend that you didn't see me. After that, he looked at Li Zixuan and said, Alright, you can dispense with the formalities as well. Ha! Is this the water wheel you mentioned? At this time, Li Er caught a glimpse of the giant wheel standing on the lower reaches of the Ba River, and could not help but be surprised. Chang Yaojin, Wei Zheng, and other important officials also widened their eyes and stared in that direction. Your Majesty, this is the water wheel. In a while, when the sluice gate is opened and the river water flows, the water wheel will turn and the river water will be transported to the water trough above us. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, So high? Li Er looked up at the water trough above and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Then he said, Then get someone to open the sluice gate. I want to see if this thing can move the river water today. Yes. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and accepted the order. Open the sluice gate. Not long after, Mo Huai's shout came from the dam, followed by a loud rumble. One of the sluice gates of the dam opened, and the river water in the dam rushed out and fell on the river downstream, causing waves of snow-white waves. As the position of the water wheel was not far from the dam, although only one sluice gate was opened, the flow of the river water was still relatively rapid where the water wheel was located. Therefore, under everyone's gaze, the giant wheel finally began to turn, and it turned faster and faster. The inverted bucket on the outside of the wheel poured out bucket after bucket of river water at the top of the wheel. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water came from the water trough. It's out of the water. It's out of the water. At the other end of the water trough, there were craftsmen taking care of it. Not long after, the craftsmen's cheers came from there. All the officials were shocked, and Li Er also felt incredulous. Moving the river water. This is a waterway of the heavens. It's like a miracle. Wei Zheng looked up at the water trough above his head and muttered to himself in shock. Chapter 1406. On the bank of the Ba River. Everyone, including Li Er, was stunned when they saw the huge water wheel lifting the river water to a height of more than 10 feet. God had pity on them. If they had used manpower to lift the water, it could have been lifted that high. However, the key was that the water wheel didn't need any manpower at all. It was completely dependent on the water power to move automatically. This was a little unbelievable. After a long time, everyone recovered from their shock. Cheng Yaojin was the first to speak. Haha. I knew that you weren't bragging, Xiaoxian. You said that this water wheel could move the river water automatically, so it must be possible. Now it seems that I, Old Cheng, have the best foresight. As he spoke, Old Cheng walked up to Li Zishuan and patted the latter's shoulder fiercely. He had a smug look on his face, as if Li Zishuan was a talent he had discovered. Everyone was speechless and cursed Old Cheng for being shameless in their hearts. Li Zishuan bared his teeth. If it had been anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand Old Cheng's slaps. It was only because he had a strong martial arts foundation that he could withstand it. Your Majesty is wise. This old subject congratulates Your Majesty. Just as everyone was secretly criticizing Chang Yaojin in their hearts, Wei Zheng suddenly bowed to Li Er and said such a sentence without any reason. Li Er was instantly confused. He thought to himself, I didn't do anything. How is this wise? Wei Zheng, who always liked to find trouble with me, could it be that he took the wrong medicine today? Dear Minister Wei, why do you say that? Li Er thought for a moment and asked with a frown. Wei Zheng bowed with a serious face and said, Your Majesty has a discerning eye. Back then, you brought the Marquis of Yong and into the imperial court. You also allowed the Marquis of Yong and to start engineering schools, run academies and build workshops. It was because of Your Majesty's wise decision that there was the current Yanhuang College and the current water wheel. This water wheel can support tens of thousands of people. How can this old subject not congratulate Your Majesty? In the past, while Wei Zheng had not explicitly opposed Li Zishuan's engineering, he definitely did not support or like it. But now, in the midst of the Guanzhong drought, when the officials were helpless, Li Zishuan had used his own power and engineering to create such a marvelous and powerful water wheel. Wei Zheng couldn't help but feel gratitude toward Li Zishuan. He even had a faint favorable impression of engineering. This good feeling was not mixed with any personal feelings. It was just a good feeling Wei Zheng had because Li Zishuan had saved millions of lives in Guanzhong. Just as Wei Zheng finished his words, the few important officials present reacted. Under Zhang Sun Wuji's lead, they bowed to Li Er and said, Your Majesty, congratulations on obtaining such a divine item. Your Majesty, we congratulate Your Majesty on obtaining such a divine item. The water wheel on the river was still turning noisily. The officials on the shore gave their congratulations in unison and spread far and wide across the empty land by the river. Lier looked at the water wheel and then at the surging river water at the end of the trough. He was filled with joy. There was finally a solution to the drought problem that had troubled him for a long time. Speaking of which, he had recently been planning to have the alchemists open altars to pray for rain. But now, it seemed that there was no need because the water wheel Li Zishuan had made was more reliable than praying for rain. Haha! Officials, you should not be congratulating me. You should be congratulating the people of the world. With this water wheel, the Guangzhong drought can be easily resolved. The tens of thousands of people in Guangzhong will be spared from the torment of the drought. You should be congratulated. Lier nodded and said with a smile. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said in a low voice, Marquis Yong'an, you should be rewarded for being able to create this kind of water wheel that can automatically move river water and resolve the Guangzhong drought. However, the most important thing now is to quickly mass-produce this water wheel. 2 days ago, I ordered all the provinces and counties in Guangzhong to immediately start dredging the canals. When the canals work with your water wheel, it will be able to completely alleviate the drought in Guangzhong. Li Zishuan raised his hands and said, This official obeys the decree. The thousands of workers in the workshop will do their best to make the water wheel day and night. In addition, this official is willing to give the blueprint of the water wheel to the court or make it public. The structure of this water wheel is not complicated. According to the blueprint, any small workshop can make it. However, the bearings and gears used in this water wheel are difficult for private workshops to make. However, they can directly buy them from Chichu Pavilion. This way, the provinces and counties can work together and produce enough water wheels in the shortest amount of time to resolve the drought in Guangzhong. Giving away the blueprint was a decision that Li Zishuan had made after careful consideration. Just like last year's curved plow, when it had just been made, Li Zishuan had directly given the blueprint to the court. This was because he knew that in the face of such a great drought, he could not be selfish. Li Zishuan would definitely not earn this kind of money that went against his conscience. It wasn't that he was noble, but that Li Zishuan only wanted to live in peace. Using water wheels, curved plow, and other things that the common people saw as lifesavers to earn money, Li Zishuan felt that even if he only earned one from this kind of money, he would not be at peace. There were many ways to earn money. He would definitely not earn money that made him feel uneasy. Also, even though the scale of the workshop was much larger than before, no matter how large it was only a workshop. It only had 1,000 or 2,000 workers. In a short amount of time, it could not satisfy the needs of Guangzhong for water wheels. Marquis Yong'an is righteous. This old man thanks Marquis Yong, and on behalf of the common people. Hearing that Li Zishuan was going to hand over the water wheel blueprint, everyone was stunned for a moment. Wei Zheng looked at Li Zishuan in surprise, then bowed and said with sincerity. Li Zishuan didn't dare to accept Wei Zheng's courtesy. He hurriedly moved aside and said, What's the matter? Why do you say this, Left Minister Wei? When one is at the top of the court, one worries about the common people. When one is far away from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler. You and I are in the court, fighting for the common people's well-being. Is this not the right thing to do? This mere water wheel blueprint can save millions of people. What reason do I, Li Zishuan, have to keep it for myself? Only by giving it away can I live up to His Majesty's expectations. Only then can I live up to the country's salary. When one is at the top of the court, one worries about the common people. When one is far away from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wei Zheng could not help but be stunned. These 2 sentences were Li Zishuan's self-admonition. How was it not Wei Zheng's lifelong pursuit? At this moment, Wei Zheng realized that he seemed to have just gotten to know Li Zishuan. Just based on these 2 sentences, Li Zishuan could be considered his kindred spirit. Thinking back to the few times he had accused Li Zishuan last year, Wei Zheng could not help but feel ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, Marquis Yong'an is of noble character. Wei Zheng admires you. These words were said with sincerity. Lier could not help but be surprised. So Wei Zishuan actually admired others? This was like the sun rising from the west. After looking at Wei Zhong curiously, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said with a gratified expression, I am very pleased that you can have this kind of awareness. Since you are willing to give away the blueprint, I will send people to send the blueprint to each county and order them to hire craftsmen and workers to build water wheels as soon as possible to alleviate the drought. Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief and said, this way, the workshop's task would be greatly reduced. They only needed to produce a small batch of water wheels for the counties around Chang'an. The other counties could follow the blueprint and build water wheels according to it. As for the gears, bearings, and other parts that they could not make, they could buy them from Chitsu Pavilion or Chitsu Pavilion's branches. The second day. Yesterday's water wheel experiment was a great success, and it made the headlines of Datong Daily. Water wheel success, drought hope? What is a water wheel? Hey, don't you know how to read? The water wheel was a new thing made by Master Ho. It was a kind of vehicle that could automatically carry water from a low place to a high place. It was made by thousands of craftsmen in the workshop of the Fantastic House, and had been tested successfully yesterday. With this, do you think the people of Tang will still be afraid of drought? Whoa, there is such a magical thing in this world? Of course, I heard that yesterday. His Majesty brought the important officials of the court to verify the functions of the water wheel. Furthermore, the Duke of Yong and has already given the blueprint of the water wheel to His Majesty. His Majesty will announce it to the world and order the various counties to build water wheels as soon as possible. What? The Duke of Yong and handed over the blueprint of the water wheel? Aya, what a fool. Those blueprints are worth tens of thousands of gold taels. Why would the Duke of Yong and hand them over so easily? Bulsh **T. The Duke of Yong'an is an immortal. Why would he use something that can save the lives of the common people to earn money? Wang Lauer, don't force your dirty thoughts on the Duke of Yong. Be careful or we will beat you up. That's right. The Duke of Yong'an cares about the common people and is benevolent and righteous. Last year he didn't earn a single copper coin from the common people and directly made the blueprint public. Wang Lauer, if you dare to speak nonsense again, we will beat you to death. The Duke of Yong and is benevolent and righteous. If it's really as you say, then this old man's family's fields can be saved. That's right, that's right. May the heavens bless the Duke of Yong and allow him to live a long life of 100 years, 1,000 years. Only this way can the common people continue to live good lives. That's right. When this old woman returns, I will erect a longevity stele for the Duke of Yong and pray for him every day. The reason Li Zishuan had the editorial department of Datong Daily spread the news of the water wheel's successful development was to calm the people's hearts and allow them to confidently resist the drought. A while ago, when the land was dry, most of the common people chose the stupidest method, carrying water to irrigate the land. Actually, that was the most instinctive behavior of people when they were in despair. Because they knew that they couldn't resist the drought, they carried the idea of saving as much of the land as possible and carried water to irrigate the land. Now, following the news of Datong Daily's successful development of the water wheel, the common people were all elated when they heard the news and rushed to spread the news. After the hopeless common people found hope, they exploded with a strong desire to survive. Especially the workers who were building the cement ditch in Lantian County, they worked even harder. Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong. Good news. Good news. Very good news ah. At the entrance of the Yu family manor, Zhong Lijing was leading the villagers of the Yu family manor to dig the ditch. Yu Dehang suddenly held a newspaper and ran over in a hurry. Moreover, as she ran, she shouted excitedly. Zhong Lijing had never seen the usually refined Yu Dehang lose her composure like this. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Dehang, what good news is there? Look at how happy you are. The villagers who were digging the ditch couldn't help but stop what they were doing at this moment. They wanted to hear what good news Yu Dehang had brought. Uncle Zhong, it's really good news. Yu Dehang took a breath and said excitedly, Today's Datong Daily said that Marquis built a water wheel that can automatically carry water to a high place. Moreover, it was tested successfully yesterday. His Majesty was also present. Marquis said that the common people of Lantian County can use the water wheel. When the water wheel works with the canal, all the fields in our manor can be irrigated by the river. After Yu Dehang finished speaking, no one made a sound because everyone was stunned at this moment. After a long while, Zhong Lijing finally reacted. His excited voice trembled a little. He looked at Yu Dehang with trembling lips and asked, "What are you doing? There's such a magical thing in this world? Well, Dehang, you're not lying to us, right?" The rest of the people also looked at Yu Dehang eagerly. Although they felt that it was a little inconceivable, they still hoped that Yu Dehang was telling the truth. Yu Dehang spread out the newspaper and said, "Uncle Zhong, how would I dare to lie to you? What I said is true. Look, it's clearly written in this newspaper. Marquis not only wants to use the water wheel for our Lantian County, he also offered the blueprint so that all the common people in the world can use the water wheel. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bank of the Ba River and take a look. It's said that the water wheel that His Majesty saw yesterday hasn't been removed yet." Hearing Yu Dehang's solemn vow, the villagers finally believed her. That's great. That's great. Marquis really has a way to move the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor. The land of our manor can all be saved. Zhong Lijing was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. It looked like he was dancing with joy, which was quite funny. However, no one laughed at him because at this time, everyone was trembling with excitement like him. Haha. I said before that since Marquis can fly into the sky and enter the earth, he must have a way to send the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor. At that time, Uncle Dashan, you didn't believe me, but now you should believe me, right? Yu Dehang couldn't help but laugh. Yu Dashan said with a face full of smiles, I believe you, I believe you. From now on Yu Dashan will believe no one but Marquis. Even if Marquis says that he can climb the 9 palaces of heaven and pluck the stars and moon, I will believe him. Dashan is right. In the future we will believe whatever Marquis says. If anyone doubts Marquis, Yu Cheng will be the first to disagree. That's right, that's right. Hey, that's not right. Since Marquis can really move the water from the Ba River, then we must quickly fix the canal. Without a doubt, my wife and children will come over tomorrow to help. They don't need to be paid. Yes, yes, yes. My wife and child will also come over tomorrow to help. In an instant there was no need for anyone to mobilize. The enthusiasm of the Yu family manor's villagers to build the canal suddenly rose to an unprecedented level. They would rather not be paid to fix the canal as soon as possible. Chapter 1407. 2-in-1 chapter. Not only the Yu family manor, but the other villagers in the northern part of Lantian County were also greatly encouraged when they learned that Li Zishuan had built a water wheel that could transport river water. Previously, the county yamen had gathered the commoners to repair the canals. Due to the higher terrain of these villages, the villagers weren't very enthusiastic about building the canals. Generally, each family only sent out 1 to 2 laborers. The rest of the people were still busy carrying water from the wells and watering the fields. However, when the commoners heard this news, their attitudes instantly changed. The villagers who were carrying water from the wells and watering the fields all put down their carrying poles and buckets and joined the army that was digging the canals. Moreover, when the county yamen counted the number of people who were willing to repair the canals, these people didn't sign up. Therefore, in theory, they wouldn't be paid for helping to repair the canals and wouldn't reduce their corvée labor. However, even so, the commoners were still willing to help repair the canals. This was because the earlier the canals were repaired, the earlier the villagers' dry fields could be saved. In comparison, the small amount of money they would receive was a small profit. At Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop, all kinds of machinery had been fully activated. Under Faubert's arrangement, the craftsmen began to work in 3 shifts. The morning shift was from 7 to 1, the middle shift was from 5 to 9, and the night shift was from 1 to 5. The craftsmen were divided into 3 teams, and worked 24 hours a day in the workshop to make the water wheels. Speaking of which, this could be considered the world's first workshop with 3 shifts. Although Li Zishuan had already announced the water wheel blueprints, which of the important officials in the imperial court, such as Zhang Sunwuji, Xiaoyu, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and other important officials didn't have a few villages under them? The land of Guanzhong was dry like fire, so how could their villages be spared? They also needed a water wheel. However, Most of them felt that it was troublesome to recruit craftsmen to make a water wheel according to Li Zishuan's blueprints. Moreover, they felt that the water wheels made by other craftsmen weren't as good as the ones made by the workshop. Therefore, in the end, Zhang Sun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin, and the others went to Li Zishuan to make an order. As someone in the imperial court, Li Zishuan naturally understood the ways of the world. If he could help make a few water wheels, he would be able to gain a favor from the big shots in the imperial court. This was a good deal. Therefore, he accepted all the orders from the courtiers. In just one day, he received a total of more than 100 water wheels. Therefore, it was impossible for the craftsmen in the workshop to be idle. However, Li Zishuan did not mistreat the craftsmen in the workshop. First of all, the craftsman's salary was doubled this month. Secondly, the craftsmen who worked the night shift would receive an additional allowance. As a result, although the craftsmen felt that it was hard work, they were all more motivated to work. Under such a passionate atmosphere, a construction frenzy was set off in Lantian County. Tens of thousands of people and craftsmen worked tirelessly all day long. The progress of the construction of the canal was different by the day, and the workshops could make more than 10 water wheels every day. The people saw that there was hope to alleviate the drought, and their gloomy faces finally showed a smile again. Shaoxin, Yamacho, you're here to watch the game too? That day coincidentally was Saturday. Cheng Chumo, who had just experienced the torment of the midterm exam, bought 2 tickets and brought Yuchi Baolin to the football field in Lantian County to watch the game. He planned to let go of himself in the passionate football game. Oh no, it was to forget his troubles in the passionate football game. However, he did not expect to see Li Zishuan when he was looking for a seat in the stands, so he greeted him with a smile. Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Cheng Chumo and asked subconsciously, "Oh, Virgin, you're here to watch the game too? But how did you do in the midterm exam?" It was an occupational disease. This was definitely an occupational disease. After being a teacher for a long time, he would unconsciously ask about the students' grades when he saw them. Li Zishuan promised that he would never ask these questions in the past, but now it had become a habit. It was a sin. As soon as he heard him ask about his grades, Yuchi Baolin immediately lowered his head and wanted to bury his head in the ground. This was because studying had never been Yuchi Baolin's strong point. Of course, it was definitely not Cheng Chumo's strong point, but this guy's skin was thick. Cheng Chumo's face did not show any signs of shame. Instead, he looked a little proud. He laughed and said, "The exam was okay. I think I'll definitely pass every subject." Li Zishuan was speechless for a moment, then he said unhappily, "Pass? Kid, is that all you want?" Cheng Chumo looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He said indifferently, "What else can I do? My dad doesn't expect me to be the top scorer. I just want to pass every subject and not embarrass him. Hey, in my opinion, our Cheng family has not been good at studying for generations. My dad asked me to come to Yanhuang College to study probably because he doesn't want me to be illiterate and be deceived by others. So Shaoxian, you can't use this to attack me." Li Zishuan was speechless. He didn't expect that Cheng Chumo, this idiot, would be so clear on some key matters even though he was usually a scoundrel. This was very similar to Cheng Yaojin in this aspect. You. Li Zishuan pointed at Cheng Chumo, thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I know your ambition is not here, so I won't force you. Anyway, so what if you can't read? You're still my brother. As long as I, Li Zishuan, am here, no one will dare to deceive you in this lifetime." Cheng Chumo was the first friend Li Zishuan made after he transmigrated. When he was still a commoner, Cheng Chumo treated him as an equal. When he encountered trouble, Cheng Chumo was the first to jump out to help him. Although he was rich now, there was a saying that went, "Don't forget your friends when you're rich." Li Zishuan would never forget this friendship for the rest of his life. Haha. Shaoxian, with your words, I, Cheng Chumo, am satisfied for the rest of my life. I didn't acknowledge you as my brother for nothing. Cheng Chumo heard this and his emotions surged. His face was flushed red, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Although Li Zishuan was a Yamacho in the academy and he was a student, brothers were brothers. Nothing could change that. Yuchi Baolin looked at the 2 men in front of him, and a trace of envy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He also wanted such brotherly affection, but he was not good at expressing his feelings. In order to prevent Li Zixuan from sensing it, he quickly lowered his head and concealed the envy in the depths of his eyes. Oh, that's right. Xiaoxian, there's a drought in Guangzhou. I heard that you've been busy getting people to build canals and water wheels. How come you're in the mood to watch a football match today? Cheng Chumo suddenly asked, puzzled. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, watch a football match? Do you think I'm as free as you to watch a football match? I'm here to choose a player. To be honest, the current level of football in Tang Dynasty was not very good. After all, it was still in its infancy. It was not on the same level as the exciting football matches of the modern era. At the beginning it might be interesting to watch, but after watching for a while it would be boring. Therefore, Li Zixuan did not come to the stadium for a while. Today, he was here mainly to choose a national player. Choose a player? What player? Cheng Chumo was even more curious when he heard this. Is Yamacho thinking of forming a football team? Yuchi Baolin could not help but ask. He had only asked subconsciously, but he did not expect Li Zixuan to nod. Baolin's guess is right. I do want to form a football team, a national team of Tang Dynasty. Now that football has become popular in Tang Dynasty, it will definitely spread to other countries in the future. When the time comes, the surrounding countries will not be able to win against Tang Dynasty in war. Perhaps they will try to regain their ground through football matches. My purpose in forming the national team of Tang Dynasty is to prepare for emergencies. Moreover, I also plan to hold a World Football Championship every few years. Every country in the world can participate. This national team of Tang Dynasty will then represent Tang Dynasty to conquer the other countries. Previously, I asked Mr. Zhang San to help me keep an eye out for some good seedlings. A few days ago, he gave me a name list. When the players on the name list have a match, I will take some time to observe their performance. If they pass, I will call them into the national team. When the time comes, it will be time for them to be used in national competitions. After all, football was developed in Tang Dynasty. No matter what, Tang Dynasty cannot lose face in this. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, Hey, Xiaoxian, you are right. Football was developed in Tang Dynasty. No matter what, our football team should be the best. Oh, by the way, I heard from my father that the Crown Prince of Wanation had formed a football team and wanted to compete with Tang Dynasty. Later, because the Wanation's queen passed away, the Crown Prince of Wanation went back. Hey, if you ask me, the Crown Prince of Wanation should thank their queen for saving him. Otherwise, even if other people were not willing to compete, I, Cheng Chumo, would definitely go up and beat those arrogant Wanation people. Li Zixuan sneered and said, if it were not for the fact that martial arts were not used, there would not be many teams in Tang Dynasty that could defeat the Crown Prince of Wanation's football team. Ugly bull, stop bragging. Li Zixuan had asked Zheng Qianjun in private about the football team formed by the big brother king of Mountain Back. According to Zheng Qianjun, the football team did have some skills. The tacit understanding between the players was definitely better than most of the current football teams in Tang Dynasty. Cheng Chumo was obviously not convinced. He said, Xiaoxian, you are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our prestige. Wanation is just a small country. How can they have good players? If you are not convinced, you can fight again. Not to mention other teams, I don't think the Wanation people can beat the Fergana horse team in Liangzhou, let alone the Fergana tiger team and the Wind Thunder team. Li Zixuan smiled and did not make any meaningless rebuttal. Seeing that Li Zixuan was ignoring him, Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and said, Xiaoxian, how many players do you like now? 6 or 7. What's wrong? Li Zixuan replied lightly. Cheng Chumo rubbed his hands and said with a flattering smile, Hey, Xiaoxian, you are always busy with official business. How can you have time to manage the team? Why don't you tell me the training methods and tactics? I will help you train them. How about it? You? Li Zixuan looked at Cheng Chumo and said disdainfully. Cheng Chumo suddenly exploded. What's wrong with me? Xiaoxian, Kushirqing can go to Sichuan to help you open the mines. What's wrong with me, your brother, helping you manage the team? It is said that playing football is like fighting a war. My father has fought in wars for so many years. As his son, I know a little about the art of war, right? Isn't it more than enough to help you manage the team? Li Zixuan was so angry that he almost laughed. He thought to himself, how dare you say that you know the art of war? Besides, who said that people who know the art of war can definitely manage the team well? What kind of logic is this? Li Zixuan wanted to refuse, but he thought that since Chang Chumo was not interested in the academy's courses, it would be good to arrange something that he liked to do. After thinking for a moment, Li Zixuan said, I originally wanted Zhang Qianjun to help me train the team, but since you also have the same idea, then you two will be responsible for it together. Usually, Zhang Qianjun is in charge of the team's tactical training, and you are in charge of the team's physical training. At the crucial moment, Li Zixuan, the experienced driver, made a big turn and almost choked Chang Chumo to death. What the F***ck Shaoxian, I thought you wanted me to be in charge of the team. I didn't expect you to arrange an assistant for me. You obviously don't trust me. Chang Chumo looked like he was wronged. Li Zixuan could not help but say in a strange voice, It's time to make the keys. 10 coins for 3 keys. Are you worthy, Chumo? No. Chang Chumo did not understand. He subconsciously wanted to say that he was not worthy, but then he felt that something was wrong and quickly shut his mouth. Yuchi Baolin came back to his senses and laughed. Haha, Brother Cho Nyo is not worthy. Zhang Yinhong's Wind and Thunder team contained more than half of Zhang Qianjun's efforts. Zhang Qianjun loved football very much and was also very good at studying. That was why the Wind and Thunder team was now the hot favorite to win the championship. Zhang Qianjun was in charge of the tactical training of the national team, and Chang Chumo was in charge of the physical training of the national team members. The combination of one civil and one military was really complementary. In addition, this morning Zhang Qianjun brought good news to Li Zixuan. The second batch of tea leaves had arrived in Chang'an City. The first batch of tea leaves was rushed, and the tea master in Jiangnan was not good at producing tea leaves, so the first batch of tea leaves was only about 50 kilograms. The tea leaves distributed to the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce were even less. But the second batch was different. Zhang Yinhong directly sent people to deliver 600 kilograms of tea leaves. Even if they had to give out a portion, Li Zixuan would still get a lot. Perhaps it was time to use the divine tea to make the Department of Commerce famous. At the same time, let the merchants of Lantian County enjoy the convenience and benefits of the Department of Commerce. Chapter 1408. The next day. Boss Wang? What did you say? Immortal tea is on sale? Can merchants like us buy it? Of course it's true. This is the latest news I got. As long as you're a merchant in Lantian County, you can buy a caddy of immortal tea from the Drunken Immortal Inn with the store contract. That's a caddy of immortal tea. You can't buy a tael of it no matter how much money you have. Brother, buy if you don't hurry up, you won't be able to buy it soon. What? A caddy of immortal tea? Brother Wang, wait for me. I'll go get the store contract. Wait. How much is a caddy of immortal tea? It's not expensive. Only 60 Tang Yuan. Brother, hurry up. Okay. I'll be right there. If it was in the past, if someone said that a caddy of immortal tea was 60 strings of coins, this merchant named Bai would definitely slap that person to death. But now, although he also felt that it was expensive, a caddy of immortal tea was 60 strings of coins. A tael of immortal tea was 6 strings of coins, and 1 tael of immortal tea could be used to make 10 cups. If he was stingy, he could make 12 cups. In other words, a cup of immortal tea was at most 300 copper coins, 800 copper coins, or at least 200 copper coins. This was a free gift. Previously, the Drunken Immortal Inn launched a limited edition event, where one could taste a cup of immortal tea for free after spending 10 strings of coins in the inn. This attracted countless tycoons, who loved tea leaves, to fight for it. Back then, Boss Bai also went to the Drunken Immortal Inn to taste it. Although he felt a little heartache at the time, after tasting the immortal tea, he felt that it was worth it and was very satisfied. Only after tasting the immortal tea would one understand that the tea leaves they drank before were all rubbish. Once one drank the immortal tea, it was easy to get addicted to it, especially for those who loved the tea ceremony. If they didn't drink the immortal tea for a day, they would feel as uncomfortable as a cat scratching their heart. Unfortunately, Mr. Bai belonged to this kind of people. For this reason, he went to the Drunken Immortal Inn 5 times. In the end, he felt that if he continued drinking like this, the profits of his shop would be gone for a few months, so he could only reluctantly give up. After all, every visit to the drunken immortal inn cost at least 10 strings of coins. Even if he had some money, he couldn't afford to waste. Now that he heard that the drunken immortal house was going to sell immortal tea for only 60 strings of coins per caddy, how could Boss Buy not be tempted? If he bought the tea back, he would be able to earn some money even if he sold it directly to merchants from other states and counties. If he set up a high-class tea house to sell the brewed tea, he would be able to earn even more. After all, with the current popularity of the immortal tea and its reputation as a tribute tea, as long as a tea house released the immortal tea, even if it cost 500 copper coins a cup, there would definitely be many people coming to snatch it. This was a sure-win deal. Shopkeeper Lou, why can't we buy it? Are you afraid that we won't pay? That's right. Why could only the merchants of Lantian County buy it? Everyone is giving money. What's the difference? Yes. Shopkeeper Lou, if you feel that 60 strings of coins per caddy is too cheap, you can totally raise the price. Why restrict only the merchants of Lantian County to buy it? Outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant branch in the county seat of Lantian County, in addition to the endless stream of diners, there was also a hubbub of merchants from all walks of life. Many of these merchants were not from Lantian County. They just happened to hear that the Drunken Immortal restaurant was going to sell immortal tea when they were watching the game in Lantian County, so they immediately came over. Obviously, there were many tea enthusiasts like Boss Buy who had tasted the immortal tea and were crazy about it. But who would have thought that the Drunken Immortal Inn would actually set a rule that the tea leaves would be given priority to the local merchants of Lantian County? How could those merchants who rushed over to snatch the tea endure this? Therefore, they all started arguing with Shopkeeper Lou of the Drunken Immortal Inn. This Shopkeeper Lou was the same Shopkeeper Lou of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang'an City. Now, not only did the Drunken Immortal Inn open many branches, but Li Zishuan had also become the Marquis of 10,000 households and was given the fief of Lantian County. Shopkeeper Lou, the shopkeeper of the Drunken Immortal Inn's main branch, voluntarily requested to be transferred to the branch in Lantian County. As for the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang'an City, it was taken over by a branch shopkeeper recommended by Shopkeeper Lou. Actually, this was where Shopkeeper Lou was smart. He knew very well that the place where Li Zishuan was could be called the main branch of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Now that Li Zishuan had been living in Lantian County for a long time, the name of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang'an City basically existed in name only. Moreover, Lantian County had now completely become Li Zishuan's territory, so Shopkeeper Lou felt more at ease staying here. Everyone, be quiet. I have a few words to say. Faced with the siege of so many foreign merchants, Shopkeeper Lou had no choice but to come out and maintain order. He first shouted loudly, and when everyone quieted down, he quickly smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Dear guests, our Drunken Immortal Inn does not have much stock for this batch of immortal tea, so we will give priority to the shop owners in Lantian County. This can be considered as my marquis taking care of the merchants in Lantian County. I know that you are unhappy, but the amount of immortal tea is still too little. My marquis just wants to give some favors to the people in his fief. Whether it is the farmers, the craftsmen, or the merchants, they are all the people in my marquis fief. Marquis will treat them equally. Recently, Marquis has been building canals and water wheels for the people. Now, Marquis just wants to use the immortal tea to bring some benefits to the merchants in his fief. I hope that you can understand. I know that all of you like immortal tea very much, but I ask that you wait patiently. Soon, when the production of immortal tea increases, the various strange taste pavilions will start to provide it. When that time comes, you can buy as much as you want." Cough cough. Shopkeeper Lou's words contained a lot of personal information. Many of them were taught to him by Li Zishuan. As soon as Shopkeeper Lou finished speaking, the faces of the merchants below were filled with annoyance. "Ah, so that's how it is. Marquis treats the merchants in his fief so well. I really admire him. Sigh. So there are such benefits to opening a shop in Lantian County? If I had known, I would have bought 2 shops in Lantian County last year." "Hey, brother son, it's not too late for you to buy now, right?" "Too late, too late. Now that the prices of the shops in Lantian County have risen so high, I can't afford to buy even if I want to." The merchants from other places sighed and were annoyed. The native merchants in Lantion County could not help but want to clap their hands and celebrate. "Haha, Marquis is benevolent and righteous. Luckily I had foresight. At the beginning of the year, I came to Lantion County to open a shop. Haha, that's right. Marquis treats us the same way he treats the commoners. It's so rare. I will stay in Lantion County to do business in the future. I won't go anywhere else." That's right. I can only hope that such good things will happen a few more times. It will. It'll be best if Marquis can chase away all the hooligans in the market. Since shopkeeper Liu had said so, and there were many shop owners in Lantion County supporting shopkeeper Liu, the merchants from other places, although they were unwilling, they could not say anything. They could only silently retreat to the back of the crowd. As for the local merchants in Lantion County, they happily lined up in a long queue, preparing for the big red packet that Li Zishuan would give to all the merchants in the county. Of course, there were also many smart merchants from other places who stayed behind the queue. After the people in front had finished buying the celestial tea, they went up to ask for a higher price. In other words, after the local merchants in Lantion County bought the celestial tea, they did not have to waste time and effort to resell it in other counties. They could just sell it to the surrounding merchants and make a small profit. In this world, there was no easier way to earn money than this. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Gains and losses were often balanced. With gains there must be losses. While the merchants in Lantion County were enjoying the big red packet banquet, they had unknowingly fallen into the gentle trap that Li Zishuan had set up. When they realized it, they could not bear to come out. They would rather stay in the trap and be tricked than come out. As Lantion County's drunken immortal tower was selling large quantities of celestial tea, it led to many temporary tea houses in the county. The so-called temporary tea houses were in the original shops, temporarily separated into a small room, specially used to invite guests to drink tea. There was a tea house in the silk shop, a tea house in the porcelain shop, and even a coffin shop. They had actually set up a temporary tea house. As for the price of the celestial tea, the bosses with a little conscience would generally sell a cup of tea for more than 400 coins. As for the cruel bosses, they would directly raise the price of the celestial tea to about 500 to 600 coins. Because these people knew very well that although Drunken Immortal Tower sold a lot of celestial tea today, they certainly did not have the ability to sell so much in the short term. In other words, the market stock of celestial tea was so small. When the slightly lower priced celestial tea was sold out, the customers could only buy the high-priced celestial tea in their shop. It didn't matter if it was 400 coins per cup or 500 to 600 coins per cup. In any case, it was much more direct and practical than the Drunken Immortal Towers. Spend 10 strings of coins to get a cup of celestial tea activity. Moreover, celestial tea was a rare imperial tribute tea. Was 400 coins per cup really expensive? Last year, a plate of chicken in Drunken Immortal Tower cost 10 strings of coins. At least this price was completely affordable for those petty bourgeois families. Therefore, on the first day, nearly 1,000 diners tasted the legendary celestial tea. And for those who had tasted the celestial tea, none of them said it was good. Through word of mouth, the reputation of the celestial tea exploded, and a storm of celestial tea quickly swept through Lantion County. Diners from Chang'an City and the surrounding counties also came for the tea, just to taste a cup of celestial tea. Because in the entire Tang dynasty, only Lantion County had the largest stock of celestial tea. Even Chang'an City was far from it. However, no matter how much stock there was, if there were only sales and no sales, the stock would be depleted sooner or later. 5 days. Only 5 days had passed. Under the crazy consumption of tens of thousands of diners in Chang'an City and the surrounding counties, the celestial tea stock of Lantion County's merchants was completely sold out in just 5 days. Those Lantion County merchants who were queuing up to receive the celestial tea had all earned a fortune. After consuming the celestial tea, they also went to Drunken Immortal Tower to look for shopkeeper Liu, wanting to buy more celestial tea. However, shopkeeper Liu had no stock at all, so naturally he couldn't take out any extra celestial tea. However, shopkeeper Liu promised them that when the next batch of celestial tea arrived, he would still give priority to the merchants of Lantian County. The merchants were naturally grateful to shopkeeper Liu and Li Zixuan. However, they didn't notice that after they left, shopkeeper Liu's lips curled into a sweet smile. Ooh! The next day, the constables of Lantian County were all dispatched, and at the most eye-catching places in Lantian County, as well as at the city gates, they posted a notice about the establishment of the Department of Commerce in Lantian County. From today onwards, all merchants, farmers, and craftsmen in Lantian County will be classified as commoners, and the government will treat them equally. Within Lantian County, there will only be commoners and scholars in the future. The children of merchants can also enter the county school and enroll in Yanhuang College. In order to allow the merchants to receive fair and just treatment, Lantian County's county yamen followed the Yong and Marquis order and officially established the Department of Commerce today. The Department of Commerce specializes in handling disputes between merchants, and its goal is to protect the merchants' private and legal property from being infringed upon, creating a good business environment for the merchants of Lantian County. When any merchant's interests are threatened by others, they can report to the Department of Commerce in Lantian County, and the officials of the Department of Commerce will handle it impartially. In addition, the Department of Commerce will also be responsible for collecting business tax from the merchants. From next month onwards, Lantian County's business tax ratio will be changed from 1 out of 30 to 1 out of 6. All merchants in Lantian County must report their profits for the month to the Department of Commerce before the end of each month. From the total profits, 1 out of 6 will be used as business tax. In order to prevent merchants from underreporting or even evading taxes, the Department of Commerce will organize personnel at the beginning of each month to conduct a spot check on the accounts of the merchants in the county. Once found, they will be punished with 5 times the total amount of tax evaded or evaded, and will be listed as a target of focus. Any merchant who evades taxes 3 times will be directly expelled from Lantian County, and will never be allowed to return to Lantian County to open a shop. Hiss! After the merchants in Lantian County finished reading the county yamen's announcement, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, the merchants could not help but discuss among themselves. What? The business tax ratio has been changed to 1 out of 6? Such a heavy business tax is extremely rare, even if you flip through the history books. Why is county magistrate he so ruthless towards us merchants? Yeah, when I saw the beginning, I thought that the county yamen was thinking for us merchants, but when I saw the end, I realized that the county yamen wants to suck our blood. Isn't that so? 1 out of 6 of the total profits for the month is business tax. How are we going to live? You can't say that, right? At least in Lantian County, the status of us merchants has become higher, and our sons can even go to the county school. You have to know that in this county school, there will occasionally be teachers from Yanhuang College who come to give lectures. We can't get this kind of opportunity in other counties even if we beg for it. Aye, that's right. But this 1 out of 6 business tax ratio is still too heavy. In my opinion, it's not heavy. Didn't you see the announcement that as long as someone endangers our interests, we can report to the Department of Commerce, and the officials of the Department of Commerce will deal with it impartially? Just based on this point, it's much better than other places. In the future, if someone comes to the shops to cause trouble or collect protection fees, we can directly go to the officials of the Department of Commerce for help. This way, our monthly expenses might be less than before. That's right. That's indeed the case. I just don't know if the Department of Commerce is willing to completely clean up those ruffians in the market square. Ooh. Chapter 1409. The establishment of the Department of Commerce caused a huge uproar in Lantian County. The merchants were all discussing about the new business tax ratio. Most of them were against it. After all, it used to be 1 out of 30, but now it was 1 out of 6. This was a 5 times increase. The merchants found it hard to accept at that moment. But there were also a small number of merchants who agreed. The main reason was that when the government increased the business tax ratio, it also raised the social status of the merchants. Spending money to buy recognition was a good deal in the eyes of the far-sighted merchants. Other things aside, just the preferential policy of allowing the children of merchants to study in the county schools was enough to offset the increase in business tax. Whether it was modern or ancient times, which parent didn't want their children to succeed? Studying was a very good way to stand out. But ever since the rise of the social hierarchy, merchants had always been looked down upon. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the children of merchants were not allowed to enter government schools or take part in the imperial examinations. This completely blocked the future of the children of merchants. Today, Lantian County treated merchants as commoners on equal footing with farmers. Furthermore, they allowed the children of merchants to study in the county school. This county school was rebuilt by Li Zishuan after he took over Lantian County, spending a lot of manpower and resources. The curriculum within was infinitely close to the engineering taught by Yanhuang Academy. In other words, students in the county school had a higher chance of enrolling in Yanhuang Academy in the future than students outside. This was undoubtedly a fatal temptation to those merchants who wanted their children to succeed. Apart from that, if it was only in terms of monetary gains and losses, although the new business tax law required the merchants to pay more business tax, but the government was willing to protect the legal property of the merchants. This meant that in the future, if they encountered a situation where the local ruffians demanded protection fees, the merchants could request the Department of Commerce to step in and deal with it. In this way, the monthly expenses of the merchants in Lantian County did not increase. Instead, it might decrease. It was equivalent to handing over the protection fees to the Department of Commerce, the official organization that managed the merchants. But many people were doubtful of the government's determination to deal with the local ruffians. This was the reason why most of the merchants were unwilling to support the new business tax law. The strange thing was, the government seemed to know what the merchants were thinking. That afternoon, a large group of Lantian County Yamen bailiffs, led by over 10 personal guards of the Marquis of Eternal Peace's Marquis household, left the county Yamen and headed straight for Taikong Market in the southwest of the county. The fuse was that a merchant in the market had reported to the authorities that he had encountered a local ruffian named Lai San, who had come to extort protection fees. At the same time, the 4 city gates of Lantian County were all closed. Only people were allowed to enter and not leave. Combined with the actions of the county Yamen constables, the answer was obvious. As the saying goes, justice has a long arm but nothing escapes. Under Li Zishuan's instructions, county magistrate, he finally gave the order that all the dark evil forces in Lantian County would be wiped out today. As for the closing of the 4 city gates, it was just to catch a turtle in a jar and prevent those ruffians from escaping the city. General Liu, this son, has already investigated Lai San's background. He is a subordinate of Jin Wanbiao from Taikong Market. This Jin Wanbiao used to be a government soldier in his early years, and is good at using knives and sticks. He is a ruthless character and has over 50 ruffians working for him. They call themselves the Golden Stone Gang. In the past, the Golden Stone Gang relied on helping merchants from other places to make a living. But ever since the number of merchants in Lantian County increased, Jin Wanbiao had his eyes on this fat piece of meat in the city. Every month, he would send people to collect protection fees from all the merchants on the south street of the market. If anyone didn't pay, he would cause trouble every few days and make it impossible for them to do business. If a merchant reported to the authorities, his revenge would be even more vicious. If it was light, he would beat them up. If it was heavy, he would send people to burn down their shops. A few months ago, a cloth shop in the market caught fire, and it was done by Jin Wanbiao's subordinates. Constable Sun Qing of the Lantian County government walked beside Lu Feng. As they walked, he carefully reported to Lu Feng about the power behind Lai San. Ever since he knew that Li Zishuan planned to recruit 3 more teams of Yamen runners and deal a heavy blow to the public security and business environment of Lantian County, Constable Sun began to seriously investigate the source of the disaster in the market. He had been waiting for this day. This kind of villains who use their strength to commit crimes and bully the weak do not deserve to be called a government soldier of the Tang Empire. After listening to Sun Qing's report, Lu Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He then asked doubtfully, "This Jin Wanbiao has been committing crimes for so long. Could it be that county magistrate he can't do anything to him?" Constable Sun smiled bitterly. "General Liu, you don't know. Jin Wanbiao's subordinates are very stubborn. Even if they were caught by us, they would never admit that they were ordered by Jin Wanbiao. Moreover, Jin Wanbiao himself is very cunning. When he does something bad, he will not leave any evidence behind. Without evidence, the county government can't just casually arrest people. This is because it's said that one of Jin Wanbiao's good brothers is a lieutenant of the left guard. What's there to be afraid of a mere lieutenant of the left guard? Lu Feng glared with disdain. After all, he was a commander of the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards were the personal guards of the Emperor. They had their own pride. Naturally, he wouldn't care about a lieutenant of the left guard. After a pause, Lu Feng continued. Before we came, Marquis told me that as long as there is no evidence, we can directly arrest people who have caused trouble in Lantian County. After we return, we can slowly interrogate them. We must return Lantian County a clear sea banquet and a bright world. If there are any criminals who dare to resist, kill them all. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so personal guards of the Marquis residence who followed Lu Feng all loudly acknowledged the order. At this moment, Constable Sun could clearly feel that the surrounding air had become much colder. Murderous aura. This was a murderous aura. Constable Sun and the others had been constables in the Yamen for more than 10 years. Although they had seen dead people, when it came to killing people they hadn't experienced it that many times. Naturally, they were far inferior to Lu Feng and the other Imperial Guards who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boss. Not good. The people from the county government are coming here to kill us. At Taikong Square in the southwest of Lantian County, a hooligan hurriedly ran into a large courtyard and anxiously reported to the scar-faced man who was hugging a beautiful concubine and enjoying the shade under a tree. What? When the scar-faced man heard this, he pushed away the beautiful concubine in his arms and stood up with a whoosh. He looked at the hooligan and said, "You're saying that the constables from the county government are coming here? Which blind dog complained about us to the county yamen? Find out who it is and burn his shop." This scar-faced man was Jin Wanbiao. Back then, he had also been a government soldier and fought in wars. However, because of a leg injury, he had retired from the military camp. First, his life was rather poor. Later on, he realized that with his ferocious looks and decent martial arts skills, he could earn quite a bit of money by helping some merchants escort goods. Thus, he gathered a few fighters who knew a little about martial arts and started this business together. This was a bit like the escort agencies of the later generations. However, human greed could never be satisfied. Jin Wanbiao later realized that this business was still too slow to make money. Thus, he started a business of collecting protection fees from merchants. In his opinion, this business was actually no different from helping others escort goods in the past. It was all about the merchants spending money to ensure their safety. A few months ago, Lantian County held a football league tournament. Various shops opened like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Lantian County became the most prosperous county in the surrounding counties of Chang'an City. Jin Wanbiao saw a business opportunity in this and brought a group of underlings to enter Lantian County and started collecting protection fees. Relying on his ruthless way of doing things, he quickly earned a lot of money. His place of residence was also changed from the original dilapidated courtyard to the current luxurious courtyard. Moreover, he was able to have a beautiful wife by his side to serve him, which made Jin Wanbiao feel that he had walked to the peak of life. However, he didn't know that this pinnacle of life was actually the end of the road. The hooligan's face was bitter as he said, "Boss, it's not just the constables from the county government. I saw that Constable Sun had more than 10 martial arts experts by his side. Looking at their armor, they seem to be the Hofu's personal guards." The Hofu's personal guards. Jin Wanbiao's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Although he had some martial arts skills, this little bit of skill was enough to bully ordinary people, but it was completely insufficient to deal with the personal guards of the Marquis's household. After all, he also knew that among the Hofu's personal guards, many were from the Imperial Guards. Jin Wanbiao wasn't arrogant enough to go against the Imperial Guards. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Jin Wanbiao's expression changed. He instantly made a decision in his heart. He hurriedly ran into the house and hugged all his assets, a box of Tang Yuan, in his arms and prepared to escape through the door. Speaking of which, he had to thank Li Zixuan for introducing Tang Yuan back then to replace copper coins. Otherwise, with his current wealth, if it were to be converted into copper coins, 10 carriages wouldn't be able to carry them all. If it were to be converted into gold, it would probably be enough for him to carry. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape with the money in a short period of time. Ha! Our great gang leader Jean, where are you planning to go? Coincidentally, just as Jean Wanbiao was planning to escape, Lu Feng let Constable Sun and the others in breaking down the door. Seeing Jean Wanbiao hugging a red sandalwood box, Lu Feng said with a hint of mockery. When Lu Feng entered Taikong Square, he discovered a wretched man who immediately ran towards this yard upon seeing them. He guessed that the man might be reporting to Jean Wanbiao, so he hurriedly ordered them to speed up. That was how they managed to arrive before Jean Wanbiao escaped. Surround them all. Don't even let a fly escape. Constable Sun waved his hand at the Yamen runners behind him and shouted loudly. Currently, the number of Yamen runners in the county Yamen had increased to 180 people. Compared to the previous 50 people, it had more than tripled. This time he brought more than 100 people with him. In addition to the Imperial Guard experts that Lu Feng brought along to hold the line, Constable Sun finally had the confidence to face off against Jean Wanbiao and the others today. General Constable Sun, what's the meaning of this? I've always abided by the law and have never done anything evil. Why did you bring so many people here? In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Golden Stone gang in the courtyard were surrounded by bailiffs with weapons in their hands. Jean Wanbiao couldn't help but turn pale. He stiffened his neck and forced himself to look at Constable Sun and Lu Feng as he spoke. Lu Feng didn't care about a small fry like Jean Wanbiao at all. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Jean Wanbiao. He directly said coldly, Golden Stone gang members are suspected of disrupting the law and order of Lantian County and extorting protection fees from merchants. Arrest all of them and escort them back to the county Yamen for trial. Anyone who resists will be punished. Killed. Not killed. The words kill without mercy came out of Lu Feng's mouth. It was especially imposing, and also especially cold and threatening. The hooligans in the yard were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They had never seen a proper soldier like Lu Feng, who exuded a murderous aura. When they felt the air suddenly turn cold, the Golden Stone gang members were so scared that they wet their pants. Those who had weapons in their hands quickly put them down. Those who didn't have weapons quickly raised their hands and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. When Jean Wanbiao saw how cowardly his subordinates were, he couldn't help but burn with anger. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to lose his temper. He looked at Lu Feng and asked, General, the Golden Stone gang members have always abided by the law. Even if there are a few people who have broken the law, the general should just arrest them. Why do you want to arrest all of us? You want to arrest all of us without any evidence. You're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. Even though everyone knew that this was a very serious situation, when they heard Jean Wanbiao's words, they still couldn't help but want to laugh. Big brother, you're the leader of the hooligans, the boss of the gang. How can you say something so stupid? At that moment, Jean Wanbiao realized that he had said something that he shouldn't have in a moment of anger. His face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Lu Feng tried hard to hold back his laughter. With a straight face he snorted coldly and said, I don't need any evidence to arrest you. If you don't agree, you can go to the county jail and let the county magistrate decide. Now either you come with me or you die. You have no choice. Domineering. Only now did Jean Wanbiao realize that there was someone who was even more domineering and unreasonable than him. When a bully met someone who was even more domineering than him, the feeling was simply too bitter. General, please calm down. I'll go back with you. Jean Wanbiao gritted his teeth. He struggled in his heart. Several times he wanted to directly resist, but in the end, his rationality prevailed over his impulse. This was because he knew very well that in this situation, if he stubbornly resisted, it would be no different than courting death. He might as well go back with them to the county office. After all, the crimes he had committed were not enough to warrant the death penalty. Humph! Tie them all up and take them away. Lu Feng snorted coldly. He released his hand from the hilt of his saber and gave Jean Wanbiao a look that said, At least you know your place. Yes, General Lu. A group of Yamen runners quickly took out the ropes that they had prepared and began to tie up the Golden Stone gang members. Constable's son, who's the next target? After arranging for more than 30 Yamen runners to escort the Golden Stone gang members back to the county office, Lu Feng looked at Sun Qing and asked calmly, General Lu, the next target is the Vast Sea Gang. Their gang leader is called Xiao Haitian. He's in charge of collecting protection fees for the shops on North Street. Let's go. To the Vast Sea Gang. Chapter 14:10. Hey, have you heard? The Jinshur gang in the southwest of the county was wiped out by the county government's bailiffs yesterday afternoon. What? Has Jin Wanbiao been caught? Caught. I heard that all 58 members of the Jinshur gang have been locked up in the county government's prison. That's great. The Jinshur gang has done all kinds of bad things. Jin Wanbiao is even more brutal. Who knows how many merchants have been blackmailed by him? They should have been locked up long ago. Do you think that county magistrate he didn't want to catch Jin Wanbiao before? Isn't there no evidence then? What? There's evidence now? Hey! It's different this time. The one leading the team this time isn't Constable's son from the county government. It's the Hofu's personal guards. Even if Jin Wanbiao had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Whoa! Looks like Marquis can't stand these bullies anymore. Isn't that so? I heard that the Songhai gang in the north of the county was wiped out yesterday afternoon. Although their gang leader, Xiao Haitian, isn't as despicable as Jin Wanbiao, he still collected protection fees from many merchants. It's not just that. Other than these two gangs, many of the hooligans in the county were locked up yesterday afternoon. I have a nephew who works in the county government. I heard from him that the county government's prison cells are overcrowded. Officer who is in charge of these prisoners, didn't sleep a wink last night. Whoa, that's too exaggerated. Looks like Marquis really did make a move. Otherwise, no one would have such powerful means to capture all the hooligans in Lantian County in one fell swoop. No wonder yesterday afternoon, the 4 city gates of Lantian County were suddenly closed. Marquis wanted to get rid of these malignant tumors in the county. Now that these hooligans are gone, it feels like the security in the county is much better. Did you notice that there are a few more teams of bailiffs patrolling the streets today? I don't know if they're just patrolling for the past few days or they'll be patrolling in the future. If it's the latter, then there won't be any more hooligans extorting protection fees from merchants. Haha, what did I say yesterday? The establishment of the Department of Commerce by the county government is definitely a good thing for us merchants. Although they had to pay more business tax than before, without bullies like Jin Wanbiao and Hai Xiaotian extorting protection fees, the money saved was enough to pay the business tax. What's more, the merchants of Lantian County, other than being able to obtain priority supplies from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, their children can also attend the county school. All in all, this is definitely a good thing. That's right. If he were to do business in other counties, he would also be blackmailed by bullies like Jin Wanbiao. His monthly expenses might not even be less than the expenses of running a shop in Lantian County. That's why I support the Department of Commerce from the bottom of my heart. Just based on the fact that the Marquis has dealt with the bullies in the city in one fell swoop and helped us vent our anger, I Jin Fuguwei, will support the Marquis no matter what. Yes. We must support Marquis. The next day, the citizens of Lantian County who had woken up early could not help but gather in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss. The focus of the discussion was naturally the Heavenly Net operation in Lantian County yesterday. The merchants who were previously unhappy with the Department of Commerce and the new business tax law all changed their attitudes and began to praise the Department of Commerce. Quick, go take a look. The county government has put up a new notice. Coincidentally, at this moment, someone ran over and shouted, "You're too late." A new notice? It must have something to do with Jin Wanbiao and those bullies. Let's go take a look. No one knew who shouted, but immediately, the merchants and citizens gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and walked quickly towards the county government. In front of the county government's notice board, there were already 20 to 30 citizens gathered. A scholar read as he read, "Members of the Golden Stone Gang and Vast Ocean Gang have been extorting merchants in the city for the past few months, demanding protection fees, and committing crimes such as assault and arson. After the county government's trial, the criminals confessed to their crimes. The county magistrate has decided to send these human traffickers to the mines to serve 3 years of their sentence. The leaders of the two gangs will be exiled to Jingzhou. From today onwards, if anyone dares to extort merchants again, the county government will punish them severely. In order to maintain the public order of the city square, there will be bailiffs patrolling the city square every day. At the same time, the patrols in the city will be strengthened. We must ensure that the merchants have a good business environment and that the citizens have a stable living environment. If one looked closely at the relevant laws of the Tang and Song dynasties, they would find that the longest prison term in these two dynasties did not exceed 3 years. In other words, criminals would only be sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment or less. Most criminals would only be sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment or less. The laws of the Tang and Song dynasties use 3 years as the upper limit of the prison term. There were 5 levels of punishment from 1 to 3 years. The reason why there were no longer prison terms was mainly because the population in ancient times was not as large as in modern times. Human resources were also not as worthless as in modern times. In this era, every person was a very precious labor force that was used to develop production and farming. Once criminals were detained for a long period of time, it would have a huge impact on the production of the entire society. Moreover, the prison term in this era could not only be used to lock the criminals in prison. These criminals would also have to complete a high degree of forced labor in addition to being detained. This method was roughly similar to the prison term and reformed through labor in modern times. Therefore, the punishment given to the hooligans that were arrested yesterday was still very heavy. Great! This is great. In the future, no one in the city square will dare to collect protection fees. Marquis is really considerate of us merchants. This Department of Commerce is built well. That's right, that's right. In the future, we can be at ease and do business in a down-to-earth manner. Although the tax is too much, this old man is willing to pay. No, this old man also wants to buy a shop in Lantian County. Who has a shop and wants to sell it? The price is negotiable. After seeing the notice at the entrance of the county office, the citizens and merchants finally saw the determination of the county office to restore order in Lantian County. The merchants all heaved a sigh of relief and were even more elated. Isn't that Boss Chow from Chang'an City? Why did he bring so many cars with him? What's in those cars? Why don't we go and ask? Boss Chow is still very easy to talk to. While the crowd was discussing, they caught a glimpse of a carriage coming from the west side of the county office. The person in the lead was Chang'an City's #1 cloth merchant, Chow Wendong. Seeing Chow Wendong bring so many carriages to Lantian County, the citizens at the entrance of the county office could not help but discuss. Naturally, there were bold busybodies who came forward to ask, "Boss Chow, what are you going to do with such a large group of people?" Chow Wendong did not put on airs as he chuckled and said, "Yesterday, I heard that Lantian County has established a Department of Commerce that treats merchants, citizens, and craftsmen equally. Furthermore, the children of merchants can attend the county school. This made me very excited, because with the Department of Commerce, we merchants will no longer be looked down upon and bullied. Hence, after thinking about it, I decided to completely move my family to Lantian County. Anyway, there are a few shops in this city that I can use to let my son enter the county school." Last year, before Yanhuang College was established, Chow Wendong had repeatedly sought out Li Zishuan, wanting the latter to establish a chamber of commerce and help merchants raise their social status. At that time, Li Zishuan rejected his request due to personal reasons. Later, Li Zishuan established the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Although Chow Wendong joined the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, the status of merchants in society did not change. No matter where they were, merchants were lowly citizens who were despised by others. Now Li Zishuan planned to establish a Department of Commerce in Lantian County, specifically to protect the status and interests of merchants in society. Furthermore, it was clear that there was no difference between the status and social status of merchants and citizens. After receiving the news, Chow Wendong was overjoyed. He quickly packed up and moved his family to Lantian County. After all, it could be said that Lantian County was the only, and possibly the last, pure land for merchants in Tang Dynasty. Only here could the merchants obtain fair and just social treatment and social status. Furthermore, they could obtain the opportunity to enter the county school. In Chow Wendong's opinion, these two things were good things that couldn't be exchanged with money. What? Boss Chow? You want to move to Lantian County? After hearing Chow Wendong's words, the merchants could not help but exclaim. Chow Wendong smiled faintly and said, "Why? Don't I look like it? This old man has already bought a mansion in Lantian County, in Yong'an Lane. When the time comes, I can even become Marquis's close neighbor." "But Boss Chow, what about your cloth shop in Chang'an City?" At this moment someone asked again. Chow Wendong did not care and said, "Then just treat it as a branch. In the future, the Chow family's shop in Lantian County will be the main shop." When everyone heard this, they instantly looked at each other. In their hearts, they naturally categorized Chow Wendong as the rich and willful type of person. After all, although the commercial scale of Lantian County today was many times larger than before, compared to Chang'an City, Lantian County was still far behind. Now that Chow Wendong was willing to treat the shop in Chang'an City as a branch and move his entire family to Lantian County, he was really rich and willful. Now that most of the local ruffians in the city have been arrested, the Department of Commerce will officially begin to carry out its tasks. However, we must always pay attention to the public security in the city to prevent evil forces like Jin Wanbiao from reviving. After all, it was not easy to stabilize Lantian County. Once it becomes chaotic again, it will be really difficult to govern. At the back office of Lantian County, Li Zixuan said to the officials in the county office. Yesterday, it was indeed Li Zixuan's idea to let Lu Feng take the lead to help the county office arrest the ruffians. Although he did not manage to arrest all of the local ruffians in the city, the majority of them that he caught could at least have a deterrent effect. Those who escaped the net would not dare to cause trouble in the city anymore. Of course, the reason why he chose to rectify the public security in Lantian County at this time, other than to establish prestige for the Department of Commerce and let more merchants believe in the Department of Commerce, Li Zixuan also had a small selfish motive. That was, his family had now all moved to the Ho's mansion in Yong'an Lane, including Lan'er and Han Yushi. They had all moved over 2 days ago. Li Zixuan did not want those local ruffians in the city to affect his family. Although the people in the Ho's mansion would usually have attendants or guards when they went out, who could guarantee that they would have guards with them every time they went out? What if there were no guards and they met some ruffians who did not know their place? How bad would that be? Therefore, instead of being on guard all day and night, it was better to directly wipe out all the major evil forces in the city. This way, those small fries that had escaped the net would be quiet for a very, very long time, and would not have the chance to continue doing evil. This official will remember Marquis's teachings. County magistrate, he cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and replied. Li Zixuan nodded and asked again. How is the construction of the canal in the county going? How is the installation of the water wheel going? It was almost the middle of May. Looking at the weather that was getting hotter by the day, it was impossible for Li Zixuan not to be anxious. County magistrate, he cupped his hands excitedly and replied. Marquis, under the joint efforts of the county's citizens, the construction of the cement canal in our county is nearing completion. As for the installation of the water wheels at the various key points, there are less than 5 water wheels that have not been installed yet. It is estimated that by the day after tomorrow, the reservoir can be opened and the water can be checked to see if our canal and water wheels can operate normally. So fast? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and was very surprised. Counting the days, it had only been 10 days. A county's cement canal was almost completed? This construction speed would make countless people in the modern era blush with shame. County magistrate, he smiled and said, Marquis, you may not know, but after the citizens of Lantian County knew that you had built a water wheel that could automatically move water, their enthusiasm for the canal construction immediately rose. Men, women, old and young regardless of age, all joined in the construction of the canal. Even if they did not receive wages, those people were still willing to help with the canal construction. In addition, in order to rush the work, some villages even adopted a 2-shift system of working during the day and at night. It was because of the villagers of the various villages that the construction progress was so fast. The current situation was all thanks to the news on Datong Daily, a few days ago. It had completely encouraged the citizens to build the canal. Compared to the number of people reported to the county government, the number of people building the canal was 3 times more than before. With so much enthusiasm and so many people accumulating strength to make the choice, Li Zixuan smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good. Very good. Once the canal is completed, immediately send someone to inform me. Time waits for no one. Our county needs to start watering the land as soon as possible." This official obeys. Librarian Hu, Constable Sun, County Deputy Meng, County Magistrate Wang, and Registrar Zhang all bowed and replied. Chapter 14:11. Young Master. This is the thin-walled glass bottle that you wanted. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Uncle Fu brought over a glass bottle that was spherical at the bottom and cylindrical at the top. The top part of the glass bottle was engraved with threads, which matched with an iron screw cap. When the cap was tight, it could ensure that the air outside the bottle would not enter the bottle. This was the main body of the light bulb that Li Zixuan wanted. Very good. Faubert. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zixuan took the spherical glass bottle and looked it up and down, then smiled at Faubert. Hee. It's a piece of cake, no trouble at all. Faubert smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the glass manufacturing technology in the workshop had matured, and they could manufacture glass of all shapes and sizes. After hesitating for a moment, Faubert asked, "I wonder what you intend to do with this glass bottle?" Faubert was convinced by Li Zixuan's various strange ideas. Today, Li Zixuan suddenly took out a blueprint and asked him to help him make such a strange glass bottle. Faubert guessed that Li Zixuan must be up to something new. Sure enough, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Faubert, I intend to use this bottle to make a lamp that doesn't need oil or wax. It uses electricity to light it up, so I call it an electric lamp." That's right, Li Zixuan came over today to make an electric lamp. More than 10 days ago, he had promised Mo Huai that when the Ba River Dam in Lantian County was opened, he would make an electric appliance to check if the generator was generating electricity properly, and if the transformer was converting voltage properly. Now that all the canal construction and water wheel installation work in Lantian County had come to an end, he could not go back on his word. So, after leaving the county office, he went straight to the workshop to make an electric lamp. Electric lamp? Wow! Yamacho, you're finally going to make an electric lamp? At this moment, Mo Lingwei happened to pass by the corridor. After hearing Li Zixuan's words, she could not help but push the door open and enter, her face full of surprise. Unlike the old Faubert, Mo Lingwei, who was familiar with physics textbooks, naturally knew what the electric lamp that Li Zixuan mentioned was. Because she knew, she was so excited. Li Zixuan looked at Mo Lingwei, who had broken in the door, and was speechless. He thought to himself, this girl is always so energetic. He did not know when she would become more ladylike. I'm going to make an electric lamp, what? Ink Girl is interested in this electric lamp? After a pause, Li Zixuan said, "Yes. Interested. Of course I'm interested. Previously, I heard from my dad that Yamacho, you were going to make an electric appliance when the generator was running. At that time, I guessed that Yamacho, you were definitely going to make an electric lamp." Mo Lingwei nodded excitedly, secretly congratulating herself for her good luck today. She did not miss such a good show. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Since Ink Girl is interested, stay and help me." Where are you?" At this moment, Yin Xiaoning's shout came from the corridor outside the house. Now that the work at the hydropower station had basically come to an end, the burden on Yin Xiaoning's body had become much lighter. Only then could he have time to wander around, and have time to be intimate with Mo Lingwei. Mo Lingwei could not help but frown when she heard Yin Xiaoning's shout from outside. She snorted a little angrily and did not answer. It seemed that this girl was probably angry with Yin Xiaoning. Faubert was old and experienced. How could he not tell that this young couple was quarreling? He shook his head and smiled and said, "Young master, there are still some things to do at the steel mill. If there's nothing here, I'll go over." After saying that, he gave Li Zixuan an imperceptible look. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat and he quickly replied, Oh, Faubert, if you have something to do, go ahead. But don't tire yourself out." Faubert nodded and pushed the door open. "Ink Girl, Xiaoning is calling you. Why didn't you answer?" After Faubert left, Li Zixuan looked at Mo Lingwei and asked with a smile. Humph. That block of wood, whoever wants to talk to him can talk to him. I'm not going to talk to him. Mo Lingwei lifted her chin and snorted with her nose. She said in a bad mood. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yin Xiaoning ran in and went straight to Mo Lingwei. He held the latter's hand and said, Wei, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? Don't ignore me. Li Zixuan hurriedly turned around. See no evil, see no evil. In order to prevent these two from taking a step further and doing something out of line, he quickly coughed twice to indicate his presence. Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes at Pang Feiji and quickly pulled her hands back. She took 2 steps back and said, Humph, why are you still looking for me? I don't want to see you again. Go away. Oh right, how did you know that I'm here? How did he know? Faubert must have told him just now. Li Zixuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was said that a woman in love had a negative IQ. If it was in the past, Mo Lingwei would definitely not ask such a stupid question. Faubert used to be the manager of the Yin family's workshop. Needless to say, he had a good relationship with Yin Xiaoning. When he saw Mo Lingwei and Yin Xiaoning quarreling, Faubert couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He said that he had something to do just now, but in fact, he wanted to secretly inform Yin Xiaoning. Needless to say, Faubert had also learned bad things. Wei, I said something wrong yesterday. I know that I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? Yin Xiaoning took 2 steps forward and said to Mo Lingwei bitterly. Humph. Don't you understand what I said? I don't want to see you again. Go away. Mo Lingwei's face was cold and she was still unmoved. Cough cough. Ink girl, you guys continue. I'll go next door and be the third wheel. As the saying goes, beating is a sign of affection and scolding is a sign of love. Although Mo Lingwei's words meant to keep Mo Lingwei at arm's length, Li Zixuan was an experienced person. How could he not understand that Mo Lingwei was actually full of affection for Yin Xiaoning? Li Zixuan didn't want to stay here and be the third wheel, so he could only go next door and be the third wheel in the laboratory. Ah, Yamacho. I'll go too. Mo Lingwei heard and quickly chased after him. I'll go too. Where Xiaoxian, wait for me. Yin Xiaoning saw and chased after them. Li Zixuan, who was outside the room, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He was speechless. He thought to himself, aren't these 2 clowns here to cause trouble for me? Xiaoning, Ink girl, I can be the third wheel alone. You two don't need to come over and help. Just continue bickering. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at the group of lovebirds. He spread his hands and said helplessly, Who's bickering with him? I don't even know him. Mo Lingwei pouted and said angrily. Yin Xiaoning quickly said, Xiaoxian, what are you talking about? Who's bickering? I'm on good terms with Wei. Where I heard that there's an opera troupe in the county. Shall we go and take a look later? The son of the Minister of Works, a straightforward and ruthless technical geek, had now become a little bootlicker. It was really hard to fathom the fate of the world. Li Zixuan shook his head and walked towards the laboratory. He couldn't be bothered with these 2 anymore. Humph. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Yamacho, wait for me. Xiaoning, go and make 2 holes in this bottle cap. I've already drawn the positions of the holes. As for the size of the holes, you can just use the thickness of this screw. In the laboratory, Li Zixuan passed the cap of the previous glass bottle and a slender screw rod to Yin Xiaoning and instructed him. The workshop didn't have any lathes now, so the screw had to be polished manually. However, since the dam had been built, Li Zixuan might be able to try making all kinds of hydraulic lathes. As for electric lathes, it would probably be a long way to go. Oh, no problem. I'll get it done right away. Yin Xiaoning took the bottle cap and screw and replied. Before he left, he turned to Mo Lingwei and said, Where? I'm going to the workshop in the front yard. I'll be back in a while. Okay. Mo Lingwei replied softly and didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, the 2 of them had the same hobby. They both liked to tinker with new things. Once they entered the working state, they would forget about other things. Therefore, Li Zixuan brought them here to be third wheels. In another way, it could be said that he was helping Yin Xiaoning. Ink girl, please cut a small section of this candle. It should be as thin as a pencil and as long as the joint of a pinky finger. Li Zixuan took out a candle and a small knife and handed it over. Okay. Yamacho. Mo Lingwei didn't understand why Li Zixuan wanted to cut a candle, but she was smart enough not to ask. After all, the answer would come out in no time. At this time, Li Zixuan wrapped the middle section of the 2 screw rods with a thin rubber ring. After that, he used a pair of tweezers to hold the screw rods and roasted them over the flame of an alcohol lamp. The rubber ring softened quickly and stuck tightly to the middle section of the screw rods. After that, he took out a piece of charred bamboo wire and carefully fixed the 2 ends of the bamboo wire to the lower end of the screw rods with 2 nuts. At the same time, he bent the bamboo wire into a beautiful arc. At this time, Yin Xiaoning came back from outside. Xiaoxian here, the bottle cap is done. Do you think it's okay? Yin Xiaoning handed over the bottle cap and screw rods and said. Li Zixuan took it and looked at it seriously. He nodded and praised. Okay. Not bad. The thickness is just right. Looks like Xiaoning's skills haven't fallen behind. Yin Xiaoning said proudly. Of course. In this workshop, other than Faubert and you, my skills are definitely the best. TSK. You're boasting shamelessly again. Why don't we have a competition later? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and attacked him mercilessly. She could temporarily put aside the conflict between them, but it didn't mean that she could tolerate Yin Xiaoning's boasting. Yin Xiaoning immediately became listless. He quickly remedied and said, Haha, I was wrong just now. I should say that other than Faubert, Xiaoxian, and you, where my skills are the best in the workshop. Mo Lingwei snorted. Then she handed the peeled candle in her hand to Li Zixuan and said, Yamacho, this is the small candle you wanted. Do you think the size is okay? Li Zixuan took it and smiled. Okay. It's perfect. Thank you, Ink Girl. Mo Lingwei glanced at Yin Xiaoning proudly and said, Did you hear that? It's not bad and it's perfect. Do you know the difference in your heart? She wanted to say, Do you know the difference in your heart? But then she felt that it would be rude to say that, so she removed the word. Ever since Li Zixuan told Chung Chumo on Arbor Day in March that he would like to plant a tree in your heart on Arbor Day next year, and the name of that tree would be the Force Tree. This phrase became popular in Yanhuang College. Sometimes even the teachers in the college would say, Do you know the difference in your heart? When Li Zixuan found out about this, he felt very helpless. Chung Chumo was even more unlucky. He was often teased by people with this phrase. God knows how many people in the college had planted a tree in his heart. When Yaojin heard about this, she was depressed. She even called Chung Chumo to the backyard and asked him why so many people wanted to plant a tree in his heart. This made Chung Chumo feel very awkward. He wished he could give Li Zixuan a good beating. However, he had to be able to beat Li Zixuan first. I know the difference in my heart. I know the difference in my heart. Yin Xiaoning quickly said when he saw Mo Lingwei looking at him. Li Zixuan sighed. All right. Now everything is ready. The lights will be ready soon. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei and Yin Xiaoning stopped bickering and turned their attention to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan put the screw that was connected to the carbonized bamboo wire through the 2 round holes on the bottle cap. Then he got some rubber, melted it, and stuck it in the tiny gap between the hole of the bottle cap and the screw. This ensured that the bottle cap would remain sealed after it was placed on the glass bottle and would not leak any air. After doing all this, he lit the candle and dropped a few drops of melted wax on the bottle cap. Then, he pressed the candle against the few drops of wax to fix it. Then, he held the bottle cap in one hand and the glass bottle in the other. He quickly turned the bottle cap upside down and tightened it. The oxygen in the air in the bottle was quickly depleted. The burning candle was extinguished as well. This proved that there was no more oxygen in the bottle. Modern light bulbs were filled with inert gas, such as nitrogen, to prevent the filament from oxidizing. Li Zixuan didn't have the conditions to fill it with nitrogen, nor did he have the conditions to empty the air in the light bulb. Therefore, he came up with this simple and convenient method to remove the oxygen in the light bulb. The effect wasn't much different. Yamacho, I understand now. You're doing this to remove the oxygen in order to prevent the carbonized bamboo wire from burning due to the high temperature after it's electrified, right? Mo Lingwei was quick-witted. After seeing Li Zixuan's actions, she thought for a while and understood the key point. She couldn't help but be excited. Hee. Ink Girl's intelligence is outstanding. It's admirable. After the carbonized bamboo wire is electrified, it will indeed emit light and heat. I've experimented with this before. However, when the carbonized bamboo wire is electrified in the air, it will quickly burn out. So, let's see if it can continue to emit light for a long time without oxygen. Xiaoning, bring some batteries over. We'll test it immediately. Ooh. Chapter 14:12. Last year, when Li Zixuan was making telegraphs and voltaic batteries in the workshop, he had used a charcoal bamboo wire to conduct an experiment. The moment the wire was energized, it would emit a bright light. However, it was only for a moment. After that moment of light, the bamboo wire would burn into ashes due to heat. Although the experiment failed, it at least proved that the charcoal bamboo wire could be used as a lamp wire. As long as it was not exposed to oxygen, it could be used to ensure its lifespan. Today, Li Zixuan used candles to consume oxygen to ensure that there was no oxygen in the light bulb. In this way, the light bulb made from charcoal bamboo wire could be used for a very long time. In 1854, a German clockmaker, Henry Gerber, who had immigrated to America, used a piece of charcoal bamboo wire placed in a vacuum glass bottle to make the first practical electric light bulb. It lasted for 400 hours, but he did not apply for a patent in time. In 1874, two electrical engineers in Canada applied for a patent for an electric light bulb. Nitrogen gas was placed under a glass bulb, and the carbon rod was energized to emit light. However, they did not have enough money to continue perfecting this invention, so they sold the patent to Edison in 1875. After Edison bought the patent, he tried to improve the lamp wire. Finally, in 1880, he made a charcoal bamboo wire lamp that could last for 1,200 hours. This was already quite impressive. One must know that the lifespan of a tungsten lamp was only around 1,500 hours. Before discovering and mining tungsten ores, using charcoal bamboo wire to replace tungsten wire was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Xiao Xian, I brought the batteries. Is 5 enough? According to Li Zixuan's instructions, Yan Xiaoning carried 5 voltaic batteries and walked into the laboratory. Li Zixuan frowned and said, "It shouldn't be enough, but let's try it out first." The voltaic batteries made by the workshop to energize telegraphs had a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 500 milliamperes. 5 of them in series only had a voltage of about 5 volts. However, the light bulb in his hand was not small. The charcoal bamboo wire inside was wound into a spiral shape, so the length was longer and the resistance was higher. 5 volts and 500 milliamperes of current were probably not enough to light it up. After saying that, Li Zixuan connected the 5 batteries in series. Then from the top of the light bulb, he pulled out 2 copper wires. One end was connected to the positive electrode, the other end was connected to the negative electrode. Suddenly, the charcoal bamboo wire in the light bulb lit up faintly. This light was not as fleeting as the previous experiment. Instead, it lasted for a long time. Seeing this, Li Zixuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's lit. It's lit. Yamacho, the light bulb is really lit. In the laboratory, Mo Lingwei saw the faint light from the electric lamp and couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Yup, it just feels like the brightness is not enough. Yan Xiaoning looked up and down for a while and said regretfully, "That's because the voltage is too low. If we increase the voltage, it will definitely be brighter. At least it will be brighter than a candle." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Yup, then can't we just ask Xiaoningzi to bring a few more batteries? Xiaoningzi, go quickly." Mo Lingwei pouted and ordered Yan Xiaoning. Okay. Then I'll go get 5 more batteries." In the face of the goddess's will, how could Yan Xiaoning dare to disobey? He quickly stood up and was about to walk out of the house. Speaking of which, the voltaic batteries made of salt water had a very low efficiency. Therefore, every voltaic battery was integrated with many small compartments to ensure that the voltage of each battery could be used. In this way, the weight of each battery was not light. The 5 batteries added together weighed about 10 kilograms. Speaking of which, it was quite difficult for Yan Xiaoning. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly said, "Forget it. There's no need. Since the light bulb can keep on, it means that our idea of making the light bulb is correct. It won't be too late to do the experiment when the dam is opened and the generator is officially generating electricity the day after tomorrow. Taking advantage of this time, we need to make a few sets of light bulbs with different voltages and leave them for the experiment with the generator and transformer the day after tomorrow. After all, no one knows what the voltage of the generator is. What's the voltage after the transformer conversion? Speaking of which, what did the Academy lack the most? That would be all kinds of instruments and measuring tools. First of all, due to the limitations of the technological conditions, the various measuring tools in ancient times were actually not accurate. Although the precision of things like rulers, scales, and measuring buckets could meet the daily needs, if used for precision manufacturing, it was far from enough. Now, because of the Ba hydropower station, Lantian County would be able to use electricity very soon. When it came to electricity, it would require measuring instruments such as voltmeters, ammeters, and ohmmeters. These things were not easy to manufacture. Furthermore, the unit standards for these new physical quantities had to be carefully considered and approved by the majority. Li Zixuan planned to gather the elites of the Academy and establish the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution to unify the old units of measurement and set up a new standard for the new physical quantities. In addition, the measuring tools and measuring instruments used in engineering in the future would require the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution to make a standard instrument. All the related instruments would have to be calibrated according to this standard instrument to ensure that the error was within an acceptable range. After the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution was established, Li Zixuan could continue to use the modern units of measurement such as meter, kilometer, gram, kilogram, volt, ampere, watt, kilowatt, and so on. Furthermore, to engage in precision manufacturing in the Tang Dynasty, the first step was not to build machines, but to unify the measurement standards and create more precise measuring tools. Only then could they create more precise machine tools and more precise parts. There was a saying that went, "A little mistake can lead to a great error." This saying was most suitable in the field of precision manufacturing. Oh, that's fine too. But Yamacho, how can we make the voltage of the lamp filament different? Mo Lingwei nodded thoughtfully, then asked doubtfully. Yan Xiaoning also looked at Li Zixuan. Mo Lingwei didn't understand the electricity part of the textbook. If Mo Lingwei didn't understand it, he naturally wouldn't understand it either. Li Zixuan thought for a while and explained, under the same voltage, the lower the resistance of the filament, the higher the current passing through it. For example, if we connect a wire directly to the positive and negative ends of a battery, although the voltage of the battery is small, the resistance of the wire is close to zero. The current passing through it will be infinite, and the temperature of the wire and the battery will increase rapidly. Therefore, the higher the resistance, the higher the voltage it can withstand. The reason why I made the filament into a spiral shape is to increase the length of the filament. The longer the filament, the higher the resistance. On the other hand, by making the filament into a spiral shape, it is equivalent to an inductor. In a DC stabilized circuit, the inductor is equivalent to a short circuit, and the resistance is negligible. But in a sinusoidal alternating current, the inductor will form a certain resistance to the current. There will be voltage on both sides, and there will also be current passing through. The lower the frequency of the sinusoidal alternating current, the lower the resistance of the inductor, which is equivalent to a low-pass filter. Therefore, by making the filament into a spiral shape, it is more beneficial to increase the voltage of the bulb. Mo Lingwei listened and digested it seriously for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes, Yamacho, I understand. Then let me make the electric lamps with different voltage values." She saw the whole process of Li Zixuan making the electric lamps. Overall, it wasn't difficult, so she took the initiative to ask. Li Zixuan nodded and stood up. "That's good. Then I'll have to trouble Ink Girl." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yan Xiaoning and walked out of the door. "Hee. Wei Er, I'll help you." "Humph. Who needs your help?" "No. You see, we can't let a girl like you do this kind of rough work, right?" That makes sense." Outside the house, Li Zixuan heard the conversation between the two and could not help but shake his head. He sighed as he walked. "Sigh. What a pair of quarrelsome lovers. Open the gate. Let the water flow." 2 days later, all the construction of the canals and the installation of the water wheel in Lantian County had been completed. In Lantian County, Hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land that had been dry for more than half a month could finally be nourished again. Next to the Ba River Dam, under Li Zishuan's command, a gate of the dam was opened. The surging river water in the dam rolled down, and the water flowed directly into the canals through the water wheel. Then it flowed along the canals happily and surged forward. There's water. There's water. There's finally water flowing into the fields. That's great. That's great. Marquis is merciful. Otherwise, with this year's drought, our crops might not be harvested at all. Yes. Yes. I heard that Marquis spent hundreds of thousands of strings of cash to build this dam. And this canals, I heard that the cement used in it was all provided by Marquis himself. This stuff can't even be bought outside, but Marquis used it to build our canals. We must remember Marquis's kindness for the rest of our lives. That's a must. To have such a good Marquis, our ancestors must have burned incense to thank them. Whoever doesn't remember Marquis's kindness is an ingrate and should be poked in the back. Looking at the large amount of water flowing into the newly built cement canals, the onlookers on the banks of the Ba River burst into cheers. County Magistrate He, immediately send people to each village to see if there's any problem with the water. If there's any problem, report to me immediately. On the bank, Li Zishuan ordered with his hands behind his back. It was said that Lantian County was the first county around Chang'an City to divert water into the fields. The main reason was that the canals were built early, and the canals were completed early. And because of the dam, Lantian County had an abundant water source, which provided a huge convenience. So while other counties were busy building canals and loading water trucks, Lantian County had already diverted the water from the Ba River Dam into the fields. County Magistrate He's face was glowing. Lantian County was the first county to divert water into the fields. As a county magistrate, he was also proud. In the end, it was not in vain that he had led all the officials in the county yamen to work hard for the past few days. Hearing Li Zishuan's order, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. I've already arranged for people to be stationed at each village. They will be here soon to report the situation to me." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad. Then report to me later." Yamacho, a generator has started operating. The relays and transformers have been installed. Do you want to take a look? At this moment, Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei walked over from the embankment of the dam and said to Li Zishuan, "Try." "Of course I have to try." Li Zishuan was shocked. Opening the dam to release water and irrigate the fields was important, but whether the generator could generate electricity was even more important. This was related to whether Lantian County could be directly brought from the age of agriculture to the age of electricity. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Mr. Mo, in a while, use the relay switch to cut off the generator's output power. Then, connect the lights in parallel and turn on the relay switch to see if the lights can be turned on properly. The generator outputs high voltage alternating current. If you're not careful, your life will be in danger. You must be careful when using electricity. It's best to wear insulated rubber gloves." Mo Huai nodded solemnly and said, "Yamacho, I understand." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the dam's control room. After a while, under the curious gazes of the surrounding people, someone began to set up electric wires by the riverbank. There were more than 10 fist-sized glass balls on the wires. The crowd couldn't help but discuss. "What is Marquis doing? These wires don't look like hemp rope." "Of course they're not hemp rope. The wires are wrapped in rubber. As for what's inside, that's unknown." "Rubber? This thing was very precious. I wonder what's inside. Marquis is willing to spend so much. I want to know what those glass balls are for. I feel like Marquis is going to do something new again." The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The Yanhuang College teachers who came to watch the ceremony were all clenching their fists tightly. They prayed in their hearts that the first generator experiment would succeed. The construction of the generator and the power station could not be done without the silent efforts of the teachers of the college. The dam could be built by the people as long as the drawings were drawn. However, the hydropower station was different. It required the guidance of someone who was proficient in this field. As the first trump card project of Yanhuang College, the teachers of the college, especially the teachers of the physics department, had contributed a lot of energy to the construction of the hydropower station over the past few months. As for whether it would succeed or not, it would depend on the experiment today. Yamacho, everything is ready. Do you want to turn on the switch and turn on the lights? An hour later, Mo Huai walked over and cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan as he asked, "Turn on the lights. Be careful." Li Zixuan secretly clenched his hands and nodded. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Chapter 14:13. Master, let me do it. Lantian County, in front of the Ba River Dam. Li Zixuan ordered and was about to turn on the relay switch for the generator's output power when Mo Chui stepped forward and cupped his fists at Mo Huai. The ancients were particular about respecting their teachers. Li Zixuan said that the generator produced high-voltage electricity, and any carelessness could cost one's life. That was why Mo Chui volunteered. Mo Huai smiled and immediately refused. No need. This electromagnetic relay uses a weak current to control a strong current. It won't be dangerous. Besides, if something happens, my reaction speed is much faster than yours. Li Zixuan nodded when he heard that. The electromagnetic relay was indeed an automatic switch that used a smaller current and a lower voltage to control a larger current and a higher voltage. There was no danger in itself. This kind of switch was often used in strong current working environments. That was why Li Zixuan had asked Mo Huai and the others to make this thing in advance more than half a month ago. After Mo Huai finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the dam. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the electric lights on the riverbank suddenly lit up, but soon there was the sound of explosions. 4 light bulbs exploded. Fortunately, Li Zixuan was prepared and did not let anyone stand near the light bulbs. Otherwise, the glass shards that shot out in all directions would have pierced their flesh, and would have either died or been injured. However, the other 6 light bulbs lit up normally. Other than the difference in brightness, there was nothing unusual about them. The light bulbs are on. Our generator is a success. Mo Huai looked at the 6 light bulbs and said excitedly, "Oh, it's a success. We've succeeded." The teachers of the Yanhuang Academy burst into loud cheers at this moment. They had succeeded. Under Li Zixuan's guidance, they had successfully created electricity. This achievement was enough to go down in history. When the onlookers on the shore saw the transparent glass ball suddenly emit a strong light, they could not help but exclaim, "Quick! Look, that glass ball is glowing." "Oh my God! Marquis made a glowing glass ball. This is amazing." No, it seemed that Marquis wasn't the only one who did it. All the teachers from Yanhuang College seemed to have participated as well. Yanhuang College is indeed a place of immortals. The people who come from there are indeed different. They all have immortal means. Isn't it? Other people could turn stone into gold, but the teachers from Yanhuang College were able to turn a non-luminous glazed ball into a luminous pearl. It's truly the work of a god. Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction when he heard the cheers of the academy and the exclamations of the surrounding people. He said to Mo Huai and the others, "Although only a few light bulbs have been lit, this shows that our thinking and methods are correct. We have already taken a small step towards success. Next, with everyone's joint efforts, we will definitely be able to make the electricity generated by the Ba hydropower station supply the entire Lantian. Today's era of electricity will be started by us." Good. Yamacho said it well. Our Yanhuang College will be the first to create electricity and let all the people use it. Haha. With this electric light, you won't find the light dim when you read at night. That's right. With the electric light, the academy can let the students attend classes at night in the future. The teachers from the academy cheered loudly. What did cultured people like to do the most? Needless to say, it was definitely reading. At this moment, most of the teachers saw the electric light and couldn't help but think of reading. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the students because the evening self-study era of Yanhuang College was about to begin. It might be difficult for the power of this hydropower station to supply the entire Lantian County, but it was not a problem to supply Yanhuang College on Yunshan Mountain. At that time, the students would definitely have to start the evening self-study at night. Thinking back to when Li Zixuan was in school, The evening self-study was his most painful memory. Obviously, he was tired from the day and wanted to rest, but the teacher didn't let him. Instead, he had to suffer in the several hours of evening self-study. Just thinking about it made him suffer. Now, he could finally pass this sin on to his students. This feeling of gloating. Humph! You brat! Fortunately, I usually treat you generously, but now that you have something good here, you forget about me. Just when everyone was feeling very proud, Li Erlong walked with 2 guards behind him. Unknowingly, he walked behind Li Zixuan and then said in a bad mood. Li Zixuan was shocked. He secretly wondered how old Li could appear and disappear so mysteriously. This person was scaring people to death. This subject greets your majesty. Li Zixuan quickly came back to his senses and bowed. Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, your majesty. The shore of Ba River, which was noisy just now, immediately quieted down. The teachers from Yanhuang College and the onlookers all bowed to Li Erlong. Li Erlong waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Today, I came only to see the electricity produced by Yanhuang College." He had also received news yesterday that the Ba River Dam would be open today, and Li Zixuan would use this opportunity to test the power generation function of the generator. As for the new electric light bulb, it was an unexpected surprise to him. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Why did your majesty say that?" This subject originally wanted to wait for the generator power to be stable, and then connect the wires to the palace. At that time, the palace can also use electric lights. The relevant technology is not mature yet, and the palace is an important place in the empire. This subject does not dare to take the risk. These words were obviously nonsense that he had spouted on the spot. But to be honest, Li Erping had always treated him well. His stubborn temper had caused him quite a bit of trouble, but Li Erping had always forgiven him. Not only that, he had become a marquis at such a young age. In addition to his official position, he had also received many other rewards, such as mineral resources. Even if Li Erping didn't mention these things, Li Zixuan would still be grateful. It was said that the imperial family was the most ruthless, but Li Erlong was impeccable to his subject. Most of the time, Li Zixuan was more like an elder in his heart, not the ruler of a country. Therefore, when the power generation technology of the hydropower station matured, it would definitely be connected to the palace. Hearing this, Li Erlong nodded in satisfaction and said, "Humph, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, but with your words, Jean's heart feels a little better. This electric light can really be called a divine object. This thing is brighter than candles and oil lamps. With it, the night can be as bright as day. Oil lamps burn oil and candles burn wax. Could it be that this electric light burns electricity?" Li Zixuan nodded and replied, "Replying to your majesty, this electric light consumes electricity and does not burn electricity. This subject has said before that in the universe, energy is conserved. The reason why this electric light can emit light is nothing more than the conversion of electricity into light energy." Electricity? Light energy? Li Erlong muttered and then asked doubtfully, "Could it be that this light has energy?" This was the first time he heard the term light energy. In his opinion, sunlight could be seen every day, so how could there be energy? Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this light is originally a type of energy. According to this subject's knowledge, the reason why this plant can grow is because it relies on the energy brought by sunlight. It combines a component in the air with water to form organic matter that is beneficial for plant growth. Therefore, plant growth generally cannot be separated from water and sunlight." Li Erlong raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was the first time he heard that plants relied on the absorption of light energy to grow. Although he was somewhat skeptical, he did not delve deeper into this issue. He turned to look at the electric light that was hung up. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He could not help but say, "Good stuff. Good stuff. Quickly set up all your power stations. We look forward to the citizens of Tang Empire being able to use electricity and electric lights. At that time, you will become a subject that brings light to the citizens of this world, and we will become an emperor that brings light to the citizens of this world." "Haha." Li Zixuan bowed and said, "This subject obeys your majesty. Bringing light to the people of this world, what a heavy and great ideal. At this time Li Erlong looked at the surging river water in the ditch and said with emotion, "Back then you spent a huge amount of money to build this dam. Who knows how many people talked about you being a wastrel behind your back. Today, no one would have thought that because of this dam, hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land and tens of thousands of citizens of Lantian County were saved. Today, Lantian County has become the first county in the entire Guangdong region to successfully divert water from a ditch. Marquis Yong'an, your contributions cannot go unnoticed." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty's words are too serious. The reason why Lantian County was able to successfully divert water so quickly was definitely not because of this subject's efforts alone. The officials of Lantian County, and the tens of thousands of citizens of the 50 over villages of Lantian County all contributed greatly. Without their hard work and rushing work day and night, even if this subject had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be impossible for this subject to clear the ditch and successfully divert water in such a short time." When County Magistrate He and the rest heard Li Zishuan mention themselves in front of Li Erlong, all of them stood up straight. Their hearts were also in their throats and they were extremely excited. When Li Erlong heard this, he looked indifferently at County Magistrate He and the rest of the people standing by the side. He nodded lightly and said, "Who has contributed and who has not contributed, we know in our hearts. However, this cement ditch of yours does indeed look much better than normal ditches. If it wasn't for the limited amount of cement produced by your workshop, we would have planned to promote this cement ditch in other places." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. In less than 2 years, the cement produced by Lantian County will definitely be able to satisfy the needs of the entire Tang Empire." Here he played a little trick. He said Lantian County and not the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. The deeper meaning in his words could only be understood by those who were as meticulous as hair. "Good. Then we shall wait for your good news. Hee. Xiaoning, did you quarrel with Ink Girl again recently?" After Li Erlong left, the riverbank of Ba River also began to clean up the area. The light bulbs and wires were all removed. Otherwise, if some naughty child accidentally touched the wires, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the way back to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan walked to Yin Xiaoning's side and asked with a smile, No, we are all fine." Yin Xiaoning was startled and quickly replied. Li Zishuan obviously did not believe him and said, Xiaoning, why aren't you telling me the truth? Both of you are straightforward people. How can I not tell if you are quarreling or not? Tell me. Maybe I can help you and give you some advice. Otherwise, if that girl goes crazy, you won't be able to afford it. Don't blame me for not reminding you when that time comes. Sigh. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Yin Xiaoning paused and couldn't help but sigh and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. Maybe I said something wrong earlier and made her angry? She should be fine in 2 days. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Said something wrong? What did you say? Yin Xiaoning thought for a while as if he was recalling something. After a while he said, That day, Wei Er suddenly told me that she had a dream the night before. She dreamed that there was a pair of intertwined branches growing in her courtyard. Intertwined branches? Could it be that the Mo family's girl wanted to get married? Li Zishuan couldn't help but be surprised. Intertwined branches referred to a kind of plant where the branches of 2 trees grew together. It was also known as the acacia tree, the husband and wife tree, and the life and death tree. It was a metaphor for the love between husband and wife. In the natural world, this kind of tree was quite rare. Then what did you say to her at that time? Li Zishuan asked. Yin Xiaoning scratched his head awkwardly and said, At that time, I just remembered that I had a strange dream the night before, so she asked me to tell her about it. I clearly remember that before I told her about it, her face was full of happiness. But after I finished, she immediately turned hostile and wanted to kill me in the Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan became more and more curious. Wasn't it just telling each other about the dream? Why did they quarrel with each other? So he quickly asked again, Xiaoning, what dream did you have that night? Yin Xiaoning said weakly, I dreamed that Wei Er was eating shit. I couldn't stop her. Xiaoxian, don't you think it's strange? When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, although I know that Yin Xiaoning is a straight man, I didn't expect you to be this straight. You really dare to say anything. After you said this sentence, Ink Girl didn't kill you. You're really lucky. After a long silence, Li Zixuan sighed faintly and said, No, Xiaoxian. I was just telling the truth. I didn't deliberately distort the truth. Why are you blaming me? Yin Xiaoning said anxiously. Li Zixuan said angrily, If I were Ink Girl, even if I didn't beat the shit out of you, I would have said, Sorry, I stole your food. What do you mean? F***ck Xiaoxian, are you scolding me? Yin Xiaoning was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and immediately jumped up. Li Zixuan sighed helplessly. No matter what, Yin Xiaoning was still his brother. If he needed to help him, he had to help him. Thus, he said with a serious expression, Xiaoning, before the two of you fell out, did you and Miss Mo experience anything out of the ordinary? No. We usually only wander around the Cloud Mountain. What's different about it? Yin Xiaoning shook his head without thinking. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said, Think about it carefully. It doesn't matter if you encountered anything unusual. Yin Xiaoning frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly said loudly, Oh, I remember now. The day before, I went to the Han family manor with Wei and happened to bump into Xiaoxian's guard, Pang Feiji, and his fiancée. At that time, they were busy preparing for the wedding. He even invited us to attend the wedding banquet together on the day of the wedding. But Wei seemed a little unhappy at that time. That's right. Li Zixuan clapped his hands and then said something earth-shattering. Xiaoning, it's not that I want to criticize you, but Miss Mo and you are congenial. The two of you have been together for so long. So you know each other's backgrounds and understand each other's intentions. Now that she saw someone else getting married, Ink Girl definitely wants to get married too. I didn't expect you to be so unromantic. No wonder she was so angry. Chapter 14:14. Get married? After hearing Li Zixuan say that Mo Lingwei wanted to get married, Yin Xiaoning couldn't help but be startled. He frowned and fell silent. Humans weren't plants and couldn't be emotionless. No matter how low his EQ was, he could still feel Mo Lingwei's feelings for him. However, even though they usually got along well, it was hard for Yin Xiaoning to accept it when it came to marriage. Or rather, his brain couldn't wrap itself around it, and he wasn't mentally prepared. Seeing this, Li Zixuan frowned slightly and said, Xiaoning, do you want to let Ink Girl down? Even though Ink Girl usually orders you around, she never allows anyone to speak ill of you behind your back. Everyone can see her feelings for you. If you let her down, I'll be the first to look down on you as a brother. Yin Xiaoning quickly waved his hand and said, No, how would I dare to let her down? I'm just worried that if I marry her with her personality, I'll be bullied by her every day in the future. Moreover, her father's martial arts are so high, even on par with yours. If I fight back when she bullies me, won't her father tear me apart when he finds out? Li Zixuan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What kind of twisted logic was this? Did the fact that your father-in-law was too powerful become the reason why you don't dare to get married? If Mo Huai finds out, he'll definitely come over and kill you right now. Then Xiaoning, do you dare to fight back when Ink Girl bullies you? After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan asked. Yin Xiaoning was startled and immediately answered. A good man doesn't fight with women. I Yin Xiaoning am a man. Why would I stoop to the level of a woman? Li Zixuan smiled and asked again. If another woman bullies you like Ink Girl, would you be willing? Yin Xiaoning glared and said, Xiaoxian, what are you talking about? I don't even know other women. Why would they bully me for no reason? Besides, I'm not a masochist. After hearing what you said, I'll have to endure anyone's anger, right? Let me tell you, that's not it. Can. At this moment, Li Zixuan clapped his hands and laughed. Haha, to sum up what you said just now, you're willing to be bullied by Miss Mo, but you're unwilling to be bullied by other girls. Since that's the case, why are you still hesitating, Xiaoning? Hurry up and marry Ink Girl. Otherwise, if your father takes a fancy to another noble young lady and proposes marriage to her, then wouldn't you be unwilling for the rest of your life? Yin Xiaoning was stunned. Although he felt that there might be something wrong with Li Zixuan's words, he couldn't find anything to refute at the moment. Instead, he faintly felt that Li Zixuan's words made sense. Seeing Li Zixuan's burning gaze on him, Yin Xiaoning was silent for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "That's reasonable. Then I'll go back and discuss it with my father. I'll ask him to propose marriage to Mr. Mo. Haha, that's right. Xiaoning, I'll definitely give you a big gift on your wedding day." Li Zixuan laughed heartily when he heard this. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, he was happy to see Yin Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei get together. Moreover, these two people were the bystanders. Although they were in love with each other, if others didn't speak up, they wouldn't know when they would get together. Although Mo Lingwei's personality was a little domineering, this was a case of one willing to be beaten and the other willing to be beaten. Yin Xiaoning's eyes were a little blank as he stood there in a daze. Li Zixuan patted his shoulder and walked forward with a smile. "Hey, that's not right. Xiao Xian, why do I have to be bullied? Haha, Wang Er is here. Everyone splash him." Yes. Splash him. Who asked him to be the last? No. My mother didn't let me play in the water. I waited for a long time before sneaking out. Haha, I don't care. Everyone, let's splash him together. In the evening, Li Zixuan accompanied Han Yuxi for a walk in the fields. As the sun was setting, the cement ditches in Lantian County were all filled with water. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan couldn't help but think of his previous life when he was young. Every summer, the farmland in the village needed to be irrigated by water from the river. The village's canal just happened to pass by his house, and he would often play with his friends in the canal for the whole afternoon. Of course, playing with water was fun for a while, but after playing, he would definitely get beaten up when he returned home. Haha, wife, do you think these children will be beaten when they come home drenched? Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Zixuan's lips curled into a smile, and then he said to Han Yuxi, who was beside him. In his words there was more of a gloating element. As someone who slept beside him, how could Han Yuxi not hear the gloating in Li Zixuan's tone? She rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan and said, "Husband, why do I feel that you'll still be happy when these children get beaten up when they return home?" Heh, my wife is indeed smart. Li Zixuan squeezed Han Yuxi's little hand and said with a smile, "Heaven has always been fair. Some people work hard when they're young, but they won't suffer in their old age. Some people only know how to eat, drink, and play when they're young, but they can only suffer in their old age. By the same logic, these naughty children are playing in the canal now. When they return, they'll naturally be punished to kneel and be beaten up." Han Yuxi couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. She said, "Husband, you're full of twisted logic. How can playing in the water have anything to do with heaven's unfairness?" Li Zixuan smiled and then said seriously, "Of course heaven is fair. It's precisely because I've been single for more than 10 years that I got such a beautiful wife." Han Yuxi's cheeks were slightly red, and she couldn't help but say, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Let's go back quickly. Don't let mother and father wait too long." They had already moved back to the Marquis residence in the county seat of Lantian County from the Cloud Mountain Villa. They would only stay here occasionally when there was something going on in the Cloud Mountain Villa. Usually, they would stay in the county seat. Okay, let's go back. There was water, electricity, and electric lights. Next, they would start using electric lights on a small scale in Yanhuang College. Previously, when they were doing experiments on the banks of the Ba River, 4 of the 10 light bulbs had exploded. The impedance of the 4 light bulbs was too small, and a large amount of heat had accumulated inside the light bulbs in a very short period of time. Naturally, they would explode. Li Zixuan later asked someone to record the technical parameters of the light bulbs with stable brightness. He also asked the workshop to produce a batch of light bulbs of this standard with all their efforts. In recent days, the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College had also begun to teach the students about the safety of electricity use from time to time. The purpose was to ensure that when electric lights were introduced to the college, the students' lives wouldn't be in danger because of improper electricity use. At the same time, on the side of the road from the Ba River to Yanhuang College, electric poles made of cement and steel were erected. After the poles were erected, they began to set up the electric wires. Speaking of electric wires, it was really a troublesome matter. Although Yunshan was less than 3 miles away from the Ba River hydropower station, in this less than 3 miles distance, The copper core in the photoelectric wires weighed more than 2,000 pounds. Because it involved long-distance transmission of electricity, it definitely couldn't use very thin copper wires. It had to be thick copper wires, more than 2,000 pounds of high-quality brass, and it was only connected to Yunshan, but it required so much brass. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. One had to know that in this era, brass was considered a precious metal. Its main use was to make coins. Just to get more than 2,000 pounds of brass, Li Zixuan had to go through a lot of trouble. This was because there were basically no merchants in the outside world who had the ability to get such a large amount of brass. One had to know that from the Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Han dynasties, bronze had always been a symbol of the status of the emperor and the feudal lords. After the Han dynasty, with the progress and development of the social economy and trade, the currency value of copper became prominent, and the use of copper increased rapidly. China was a country poor in copper. In ancient times, it was very difficult to find copper. The production and use of copper had a great impact on society. The production of copper in the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties was an important source of government revenue. Because of this, copper in this era was regarded as a strategic resource controlled by the country. Ordinary people not only didn't use copper, but also couldn't get more than 1,000 pounds of brass. The Tang dynasty not only prohibited private copper mining, but also prohibited private merchants and craftsmen from privately making copper. However, because copper was still popular in daily life, it was profitable to make copper. The Old Tang book recorded, in the south of Jianghuai, copper is everywhere. People in the marketplace pursue profits. A single coin can be used as several vessels, and the profit is 3 to 4 times. The distant people don't know the law, so they think it's normal. Therefore, the ban on copper has to be strict. Every 1,000 pounds of copper sold is 6 caddies of copper. If it's used to make miscellaneous vessels, it's more than 6,000 pounds. The profit is great, so it's easy to sell. The general idea was that the profit of destroying copper coins to make copper could be 3 to 6 times. 6 caddies of copper coins were worth 1,000, and the vessels could be sold for 6,000. The face value of the currency was not as good as the value of the raw materials, so some people specialized in the business of destroying money to make vessels. From this, it could be seen that in this era, brass was not only a rare item but also a noble item. It was impossible for people to take out more than 1,000 pounds of brass. Even if someone could, they wouldn't use this expensive brass to make wires. Although Li Zixuan could also throw all 2,000 pounds of copper coins into the furnace to be recast, he didn't do so because he felt that it was disrespectful to the currency itself. Moreover, destroying copper coins without permission was against the law in the Tang dynasty. He didn't want to be caught by his political enemies. In the end, Li Zixuan had no other choice but to go to the palace to see Li Er and ask for the brass. This was because he remembered that when the Wan nation's diplomatic mission met Li Er, they had once offered tens of thousands of pounds of brass. The current Li Er definitely didn't lack copper. At first, when Li Er heard Li Zixuan's intentions, he was naturally unwilling to give it to him. However, Li Zixuan said at that time, "Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty has now fully used Tang yuan. The demand for copper coins will decrease year by year. The brass produced by the Tang dynasty every year should be used on the righteous path. You have to know that the best conductor of electricity in the world, other than silver, is copper. Using copper to make wires to conduct electricity is the wisest choice." Furthermore, this subject first went forward to offer the blueprint of the water wheel and save the people of Guangzhou from the abyss of suffering. Your Majesty, as the holy emperor of this generation, will naturally reward you for your contributions and punish you for your mistakes. This subject doesn't ask for other rewards, only for your Majesty to reward this subject with 10,000 pounds of brass. In the end, Li Zixuan's self-praising and shameless method of asking for rewards made Li Er so angry that he laughed. Old Li angrily scolded Li Zixuan, and then chased the latter out of the palace. However, not long after Li Zixuan returned to the Marquis residence, an eunuch from the palace came to the Marquis residence to announce the imperial edict. The imperial edict was to reward Li Zixuan for his contribution to the water wheel. There was no promotion or nobility, only a reward of 5,000 pounds of brass. After Old Man Li and Yi Guozhong heard this strange imperial edict, their eyes widened and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the other hand, Li Zixuan felt as if he had obtained a treasure. Although old Li didn't give him 10,000 pounds of brass and only 5,000 pounds of brass, 5,000 pounds was enough. Previously, when he asked Li Er for 10,000 pounds of brass in the palace, Li Zixuan had opened his mouth wide and left a lot of room for negotiation. Li Er being able to take out 5,000 pounds of brass in the end, Li Zixuan was already quite satisfied. With the brass, the next step was to make the wires. The outer coil of the wires needed to be wrapped with a layer of insulating material. In modern times, the insulating material on the outside of the wires was PVC. It was made from ethylene, acrylic, and other monomers that were obtained by cracking oil, and then by polymerization and other chemical reactions. Although it was easy to find oil in Tang Dynasty, the technology to decompose oil wasn't fully available yet. Therefore, Li Zixuan directly used rubber as the insulating layer of the wires. He had used this method before, but in the past, the wires used for experiments didn't consume much rubber. But now, the 3 miles of wires required a huge amount of rubber. Even the rich and imposing Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel distressed. The main thing was that rubber was too difficult to obtain. If he used this rubber to make a football, the football he made would definitely be able to sell for tens of thousands of strings of cash. At this time, Li Zixuan realized that if he wanted to promote the use of electricity in Tang Dynasty, the technology was very important, but the raw materials were also very important. He had to be self-sufficient. If he blindly relied on imports, not only would it cause the cost to soar, but it would also allow others to easily choke him. This was something Li Zixuan was very unwilling to see. Prepare the horse. This marquis wants to go to Chang'an. Thinking about the source of rubber, Li Zixuan suddenly thought of a person. He quickly ordered the 2 brothers behind him, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. In the future, he would definitely organize the elite forces of the academy and the workshop to overcome the difficulties and extract oil. However, he had to be self-sufficient with rubber too. He had to grasp both sides. Yes, Marquis. Chapter 14-15. Chang'an City, Yanshou Square. A house with 3 entrances. Second young master Marquis Yong, and is waiting for you in the side hall. At noon, Feng Zhidai came back from his duty in the palace. As the vice minister of the guard, he had to accompany the emperor every day, but he still had more than 2 hours of rest in the afternoon. At this moment, Feng Zhidai had just walked into the courtyard when his guard, Amu, hurriedly came forward and greeted him. Marquis Yong'en? Feng Zhidai was startled and said, "How long has he been here? Why didn't you inform me in the palace?" Amu cupped his fist and said, "Young master Marquis Yong, and has been here for an hour. He didn't allow me to inform you, saying that I can't delay your work in the palace." Feng Zhidai was filled with questions, but he knew that Amu wouldn't be able to answer some of them. He could only nod and said, "Okay, I got it. Quickly prepare the tea." Prepare the tea. Haha, isn't it boring to have tea but no wine? The best tea in the world is the immortal tea. This immortal tea is a rare treasure to others, but to me it's very common. Vice Minister Feng, why don't you get someone to bring a pot of iced tea and we can chat while drinking? How about that? As they were talking, Li Zixuan's sharp ears heard the commotion outside. He walked out of the side hall and looked at Feng Zhidai with a smile. Feng Zhidai saw Li Zixuan coming out and quickly went forward to greet him. "Greetings to Marquis. I didn't know that Marquis was here, so I didn't welcome you personally. I hope that Marquis will forgive me." Li Zixuan was the founding Marquis, and he was also the 3rd-ranked junior guardian of the Crown Prince. Feng Zhidai was just a vice minister of guards, so of course he should call himself a subordinate. At this moment, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Haha, I came uninvited. Vice Minister Feng, please don't blame me for being rude." Feng Zhidai quickly said that he didn't dare. His attitude was very respectful, and then he ordered the guard beside him, "Amu, go and prepare 2 pots of ice wine and some side dishes. I want to have a few drinks with Marquis." "Yes, young master." Amu cupped his fists and left after receiving the order. Feng Zhidai extended his hand and said, "Marquis, please. My humble abode is simple and crude. I hope that Marquis won't take offense if I neglect anything." As Li Zixuan walked, he laughed meaningfully and said, "Haha, a mountain is not high, but it is famous because of immortals. As long as there is a dragon, the water will be spiritual. Whether the house was simple or not was not important. What was important was a person's character. Although this house isn't luxurious, the decorations inside are unique, showing that the owner of this house is wise and virtuous. Feng Jidai quickly said, Marquis, you flatter me. I, Feng Jidai, am nothing but a boor. I am not as good as Marquis in terms of literature and martial arts. In front of Marquis, how can I, Feng Jidai, be worthy of the words Hui Jin Jukamweixan? Haha. Humble. Feng Xiaoqing is really humble. Under Feng Jidai's warm invitation, Li Zixuan entered the house. The two of them sat down. After a while the dishes were served. It was noon. Feng Jidai thought about what Amu said earlier. Li Zixuan had been waiting here for more than an hour. From Lantian County to Chang'an City, it would take at least an hour. So, he guessed that Li Zixuan must have not had lunch. So, he invited Li Zixuan to have lunch together. Li Zixuan didn't refuse. He picked up his chopsticks, raised his wine cup, and drank with Feng Jidai. For a moment the atmosphere was quite lively. However, from the beginning to the end, Feng Jidai did not ask Li Zixuan about his intentions. He was a smart person. He knew that if Li Zixuan was willing to say it, he would definitely say it himself. If he was not willing to say it, then it would be pointless to ask. Today, drinking with Feng Xiaoqing reminded me of an interesting story. I wonder if Feng Xiaoqing has heard of the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine? After 3 rounds of wine, Li Zixuan suddenly looked at Feng Jidai with a burning gaze and asked in a serious tone, Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine? Feng Jidai's eyes flashed. He thought for a while and shook his head. Marquis, forgive me for my lack of knowledge. Although I have read the records of the 3 kingdoms, I have never heard of the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine. If Marquis is willing to explain, I will listen with all ears. This time it was Li Zixuan's turn to be stunned. Never heard of discussing heroes while drinking wine? It shouldn't be. Brother, haven't you read history books? Oh, that's not right. Li Zixuan suddenly realized that regarding the history of the 3 kingdoms, the records of the 3 kingdoms was the official history. The romance of the 3 kingdoms was at most a story that contained the author's strong personal feelings. In the records of the 3 kingdoms, there was no such thing as discussing heroes while drinking wine. The author of the romance of the 3 kingdoms was from the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty. At that time he was not even born yet. It was normal for Feng Jidai not to have heard of this story. Ahem. This is just a small story that I heard on the street. Since Feng Xiaoqing is in the mood today, I will tell you about it. Li Zixuan recovered from his contemplation and coughed lightly. He organized his thoughts and began to speak. After Cao Cao killed Lu Bu at the White Gate Tower, he brought Lu, Guan and Zhang back to Xuchang. At that time, Liu Bei said that he was the descendant of Prince Jing of Zhongshan and the great-great-grandson of Emperor Xiaojing. Emperor Xian and Liu Bei were relatives and called Liu Bei imperial uncle. At that time, Emperor Xian realized that Cao Cao was not loyal to him. Therefore, he sent an edict to Dong Chengyi to get rid of Cao Cao. Dong Chengyi secretly collaborated with Liu Bei and other officials to get rid of Cao Cao. Cao Cao's advisors advised Cao Cao to get rid of Liu Bei as soon as possible, so that Liu Bei would not become powerful in the future. Cao Cao said, "Everything is within my control. Why should I be afraid?" In reality, he still had some concerns. Liu Bei's benevolence and righteousness were known throughout the world. On the other hand, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were ferocious generals. Therefore, Cao Cao invited Liu Bei to a small pavilion to drink wine and chat. Green plums were placed on a plate and a bottle of wine was boiled. The two sat across from each other and drank to their heart's content. Halfway through the wine, dark clouds suddenly appeared and rain gathered. Cao Cao and Xuanda leaned against the railing and watched from afar. Cao Cao said, "So that you can know the changes of the dragon?" Xuanda said, "I don't know the details." Cao Cao said, "The dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. When it is big, it can rise and breathe out fog. When it is small, it can hide. When it rises, it can soar in the universe. When it hides, it can hide in the waves. In the depths of spring, the dragon took the opportunity to change. At first, Feng Jidai did not pay much attention to this story. He felt that this story was really something that Li Zixuan heard from the streets. This was because there were many places in the story that did not fit the historical facts. It was as if the original narrator of this story was intentionally belittling Cao Cao. Therefore, Feng Jidai only treated this story as a joke and did not take it to heart. However, after Li Zixuan's narration, Feng Jidai's expression turned serious. This was because he vaguely felt that Li Zixuan was insinuating that Li Zixuan was using Liu Bei, who kept a low profile and pretended to be a fool. He was insinuating that his father, the chief steward of Gaozhou and Duke Geng, Feng Ang, Feng Shaoqing, do you think Liu Bei is really afraid of thunder, or is he just pretending? After a few cups of wine, Li Zixuan finally finished telling the story of discussing heroes while drinking wine. Then he looked at Feng Jidai and asked meaningfully. Feng Jidai knew that he had to make his stance clear. Otherwise, he would also become the Liu Bei who pretended to be a fool and conspired to become the ruler of the world. Marquis Liu Bei may seem like a righteous person on the surface, but he is actually a scheming and despicable person who covets the throne. The people of the Feng family are all honest and upright and have been loyal for generations. If we were born a few hundred years earlier, the people of the Feng family would never associate themselves with Liu Bei. Previously, when I was in Lingnan, my father had admonished me more than once. He said that in today's world, the four seas were at peace, and the common people were living and working in peace. They could finally enjoy the peace of the Golden Age. As His Majesty's subjects, the people of the Feng family must be loyal and responsible to protect the peace of His Majesty and the Great Tang. There are many tribes in Lingnan and it has always been difficult to manage them. My father is the chief steward of Gaozhou. Normally, the way he handles matters may cause some people to criticize him, but my father doesn't care. My father believes that the current emperor is wise. He believes that as long as he can protect Lingnan for His Majesty, all criticism will vanish in front of His Majesty. Clap, clap, clap. Good. Well said, Feng Jidai. I have heard that Duke Geng's loyalty is unparalleled, and that the people of the Feng family are all good men. Let's drink to these words. Li Zixuan clapped and laughed. Actually, the reason why he told the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine was to secretly test Feng Jidai. Although it was impossible to accurately gauge a person's character and inner thoughts through words, a person's eyes would not lie under normal circumstances. When Feng Jidai was speaking just now, Li Zixuan had focused 120% of his attention on observing Feng Jidai's eyes. When the latter was speaking, his eyes were sincere and there was no evasiveness at all. Theoretically speaking, what he said was what he really thought. Unless his acting skills had reached the level of an Oscar for Best Actor, everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your praise, Marquis. To be able to have a confidant like Marquis, I am also very happy. Come. I will drink to show my respect. Feng Jidai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his wine cup and toasted to Li Zixuan from afar. Then, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in the cup in one gulp. Haha. To be honest, I came to visit Feng Shaoqing today because I have a favor to ask of you. Since Feng Jidai had passed the test, and according to Li Zixuan who was far away in Lingnan, Feng Ang had always been dutiful in Lingnan and had never done anything out of line, Li Zixuan decided to tell him the purpose of his visit. It was not that he was being superfluous, but he had to be very careful when looking for a partner. If one day the partner he found did something disgraceful, even if he was not involved, he would at least be accused of not knowing the right person. In any case, he definitely did not want to mix with a future rebel. Before cooperating, he had to investigate what should be investigated. Marquis, if you have anything to say, I will do my best to help you. Feng Jidai clasped his hands and said solemnly, I don't dare to say that. I really have something to ask of you, Feng Shaoqing, or rather I have something to ask of you, Hai Duke Geng. Li Zixuan put down his wine cup and said with a serious face, Feng Shaoqing must have seen a soccer ball before. This soccer ball is made from rubber produced by a small country in Nanyang. My workshop has a great need for this material. Although the small country in Nanyang is now willing to sell its domestic rubber to me, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Furthermore, my workshop can't do without rubber. And in the future, the people of Great Tang won't be able to do without rubber. Therefore, this marquis wants to plant rubber trees in Great Tang's territory to completely reduce the consumption of rubber in the workshop. This way, my workshop won't be led by the nose by the people of other countries. Besides, Lingnan has a hot and humid climate with abundant sunshine and rain. It is the most suitable place for rubber trees to grow. Therefore, I plan to plant rubber trees in Lingnan on a large scale. I hope that Feng Xiaoqing and Haidugang can help me. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of people in Lingnan will benefit from the rubber trees. The people will be well-fed and warm, and Lingnan will be stable. Feng Jidai suddenly understood the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit today. He thought for a moment and nodded. Marquis has brought such great benefits to Lingnan. How can I not agree? However, I still need to send a pigeon to ask my father about this matter. Feng Jidai had been in Chang'an for so long. How could he not know about the popular football? How could he not know that all the footballs were made from Li Zishuan's workshop? It was because he knew how precious rubber was that Feng Jidai agreed without hesitation. This was because he knew better than anyone else that these rubber forests could bring great benefits to the people of Lingnan. Li Zishuan laughed. Haha, of course. I will wait for your news. 2 days later in the evening, as the sun set, the sky gradually turned dark. The people under the sky were about to welcome the night. However, Yanhuang College tonight was the most unique existence in the world. Push the guillotine and power the entire college. In the past few days, all the wires from Ba to Yanhuang College had been set up. Not only that, all the wires inside Yanhuang College had been set up. Today was the first time Yanhuang College had electricity and used electric lights. Under Li Zishuan's order, Mo Zhong followed the instructions and pushed the main gate of the hydropower station to power Yanhuang College. With this push, the entire area of the academy rapidly turned into a rarely seen academy in the mortal world, at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, under the illumination of the light in the various teaching buildings and rooms, the students and teachers could not help but cheer. Wow! The electric light is so bright. It feels brighter than 5 candles. Electric light. Electric light. It turns out that what was written in the physics textbook is true. There are people in this world who can make electric lights. There are people who dare to dig for electricity. Haha. With this light, he would be able to clearly read the words written in the book at night. That's great. These students didn't know that even if they didn't take the initiative to read, Li Zishuan would force them to do so, because the evening self-study at Yanhuang College was coming soon. Chapter 14:16. Dad, why is Yunshan Mountain so bright tonight? How many candles did they light? At the foot of Yunshan Mountain, in a small farmhouse in Liujia village, a little kid was in his own yard after dinner. He looked up and saw that the lights on Yunshan Mountain were obviously brighter than before. He couldn't help but ask his father, "Little Tao, those aren't candles, those are electric lights. Marquis' new electric lights. Those things are much brighter than ordinary candles." A middle-aged man walked out of the house and patted the little boy's shoulder as he said, "Electric lights? Why are they called electric lights? Could it be a lamp made of lightning?" "Oh, this oil lamp uses oil, candles use wax, and it's said that electric lights use electricity. Marquis built a hydropower station on Ba River and uses water to generate electricity to light up the electric lights. That's why they're called electric lights." Wow! Using water to generate electricity? Marquis is amazing. Yanhuang College is also amazing. Dad, how much does one electric light cost? When will our house be able to use electric lights? This electric light can only be used by a godly school like Yanhuang College. Ordinary people like us can't afford it. Little Tao, if you want to use electric lights, the easiest way is to get into Yanhuang College. You know Hu Zhan from Han Village, right? He's the same age as you, but he got into Yanhuang College last year. I believe that our family's little Tao will be able to get in too. Yes. Dad, I must get into Yanhuang College. Yunshan Mountain's location was close to the center of Lantian County. It was surrounded by plain villages. Among the villages, Yunshan Mountain stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. In addition, Li Zishuan built Yanhuang College on Yunshan Mountain last year. Yunshan's status in Lantian County rose quickly. The people would look up at Yunshan Mountain from time to time as if they were on a pilgrimage. In their eyes, Li Zixuan was the son of an immortal. Yunshan Mountain was a godly school, a holy land for learning. Therefore, the Cloud Mountain was lit up with very bright lights tonight. It immediately attracted the attention of the villagers around the Cloud Mountain. At this time, most people had just finished their dinner and had nothing to do. Therefore, the whole family moved their stools and sat in front of the door. They pointed at the bright lights on Cloud Mountain and discussed animatedly, clicking their tongues in wonder. Yamacho, all the lights in the classroom are working normally, which means that the power generated by the 3 generators is enough to supply the entire Yanhuang College. In Yanhuang College, Mo Huai stood in front of the teaching building and said to Li Zixuan with a smile, "Good. If that's the case, I can be at ease. However, we can't neglect the education of electricity safety in the academy. Let's continue for another 2 weeks. We must let the students truly understand electricity and learn how to use it correctly." Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief and nodded to Mo Huai. Mo Huai smiled and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. The teachers in the physics department will definitely perform their duties well. However, with the lights, can the students read in the classroom at night before going to bed?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Mr. Yan has already mentioned this to me. Recently, the Academic Affairs Office will set a new class schedule for all classes. In the future, after dinner, the students will have 2 more classes. They will focus on their own studies and the teacher will explain it to them. I call this evening self-study. After the evening self-study, the students can go to the dormitory to sleep. The dormitory's power outage will be postponed to midnight." Mo Huai said with a gratified expression, "That's great. Young people should be diligent and eager to learn. Yamacho has now created the conditions for the students to study hard. The students must cherish it." Li Zixuan nodded and said a few more words to Mo Huai. Then he bid farewell and left. Today, Li Zixuan specially came over to observe the comprehensive test of the lights in the academy. At this time, it was impossible for him to go back to the county. He could only stay with his wife in Yunshan Villa for the night. What was worth mentioning was that the Yanhuang Academy had installed electric lights and connected the wires. The Yunshan side courtyard was also equipped with electric lights. After all, they wouldn't need too many wires anyway. Li Gang, Sun Simiao, and the other elderly people stared at the electric lights in their own homes for a long time tonight. They stared until their eyes were dazzled, and only then were they willing to look away. When Li Zixuan returned to the villa, the lights were on in the house. Han Yushi was sitting in the bedroom, flipping through an unknown book. Her face was full of smiles. It was obvious that she was very happy at this time. Today, she expected that Li Zixuan would definitely not return to the county after finishing the matters in the academy. So she came with him. "Husband, you're back." Hearing the movement at the door, Han Yushi quickly raised her head and saw Li Zixuan walking in. She got up and greeted him. My wife is still reading." Li Zixuan smiled and asked casually. Han Yushi helped Li Zixuan take off his coat and smiled. It's too early. I'm not sleepy yet." "Husband, this light is really good. Usually after we eat dinner we can only go to bed after a short while. But with the electric light it's different. After dinner we can read books. The girls can also embroider under the light. After working for a while we can rest. I feel that this day is much more fulfilling than before." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, a small light is actually so good in your mouth?" Han Yushi said with sparkling eyes. "Of course. Husband, don't you think that the nights in the past were much more boring than the days? Other than sleeping, it's still sleeping. If you sleep too much, it's easy to be listless. Now that there's light, people can also do things at night that they do during the day. Whether it's reading or needlework, it's much more meaningful than lying in bed and not being able to sleep." Li Zixuan smiled and scratched Han Yushi's white and tender nose. Wife, you're right. However, other than reading and needlework, there's something more meaningful waiting for us to do tonight. Wife, do you want to know what it is?" Looking at the naughty smile on Li Zixuan's lips, Han Yushi quickly reacted. Her tender face blushed and she hurriedly said, "I don't know and I don't want to know. Husband, quickly wash up and sleep." If we're going to sleep, of course we'll wash up together and sleep together." Ah, no. Electricity and light were used on Yunshan Mountain. Even at night it was as bright as day. This news seemed to have grown wings. By the next day, it had spread throughout the entire Chang'an, as well as more than 20 provinces and counties near Chang'an City. The people were discussing it in private. After all, the appearance of the light was too unbelievable. Everyone was doubting whether the rumors were true or false. But soon the official announcement came. It was today's Datong Daily. The headline was about the news of Yanhuang College's official electrification last night. The title was, "An Epic-Making Event. That Man Brought Light to the World's Dark Night." The writer was the famous Datong Daily gold medal reporter, Li Yu. After reading the newspaper in black and white about everything that happened in Yanhuang College last night, and the introduction of the lights principle, people finally believed that Yanhuang College had mastered the method of generating and using electricity. They also believed that there really was a light that was several times brighter than candles and oil lamps. It was human nature to seek the light and avoid the dark. No one liked the dark. Therefore, thousands of people couldn't help but yearn for the light that was mentioned in the newspaper. Some wealthy businessmen who thought that they were wealthy began to send people to Chitsu Pavilion to inquire if they could buy the light that was mentioned in the newspaper. But without exception, they all received the same answer. That was that it was easy to buy light, but it was difficult to find electricity. Currently, in the entire Tang Empire, only the Ba hydropower station in Lantian County could generate electricity. If they wanted to use the light, it wasn't just about buying a few light bulbs. They also had to ask the Marquis of Yong and to provide electricity to their homes. As a result, those wealthy people who were eager to try and use the light in their homes all retreated. It was true that their families were rich, but in front of Li Zishuan, they could only be considered poor. Lord Marquis, ever since the Department of Commerce was established, it has tried 23 cases of merchant disputes. This lowly official has personally taken part in every case, and every case was only decided after multiple sources of evidence and conclusive evidence. This lowly official is willing to guarantee that not a single one of these cases was unjust or misjudged. Moreover, all the officials of the Department of Commerce have treated these merchant disputes the same as ordinary civil cases. In the Lantian County Yamen, County Magistrate, he was reporting to Li Zishuan with a serious face. After Li Zishuan woke up this morning, he had a simple breakfast and brought his wife back to the Marquis residence in the county. Thinking of the vigorous business tax reform and the crackdown on evil campaign that had been carried out in Lantian County a few days ago, Li Zishuan didn't even warm his seat after returning to the Marquis residence before rushing to the Lantian County Yamen to find County Magistrate He to understand the situation. This is the correct way for the government to treat the businessmen. Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised. We have collected heavy taxes from the businessmen, so we have to provide them with protection. To put it bluntly, the government is no different from those local bullies who ask for protection fees from the businessmen. The local bullies have collected protection fees from the businessmen and have fulfilled their duty to protect them. If our government can't do as well as the local bullies, then it will be difficult to collect the business tax of Lantian County again. County Magistrate He nodded his head solemnly. This official will remember Marquis teachings today, and will do my best to make the Department of Commerce better. Go ahead and do it. If you encounter any obstacles, just let me know. I will clear the obstacles for you, Li Zishuan said with a serious face. Thank you, Marquis, for your support. County Magistrate He quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. After a pause he said, Marquis, there were indeed many people who opposed the new business decree issued by the Department of Commerce at the beginning. But after the gangs formed by the local ruffians in Lantian County were all wiped out, the direction of public opinion immediately developed in our favor. The merchants in the city began to actively file their taxes. Even the merchants outside the city rushed to Lantian County to buy shops in order to enjoy the preferential policies that our Department of Commerce provided for the merchants in Lantian County. According to this official's knowledge, the reason why these businessmen suddenly came to Lantian County to open shops was to obtain the same status as the farmers and craftsmen. Businessmen have always been a class that has been despised. Now that Marquis has decreed that businessmen, farmers and craftsmen have the same status, from now on, Lantian County will only be divided into scholars and commoners. When those businessmen who were bullied in other places heard this news, how could they hold back? As for the second reason, those merchants who wanted to set up shop in Lantian County mainly wanted to send their children to the county school in Lantian County. After all, in other counties, this kind of treatment was something that couldn't be bought with money. Among these businessmen, the most prominent one was Chang'an City's #1 cloth merchant, and also a member of Marquis Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Chao Wandong. On the day the Department of Commerce was established, he brought his family to Lantian County. He said that he would be settling down in Lantian County in the future. He even bought a house in advance. Under Chao Wandong's leadership, the businessmen from other states and counties followed suit. The prices of shops in Lantian County rose again and again. In a short period of time, it was hard to find a shop. County Magistrate He's words were filled with excitement. He had reason to be excited. The small Lantian County had now become a bustling county, second only to Chang'an City. There were many shops, and there was an endless flow of businessmen. Although Li Zixuan was the one who came up with the specific strategies and policies, and he was just a tool man, he was happy to have such achievements even if he was just a tool man. I know all of this. After the new tax law is implemented, how much business tax do you think the county office will be able to collect in the first month? Li Zixuan smiled and asked again. Hearing Li Zixuan ask this, County Magistrate He smiled even more happily. He cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, Marquis, from the monthly profit figures reported to the county office by the major shops in the city, the county office will be able to collect more than 4,000 strings of coins in this month. It's even more than the previous year's business tax revenue. 4,000 strings of coins. That's still okay. Li Zixuan frowned and muttered softly. This soft muttering was heard by County Magistrate He, and he could not help but want to vomit blood. He thought to himself, you're still not satisfied with 4,000 strings of coins in business tax every month? You might as well just lead your troops to the major shops in the city square and rob them. As if he saw through County Magistrate He's thoughts, Li Zixuan said lightly, you don't have to think that I'm magnanimous, but the business tax revenue of Lantian County must exceed the agricultural tax as soon as possible. Only when the business tax is much higher than the agricultural tax, then we will have the capital to reduce the agricultural tax for the farmers, so that all the citizens of Lantian County can eat their fill and wear warm clothes. Hearing this, County Magistrate He's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect Li Zixuan to raise the business tax to reduce the agricultural tax. At the same time, he could not help but respect Li Zixuan, thinking that Marquis was the one who truly thought for the citizens. Marquis treats the citizens with benevolence. This official admires you. After a moment of silence, County Magistrate He cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said with a face full of admiration, as an official, I naturally have to help the citizens. This is what this Marquis should do, and it is also what you should do. Li Zixuan said lightly. This official understands. County Magistrate He cupped his hands, and then he suddenly remembered something, so he quickly asked, Marquis, this official heard that Yanhuang College used electric lights last night, which can make the night as bright as day. I wonder if this electric light can be promoted to the county? Li Zixuan was a little speechless. After a moment of silence, he said faintly, do you have a mine at home? The kind that can produce copper. Chapter 14:17. Marquis, what do you mean? In the Lantian County office, County Magistrate He heard Li Zixuan's strange words and asked in confusion. Li Zixuan explained helplessly. The transmission of electricity requires wires. Have you seen the cement pillars at the foot of Yunshan Mountain? That is the electric pole that carries the wires. The wires connecting the two electric poles are made of copper. Just the distance between the hydropower station and Yanhuang College already consumes more than 2,000 caddies of copper. If the electricity is connected to Lantian County, how much copper do you think it will consume? Who can afford it? County Magistrate He was shocked when he heard this. He exclaimed, just the Yanhuang Academy alone cost more than 2,000 caddies of brass? If Lantian County is connected to electricity, won't it consume more than 10,000 caddies of copper? In the entire Tang Empire, I'm afraid only His Majesty can take out so much copper, right? Li Zixuan said in annoyance. Otherwise? Do you think it's easy to connect a place to electricity? The 2,000 caddies of copper required this time was exchanged with His Majesty by this Marquis Merit for the drought. This official is ignorant. I hope Marquis can forgive me. County Magistrate he clasped his hands in embarrassment and said tentatively, Marquis, His Majesty has bestowed Lantian County to you. Logically speaking, all the mineral veins in Lantian County should belong to you. You can send people to search for mineral veins in Lantian County. Perhaps you can really find a copper mine. Li Zishuan frowned and said, You have been an official in Lantian County for many years. Have you ever heard of a copper mine here? County Magistrate he said hesitantly. This official has never heard of it. But this official heard that Marquis is good at searching for dragons, so you want this Marquis to send people to search for mineral veins in Lantian County? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, This official doesn't dare. This official doesn't dare. County Magistrate he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I'm just hoping for a fluke. What if Lantian County has a copper mine? That way, our Lantian County can be connected to electricity. Marquis, didn't you say before that you wanted to turn Lantian County into a commercial city? If we can get electricity and use electric lights, then the night in Lantian County will be as bright as day, and we can open a night market. Night market? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up, and he was suddenly interested. He looked at County Magistrate he and said with a faint smile, You have a lot of ideas. That's right, this Marquis is indeed planning to open a night market after Lantian County is electrified, so as to further stimulate Lantian County's commercial potential. However, this Marquis has already studied the terrain of Lantian County, and there are no copper mines here. Therefore, it is basically impossible for County Magistrate he to rely on the copper mines of Lantian County to be self-sufficient and set up electricity lines. Furthermore, His Majesty had previously promised this Marquis 3 ore veins. Shu Lan's vanadium titanium magnetite mine is one of them. Logically speaking, this Marquis can also request for another copper mine from His Majesty. Hearing this, County Magistrate he's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, Li Zishuan's heart was as clear as a mirror as he interrupted. Don't have any wishful thinking. My Tang Empire is already lacking in copper. If this Marquis were to ask for more copper mines, it will definitely make things difficult for His Majesty. So even if His Majesty had promised me 3 ore veins, I will not ask His Majesty for more copper mines. As for the copper needed to connect the electricity lines, this Marquis will think of another way. Marquis is right. This official was too anxious. County Magistrate he hurriedly cupped his hands and said submissively. Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, No matter what, your original intentions are good. Right, remember that at the beginning of every month. Order the Department of Commerce to check the accounts of the various shops. If anyone is found to be evading taxes, punish them severely according to the rules. Also, the officials of the Department of Commerce must ensure that they are honest and clean. This Marquis will set up an additional monitoring team. If anyone is found to be accepting bribes from merchants or helping merchants to evade taxes, they will be punished severely. Where there were benefits, there would be corruption. The Department of Commerce was in charge of Lantian County's commerce. Usually the benefits it handled were huge. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be a few officials who would be tempted by wealth and lose their principles. On this point, Li Zishuan had to be careful. When County Magistrate he heard this, his heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said, This official obeys. This official will keep a close eye on the Department of Commerce and prevent any corruption from occurring. That's good. Li Zishuan nodded his head and left. Regarding the electric lamp, it was not only County Magistrate he who wanted it. Li Zishuan also wanted it. Even Li Zishuan's father and mother wanted it. After lunch, Father Li, Mrs. Li, Yi Guochong, and old Madame Yu wanted to go to Yunshan Villa to stay for 2 days to experience the magical electric lamp. This was because in the morning, Han Yushi had told them a lot about the advantages and magical aspects of the electric lamp in front of them. It made them very curious and they all wanted to see and experience it for themselves. Li Zishuan thought that there were still some things to do at Yanhuang College, so he brought Han Yushi and a few elders with him. The group of people in 3 carriages quickly left the county and arrived at the foot of Yunshan Villa. After Li Zixuan sent his family to Yunshan Villa, he went to Yanhuang College by himself and met Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others. Yamacho, the electric lamp last night was really bright. You have brought a magical item to the college. I just don't know when Chang'an City will be like Yanhuang Academy, where there will be electricity and electric lights? The little fatty Li Tai said excitedly when he saw Li Zixuan. At this time he was really glad that he had chosen to follow Li Zixuan to Yanhuang College to study, although Yanhuang College was located in the remote Yunshan Villa. After nearly a year of renovation, this place was even more advanced than Chang'an City. It was even more fascinating. Moreover, Yanhuang College's knowledge was unique in this world. Some things in Yanhuang College were also unique in this world. This place was like a celestial palace above the mortal world, full of magic. Everything that seemed impossible had a chance to become possible here. Li Zixuan glanced at the little fatty and said, Chang'an City has 108 markets, and millions of people live in them. If we want to connect them with electricity and let everyone use electric lamps, let's not talk about whether we have that many copper wires. Even if we do, Qingke, use your knowledge of electricity and do some calculations. Can one Ba hydropower station provide electricity for millions of people? The current Li Tai was no longer the pedantic scholar from before who only knew how to say, yes. When he heard this, he quickly reacted and said with an embarrassed expression, Ahem. Yamacho is right. But if one hydropower station is not enough, then we can just build a few more, can't we? The electric lamp is so useful. The officials in the imperial court will definitely support my father's construction of the hydropower station. Li Zixuan said unhappily, Do you think building a hydropower station is as easy as eating a meal? Doesn't it cost money? Many people in the Tang Empire still have problems eating. The officials will not allow His Majesty to do such a wasteful and costly thing. Li Tai also knew that Li Zixuan was telling the truth, so he could only nod awkwardly. Cheng Chumo said at this time, Xiaoxian, Yamacho, I heard that the academy is going to change the class schedule and add 2 classes every night. Is it true? Yes. Yamacho, is it true? Sun Zifan also quickly asked. Li Zixuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, Of course it's true. Now that the academy has electric lamps, the night is as bright as day. If we don't make use of such a good condition, wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift? Cheng Chumo widened his eyes and said bitterly, Damn. Yamacho, you want the academy to use electric lamps just to add 2 classes for us. Isn't this too much? If we knew this was the case, we wouldn't have wanted you to install electric lamps in the academy. Li Zixuan said unhappily, That's because you don't want to, it doesn't mean that others, Yamacho, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, and the other dukes are here. At this time, Mo Zhong came over and cupped his fists. Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Cheng Chumo trembled and quickly said, Cough cough. Yamacho, I still have something to do, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Then, without waiting for Li Zixuan to say anything, he ran away as fast as he could. The main thing was that Cheng Chumo often warned him, so Cheng Chumo was worried that he would be punished by his father in front of so many people and lose face. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and the others were not used to appearing in front of these old generals, mainly because they did not like to be restrained, so they also left behind Cheng Chumo. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly, then turned around and went to greet Cheng Chumo, Qin Xiong, and the others. Uncles, why are you so free today to come to Cloud Mountain personally? After Li Zixuan welcomed them into the academy and greeted them, Li Zixuan asked, Haha. Today, the few of us old fellows came here especially to thank you, little Xian. Cheng Chumo laughed and said in a rough voice, Xiaoxian, the water wheel you gave us earlier is a great help to us. Our villages together have a population of more than 10,000 people, and tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. If it weren't for your water wheel, the villages might have had no harvest this summer. It's a small matter if we don't receive rent, but if the villagers don't have food to eat, that's a big matter. As Li Zixuan had always been close to the Cheng, Qin, Niu, Yuqi, and Li Jing families, when the workshop produced the water wheel, it was sent to them immediately. This was not something that others would be jealous of, because before the water wheel was produced, Cheng Chumo, Qin Xiong, and the others had already pre-ordered it with Li Zishuan, so it was reasonable for him to supply it to them first. Li Zishuan heard and asked, "Uncle Cheng, has the canal in your village been repaired and the water is flowing?" Cheng Chumo nodded and said, "Heh, it's repaired. The water is flowing. This is all thanks to you, Xiao Xian, for giving us the water wheel first. You don't know, but when old Fox Zhongsun saw that we got the water wheel, he was so anxious that he pulled out many strands of his beard." Li Zishuan didn't respond to the latter part of the sentence. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Cheng is too polite. This is only a small matter. With the relationship between our families, why do you need to personally come over to thank me?" Before Cheng Chumo could say anything, Qin Chong interrupted. "Xiao Xian, don't believe him. Jijie coming to thank you today is fake. He wants to see the light bulb to see you, the immortal child who brings light to the world's dark night." Haha. For Qin Chong to be able to say this, it was obvious that he had seen today's Datong Daily, because the headline was the article written by Li Yu. Epic making. That man brings light to the world's dark night. Hey, second brother Qin, in front of the younger generation, can't you be more tactful with your words? As an elder, I, old Cheng, feel a little embarrassed. Cheng Chumo said at this time. Everyone could not help but be speechless, thinking in their hearts, "How do you look like you're embarrassed? How shameless." "Humph. Madman Cheng, you're really thick-skinned. Even I find it embarrassing to walk with you." Yuchi Jingda did not give old Cheng any face at all and attacked verbally. Cheng Chumo sneered and said indifferently, "Embarrassing? If you find it embarrassing, then go away. Why do you want to come to the academy with me?" Seeing that these two old enemies were about to fight, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Since you all want to see the light bulb, why don't you stay in the courtyard for a night? You can still make it in time for morning court tomorrow when you wake up." The second phase of the Cloud Mountain Courtyard project had long ended, and even the third phase was nearing its end. Now there were many modern-style courtyards in Cloud Mountain, and Li Zishuan had already given each of these old generals a courtyard. The Cheng family's courtyard had always been lived in by Cheng Chumo. Even if a few courtyards were given away, there were still many left, completely enough for the academy's professors in the future. Haha, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Cheng Chumo laughed and said, "It's rare for us to come to Cloud Mountain. Since we're here, we have to pay Dr. Sun a visit." Back then, Divine Dr. Sun had also put in a lot of effort to heal second brother Qin's old injuries. "We have to pay him a visit." Qin Chong nodded and stroked his beard. "That's how it should be." Li Zishuan did not stop them, and the group left the academy and headed toward Sun Simiao's courtyard. The next day, Li Zishuan woke up groggily from his dream, feeling like his brain was about to split open. After seeing the bright lights last night, Cheng Chumo was very excited and insisted on pulling all the natives of Cloud Mountain together to hold a light party. During the meal, Li Zishuan was not good at persuading people to drink, so he was forced to drink a lot by Cheng Chumo and the others. When he drank, he naturally did not use his inner force to dissolve the alcohol, so he really woke up with a hangover this morning. This feeling made Li Zishuan feel like his brain was about to split open. Marquis, the first batch of vanadium titanium magnetite ore from Shu has been shipped back. Without eating breakfast, he only used the cold water from the well to wash his face. After a while, Lu Feng hurriedly ran over and cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was stunned and then said excitedly, "What? The vanadium ore is here? That's great. Let's go. Follow me to the workshop." Chapter 14:18. Young Master, why are you here? Faubert saw Li Zishuan in the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion and quickly greeted him. Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks, but his eyes swept across the courtyard. As he looked, he replied, "Faubert, I heard that the vanadium ore from Sichuan has been transported back, so I came to take a look. Where is it? How much is there in total?" Faubert said with a smile, "Young Master, the ore has been transported to the steel mill. I know that you value this kind of ore, so I didn't dare to leave it outside." Li Zishuan smiled and was about to speak when another person came into the workshop. "The vanadium ore is here, where is it?" "Hey, Yamacho, you're here too?" It was Wang Ji. Vanadium was a catalyst necessary for mass production of concentrated sulfuric acid. Not only was Li Zishuan concerned, But Wang Ji had also been waiting for the vanadium ore from Sichuan to be transported back. Li Zishuan nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. Mr. Wang, you're quite fast, aren't you?" Wang Ji said happily, "Hey. As the leader of the chemistry department, of course I have the responsibility to help the academy develop new chemical raw materials. I've been looking forward to this vanadium ore for a long time." "Young master, the guards transporting the ore this time are all Chong people from Sichuan. They also brought 2 letters, saying that their young master could gave them to you," Uncle Fu said as he took out 2 lacquered letters from his bosom and handed them to Li Zishuan. "Young Master Ku?" Hearing this name, Li Zishuan was a little confused. After a moment, he came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. "It should be Kushur Qing, right? Oh, it seems that this young man is doing well in the Chong tribe. He's even called Young Master." Wang Ji stroked his beard and smiled proudly. "The students of our Yanhuang College will always be the center of attention no matter where they go. This old man has some impression of Kushur Qing. He is indeed a diligent and studious child." The old man's current appearance was exactly the same as those old teachers in modern times when they found out that their students had made a name for themselves. They were obviously very pleased with themselves, but their mouths and faces were still rather reserved and self-restrained. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but want to laugh. "Haha, let's go. Mr. Wang, why don't we take a look at the quality of this batch of vanadium ores?" Li Zishuan saw that Faubert was secretly curling his lips at the arrogant Wang Ji, so he quickly pulled Wang Ji towards the steel mill. "Whoa, with so many ores you should be able to extract a lot of vanadium, right?" Walking into the yard of the steel mill, they saw a large pile of light gray ores of various sizes under a cloth shed. At a glance there were at least 500 kilograms. Wang Ji's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Zishuan walked closer and casually picked up a piece of ore from the pile. He brought it closer to him and looked at it seriously for a moment. The quality is very good. Mr. Wang, this pile of vanadium titanomagnetite can produce at least 300 kilograms of vanadium. With so much vanadium, it should be enough to cover the recent consumption of sulfuric acid in the workshop. You'll have to work a little harder these days. Get the craftsmen in the workshop to modify the boiler and build a small vanadium workshop. Then build a workshop for sulfuric acid production. Quickly produce a batch of concentrated sulfuric acid. I have great use for it." Wang Ji replied excitedly, "Yes, Yamacho." Even if Li Zishuan didn't say it, he would have taken the initiative to volunteer. After all, it wasn't easy to get so many vanadium titanomagnetite ores. If he couldn't refine it himself, he would grow hairs on his back. "Oh, that's right. Yamacho, according to the textbook chemistry, sulfuric acid is highly corrosive. It can react with iron to form ferrous sulfate and hydrogen. So, what will we use to store concentrated sulfuric acid in the future?" Wang Ji paused for a moment and suddenly said. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied with a smile. "Mr. Wang, dilute sulfuric acid can dissolve iron and release hydrogen. The reaction mechanism is that the hydrogen ions in the dilute sulfuric acid reacts with iron. But when concentrated sulfuric acid comes into contact with iron, it will not or very rarely react with iron. Because concentrated sulfuric acid has a very high purity, sulfuric acid exists in the form of covalent compounds, not ionic compounds. When its purity is high, it will ionize very little hydrogen ions, almost none. So it won't corrode ironware. Instead, it will passivate the iron and form a dense oxide film on the surface of the iron. This oxide film is very dense and prevents concentrated sulfuric acid from entering the iron to continue the reaction. However, although concentrated sulfuric acid can be stored in carbon steel, it is best to store it at room temperature and pressure. This way, the corrosion rate of carbon steel will be the lowest. This is because the hot concentrated sulfuric acid will also react with iron. In order to ensure the safety of concentrated sulfuric acid storage, we need to use horizontal storage tanks and build leak-proof walls around the tanks. The sulfuric acid storage room must prohibit fireworks because there will be a small amount of dilute acid on the surface of concentrated sulfuric acid that will react with iron to produce hydrogen. When the hydrogen comes into contact with fire, it will explode. In terms of safety, Mr. Wang, you must be very careful. Safety in production is more important than Mount Tai. I don't want any safety accidents to happen in our workshop." At the end of his speech, Li Zishuan's face was very dignified. Even in modern times, chemical factories were the places where safety accidents were most likely to occur. Either the leakage of toxic chemical products or the explosion caused by flammable substances. No matter which one it would cause great harm to the surrounding people. It was precisely because of this that Li Zishuan had repeatedly warned Wang Ji in such a serious manner. Wang Ji also understood the pros and cons of this matter, so he cupped his hands together. "Don't worry, Mountain Elder. This old man will definitely put safety first and conduct safety training for the craftsmen on a regular basis. At the same time, I will also link their monthly salary to the safety of production. This way, everyone will strictly abide by the safety regulations." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Wang, this is a good idea. When you go back, discuss with Faubert on how to implement this salary system as soon as possible. Those craftsmen who follow the regulations will be paid more. Those who violate the safety regulations will have their salary deducted. We must make all the craftsmen in the workshop pay attention to this." "Yamacho, no problem. This old man knows the importance of this matter." Wang Ji nodded and replied. After telling Wang Ji to pay attention to safety, Li Zishuan asked Wang Ji to produce a batch of concentrated sulfuric acid as soon as possible because he was going to make a battery. In addition, the catalyst used in sulfuric acid production, vanadium, could also be used as a catalyst for cracking oil in the future. It could be said that this was killing two birds with one stone. After leaving the workshop and returning to the courtyard, Li Zishuan took out the letters that Faubert gave him. On one of the envelopes it was written Yamacho only, and the other mother only. Li Zishuan opened the letter that Shurqing wrote to him and began to read it carefully. "It has been almost a month since I left Yunshan. Shurqing misses the people and things in the academy, but Shurqing is even more grateful to Yamacho for giving me this opportunity to benefit the people in my hometown. Now the road from Guangzhou to Shu is being built. The imperial court has also sent a large number of officials with large amounts of money to support the construction of the people in Shu. A group of merchants from Chang'an City also set up shop in Chengdu Prefecture. They brought many new things that the local people had never seen before. The commerce in the center of Sichuan was thriving. The mining of vanadium titanium magnetite allowed the local people to work in the mines to earn money. In less than half a month, the wages that each miner received were almost equivalent to 3 to 4 months of their previous income. According to Yamacho's instructions, Shurqing adheres to the principle of safety first. I would rather mine the vanadium more slowly to ensure the safety of the miners. So far, there has not been a single casualty. Oh right, Datong Daily has also opened an office in Shu. Now the people in Shu are starting to get used to reading the newspaper every morning. Yesterday, I read in the newspaper that Yamacho has invented a new type of water wheel and released the blueprint to the world. Shurqing is proud to be a student of Yamacho. In addition, His Highness the King of Shu ordered people to set up a branch of Yanhuang Bank in Shu. With the help of senior official Gao, the people and merchants in Shu have slowly begun to accept the new currency, Tang Yuan, and the people who use copper coins are gradually decreasing. With the help of the Sambao brothers, I brought the curved plow, Tang Dynasty dictionary, bicycles, coal stoves, honeycomb briquettes, and other things that are beneficial to the people to Shu. With the support of senior official Gao, I opened the people's wisdom, promoted agriculture, and promoted business. Now Shu is undergoing earth-shaking changes. How lucky I am to be able to witness the prosperity of my hometown, and the people's lives are getting better. I remember Yamacho once said, "The knowledge on paper is shallow, but the knowledge must be experienced." In the process of leading the people in my hometown to become rich, I understand the true meaning of this sentence. Some things seem simple, but when you really do it, you will often encounter many unexpected difficulties. Fortunately, I have survived those difficulties. Now, I have become the young master Ku in the hearts of the people in Shu province. Yamacho, rest assured, I will not be arrogant in victory, and will not be discouraged in defeat. I will lead the people in Shu province to become rich. I will not lose face for Yamacho, and will not smear the reputation of Yanhuang College. I, Shurqing, wish Yamacho success in everything and good health. Husband, what are you looking at? Why are you so happy? Li Zixuan had just finished reading the letter and was about to sigh when Han Yushi walked over and asked softly with a smile. Haha, nothing. It's a letter written by a student of the academy, Li Zixuan said with a smile as he pulled his wife to his side. A letter from a student? Aren't all of your students in the academy? Why do they need to write to you? Han Yushi frowned her beautiful willowy eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Li Zixuan smiled and asked, Wife, do you still remember the student named Kershiqing who volunteered to go to Shu province? Han Yushi frowned and thought for a moment, then said with a smile, Oh, I remember now. His mother came to Cloud Mountain to deliver a letter to you. It's him. This child is now doing well in Shu province. As a teacher, I am very gratified to see it. Li Zixuan handed the letter to Han Yushi and smiled. I see. I was wondering why my husband was smiling so happily. Han Yushi took the letter, swept it aside and said happily, My husband is benefiting the people of Lantian County, but Kershiqing is benefiting the people of his hometown. This student is very similar to you, my husband. The Yanhuang Academy has produced many talents. In the future, if the students of the academy can be like Kershiqing and use their own knowledge to bring prosperity to the world, then my husband will truly have students all over the world and your name will go down in history. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. He patted his wife's shoulder and sighed. That's why Yanhuang College is the greatest wealth and support of the Tang Empire and our family. Instead of studying the art of intrigue and mingling in the imperial court, it's better to open the school and teach thousands of students what I have learned. In the future, I will have students all over the world. Even if you are the prime minister or the emperor, you will have to respect me. These were the words from the bottom of his heart. When Li Zixuan first established the Yanhuang Academy and spread the knowledge of engineering, it was to benefit the people of the world and to seek a little bit of welfare for the toiling masses of this era. However, at the same time, Li Zixuan established the Yanhuang Academy to seek support for himself. A support that would allow him to establish a foothold in this feudal era of the emperors, establish his family, and establish his life so that others would not easily touch him. Only when the students of Yanhuang College became more and more promising, and when there were more and more promising students in the academy, would his support become more and more reliable. The reason why Confucius shone in the world and his name went down in history was not only because of his own greatness, but also because he had 3,000 students who spread his teachings and sent him to the altar in one fell swoop. Li Zixuan knew that he couldn't be a saint like Confucius. He only wanted to seek a solid support in this feudal era. That was all. My husband, you have worked hard for this family. Han Yushi caressed Li Zixuan's forehead with some heartache, then leaned on his shoulder and said softly, I don't have to suffer. In this life I have a wife who understands me and parents who love and protect me so much. I don't have to suffer. Li Zixuan caressed Han Yushi's long hair and comforted her softly. After a while he said, Oh, Kershiqing also wrote a letter to his mother. I have to get someone to send the letter to Chang'an. My wife, you should also pack up. We will return to Lantian County in a while. Oh right, my husband, it seems like we can't go back today. Han Yushi nodded first, then shook her head and said. Li Zixuan was suddenly puzzled and asked, Why is that? Does my wife have something to do in Yunshan? Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan really couldn't remember what it was, and could only helplessly say, My husband, have you forgotten? Tomorrow is Peng Feiji's wedding. Peng Feiji has followed my husband all the way and has risked his life several times. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he has worked hard. Tomorrow is his wedding. Shouldn't my husband make a trip there? Li Zixuan opened his mouth and suddenly understood. Lu Feng had mentioned this to him before, but he had too many things to do on a daily basis and accidentally forgot about it. At this time he smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Yes. Ah, look at my memory, I almost forgot about this. Thank you for reminding me. Then let's not go back to the county tonight. Let's go to the wedding banquet tomorrow. Han Yushi smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Chapter 14:19. Hey, Brother G's second uncle, you're here. Come in and have a seat. You are? Oh, you're Brother G's eldest uncle, right? Brother G told me about you. Please come in. Brother G's eldest uncle, please come in and have a seat. The next day it was close to noon. In front of the Han family village's new residence, red silk was fluttering in the wind. Pang Feiji's two underlings, Xiongda and Xiong-er, were serving as hosts at the entrance of the courtyard, greeting the guests. These two brothers were twins. Today they were wearing brand new clothes, which made them look especially festive. It was fitting for the occasion. Yo, brothers Lu, you're here so early too? At this time 2 people came over. Xiongda's eyes lit up and he quickly went forward to greet them warmly. They were Li Zixuan's current bodyguards, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Lu Feng smiled and said, Brother Pang's wedding, of course we have to come early. We also want to see if there's anything we can help with. Oh right, where's Brother Pang? Xiongda laughed and replied, Boss is changing his clothes now and preparing to marry the bride. The former Japanese Princess Shamu is now the adopted daughter of the Plum Village's second master Lu. She has changed her name to Lu Xiamu. We can tell outsiders that she was an orphan when she was young, and was later adopted by second master Lu. This way we can avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Feng nodded and said, I've heard Marquis mention this before. Don't worry, our people won't let it slip. He knew that this was a new identity that Li Zixuan had helped Pang Feiji's relatives and friends to avoid suspicion. Oh right. Brother Lu, when will Marquis and Madame Marquis arrive? Xiongda asked. They should be here soon. Marquis asked us to come first. He said he'll come later. Xiongda and Xiong-er, you guys go ahead. We'll go in and see if there's anything we can help with. Lu Feng replied and walked into the courtyard. Hehe. Feiji is doing well now. He's following the Marquis of Yong, and to do great things, and even married a beautiful wife. Second sister, you finally don't have to worry about Feiji anymore. Pang family main hall. A few of Pang Feiji's close friends and relatives were sitting beside Pang Feiji's mother, Madame Yu, and chatting about daily life. Haha. Not Gay, his aunt, for him to be able to get to where he is today. It's all because of Marquis' nurturing. Otherwise, based on his previous sloppy attitude in Wuhou government, when would he be able to find a wife? Madame Yu's face was rosy and beaming with joy. It was obvious that she was very happy. Haha. I heard that Fei Ke's wife is really pretty. We'll have to open our eyes later. That's right. Feij is considered the most promising child in the Pang family. His wife must be extraordinarily beautiful. As relatives, we have never seen her before. Wait a moment. We have to take a good look. Inside the house, Pang Feiji's 7 and 8 aunts were all talking noisily. Madame Yu pursed her lips and smiled. I don't care if she's pretty or not, as long as she's virtuous and Fei Ke likes her. Second sister Yu is right. When marrying a wife, you can't just look at her looks. What's important is that she's virtuous. Yes. Speaking of which, Chun should be here soon. Where's Feiji? We're all waiting to welcome the bride together. He's here. Second uncle, second aunt, eldest uncle, you're all here? As they were talking, Pang Feiji walked out of the room in his wedding attire with a bright red flower pinned on his chest. Yo! Eldest nephew. You look so spirited in this wedding attire. That's right. Feij used to look like a burly man, but after dressing up today, he looks quite handsome. That lady has good taste. Pang Feiji felt a little embarrassed after hearing everyone's praises. He scratched his head and smiled. That's enough, Uncle Second Aunt, stop talking. If you continue, people will say that you're selling melons and praising yourselves. Hey, look at you, child. How can you say that about your relatives? That's right. If we're old ladies, then Feij, aren't you a watermelon? Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Eldest brother, the auspicious hour is here. We should go to Plum Village to welcome the bride. At this moment, Big Xiong walked in and said to Pang Feiji, That's right. Feij, go and welcome the bride. Don't miss the auspicious hour. Madame Yu also stood up and said, Yes, mother. Pang Feiji nodded. Then, he rode on a tall horse and led the wedding procession to Plum Village. At 4 in the afternoon, the wedding procession brought the bride back to the Han family manor. Just as they were about to perform the ceremony, a shout came from outside the door. The Marquis of Yongan has arrived. The Marquis of Yongan has arrived. 20 pieces of jade, 10 pearls, a pair of elephant tusks, a great celestial mirror, and $100,000. It was Big Xiong's voice. After hearing that, everyone in the house was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Li Zixuan, the Marquis of Tang Kingdom, would come personally to Pang Feiji's wedding. Secondly, they were shocked that Li Zixuan would bring such valuable gifts. Everyone could not help but reevaluate the relationship between Pang Feiji and Li Zixuan. Marquis, you're here? Quick, take a seat. Pang Feiji was also a little surprised. In his mind, Li Zixuan coming to attend his wedding banquet was already giving him face. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to not only come, but also bring so many congratulatory gifts. If you treat me like a country knight, I will repay you like a country knight. At this moment, he thought that even if Li Zixuan asked him to die immediately, he would be willing to do so without a frown. I was delayed by some things on the way. I should not have missed the timing. Otherwise, I would have sinned greatly. Li Zixuan nodded and said with a smile, "Greetings, Marquis." Next to Pang Feiji, the bride, Suo Shamu, who was dressed in red and covered with a veil, quickly came over and bowed to Li Zixuan. She did the standard etiquette of a Han woman. She must have put in a lot of effort in private. "Greetings, Marquis." Everyone in the room recovered from their shock and hurriedly bowed to Li Zixuan. Among Pang Feiji's friends and relatives, some were from Lantian County, some were from Chang'an City, and some were from other counties around Chang'an City. However, no matter where they came from, they had all heard of Li Zixuan's name without exception. Most of them had even received favors from Li Zixuan. However, most of them had only heard of Li Zixuan's name in the past. Now that they were able to see him up close, they couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, they couldn't help but secretly praise Pang Feiji for being so successful. Li Zixuan had personally come to support his wedding with a huge gift. There's no need to be so polite. I brought my wife here today to drink a cup of wine. We can't steal the limelight. Those who are supposed to get married, get married. Those who are supposed to get married, get married. There's no need to care about me. Don't miss the time. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with an easygoing expression. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Li Zixuan being so easygoing. Pang Feiji's mother, Madame Yu, walked over and bowed to Li Zixuan. "I, Madame Yu, greet Marquis. It is the Pang family's honor that Marquis can attend my son's wedding. How can my son accept Marquis's generous gift?" Li Zixuan turned his head to look at Han Yushi. Han Yushi understood and went forward to help Madame Yu up. Li Zixuan then said, "Madame Yu, Feiji has done his best by my side. Can be said that he has worked hard and contributed a lot. I have never treated him as a servant. A mere gift is nothing. Don't decline anymore. Today is Feiji's wedding day. There are more important things to do." Seeing Li Zixuan's sincerity, Madame Yu could not decline anymore. She thanked him and then turned to look at Pang Feiji. She said seriously, "My son, the Pang family has to have a conscience. Marquis has treated you so well. If you can't serve Marquis wholeheartedly in the future, I won't acknowledge you as my son. Do you hear me?" Pang Feiji nodded heavily and said, "Mother, you don't need to say this. I know. Don't worry. All right. Hurry up and get married. The guests are getting impatient from waiting." Li Zixuan urged at this moment. Madame Yu smiled and agreed. She also invited Li Zixuan to sit on the left side of the main hall. However, how could Li Zixuan be willing to sit there? This seat was usually reserved for the parents of the married people. He could not break the rules. "All right. Deacon, please take your seat. The first gong, pray for good luck and eternal peace. The second gong, bless the newlyweds. The third gong, the auspicious time has arrived. Lanterns and colored banners will be hung and the auspicious stars will shine. Let's invite the bride and groom to the flower hall." Xiongda started to preside over the wedding ceremony. Li Zixuan, who was sitting at the head of the hall, almost spat out the tea in his mouth when he heard this. He thought to himself, where did this guy learn this from? It looked like it was true. However, this guy had to straighten his tongue when he spoke. Otherwise, it would sound too funny. "First, bow to the heavens and earth to thank our marriage. Bow to thank the heavens for the auspicious signs. Bow to the heavens and earth for a long time. Pray for happiness and good health. Bow to the heavens 3 times. Rise. Bow to the parents for raising us. Bow to the heavens and earth. Thank the parents for raising us. Bow to the heavens and earth. 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 Pray for the heavens and earth. Bow to the heavens and earth. Rise. After the 3 bows to the parents, Peng Feiji paused. Then he pulled Xiaomu and walked to Li Zixuan. The 2 of them knelt down together. Peng Feiji said, "This bow is to thank Marquis for giving me a new life and for raising me. Feiji will go through fire and water for Marquis in the future. I won't hesitate." Xiaomu said, "Thank you, Marquis, for saving my life and giving me a good partner. Get up." Li Zixuan helped the 2 of them up. Then he smiled meaningfully and said, "Since the 2 of you are together, then live a good life. There is a saying, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. Let's not delve into the past for now. But Xiaomu, since you are married to Peng Feiji, then you have to think about your husband's family. Feiji, if Xiaomu is really a virtuous wife, then you have to treat her well. With a harmonious and stable family as your backing, you can do things for me wholeheartedly. Do you hear me?" The meaning behind these words was to warn Xiaomu that after marrying Peng Feiji, she had to completely become a Tang. She had to completely forget her identity as a Japanese. She had to forget about her country and her people. She had to think about her husband's family and the Tang Empire. She had to not do anything that would harm the interests of the Tang Empire. "We will remember Marquis' teachings," Peng Feiji and Xiaomu said in unison. "All right, let's continue with the wedding ceremony." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. The 2 of them hurriedly agreed. Xiongde then shouted, "Husband and wife, bow to each other. 100 years of cultivation to cross the sea together. 1,000 years of cultivation to sleep on the same pillow." The bride and groom face each other. Husband and wife bow to each other in front of the flower hall. Kneel. Heaven and earth meet. The zither sing in harmony. Kowtow. Mandarin ducks wing to wing. Husband and wife of one heart kowtow again. Husband and wife sing together. You have a son early kowtow thrice. Rise. The ceremony is complete. Send the bride to the bridal chamber. After the wedding ceremony, it was time for the banquet. Li Zixuan had originally planned to drink a cup of wine before leaving with his wife. Many guests could not eat freely with him around. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw 2 familiar faces at the table beside him, Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei. "Little Ningzi, look at Peng Feiji and then look at yourself." "Humph. Me? What's wrong with me?" "Humph. What's wrong with you?" "Oh, I understand now. Don't worry, Wei. I'll find a chance to talk to my father about us. I'll ask him to send a matchmaker to your house to propose marriage as soon as possible." "Bah. Who wants you to propose marriage? You're really shameless. I'm going to ignore you." No, didn't Yamacho analyze me like this the last time? Wei, don't you want to marry me?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan was speechless. He really wanted to pick up a brick and smack Yan Xiaoning's head. He had seen emotional idiots before, but he had never seen such an idiot before. However, in order to avoid being entangled with these 2 infatuated men and women, Li Zixuan did not go over to greet them. He only informed Peng Feiji before leaving with Han Yushi. Today they had attended a wedding banquet. It wouldn't be long before they had to attend another wedding banquet. To be honest, Li Zixuan was very happy to see that his good brother Yan Xiaoning could find a good match. "Yamacho, the workshop has already refined a batch of vanadium and produced 2 cans of concentrated sulfuric acid. Do you want to go over and take a look?" The next day afternoon, Li Zixuan was about to go home when he met Wang Ji at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Wang Ji stopped the carriage and said to Li Zixuan excitedly, "So fast." Li Zixuan was shocked. He had planned to come back to the Cloud Mountain to check on the progress in a few days, but he did not expect Wang Ji to produce concentrated sulfuric acid so quickly. This kind of progress was truly beyond his expectations. However, looking at Wang Ji's panda eyes and his face full of excitement, Li Zixuan immediately understood that Wang Ji's progress was so fast because this old man had stayed up late in the workshop again. "Mr. Wang, how many times have I told you? I told you not to stay up late and not to rush the progress. Why didn't you listen?" Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ji and reprimanded him. Haha. Yamacho, it doesn't matter. I slept for more than 4 hours last night. I'm still energetic. Besides, there are electric lights in the workshop now. Working at night is almost the same as during the day. Chapter 14:20. Besides, there are electric lights in the workshop now. Working at night is almost the same as during the day. Li Zixuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. He thought to himself, so I invented the electric light just to make you stay up all night to work? Now that you mention it, I'm a bit like a black-hearted capitalist. Mr. Wang, listen to my advice. Staying up all night is bad for your health. Don't stay up all night anymore. Whether it's the refining of vanadium or the production of sulfuric acid, you don't have to work so hard. If you hurt your health, it will be the greatest loss to the academy. Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ji and persuaded him earnestly. Wang Ji looked troubled. Yamacho, it's not that I like to stay up all night, but when I see those good materials I feel a little itchy. If I can't refine these good materials into the things I want, I will feel uncomfortable all over. This is an old problem that can't be changed. But don't worry, my health is definitely fine. I know what to do. Li Zixuan was instantly speechless. He thought of his previous evaluation of Wang Ji, an alchemy warlock who was obsessed with alchemy. This evaluation was very appropriate. This old man used to love alchemy and did things that were superficial in the eyes of others. Now that he had entered the academy's chemistry department, he had completely found his organization. Because the way of material transformation in chemistry was similar to alchemy, it was not difficult to understand why Wang Ji was crazy about it. Li Zixuan knew that no matter how he persuaded this crazy person, he would not be able to persuade him. He sighed and simply stopped persuading him. He walked to the front of the carriage and said to Han Yushi, "My wife, there are some things in the workshop. I won't return to the county today. I'll ask Lu Feng to escort you back." Han Yushi lifted the curtain and came out from inside. She said softly, "Since my husband has something to do, then go ahead and do it. I'll stay in the Yunshan residence for the next 2 days and take care of my husband's food and daily life." Li Zixuan thought for a while and nodded. "That's good too. I'll send someone back to the county to inform my parents. My wife, you can go back to the residence." "Okay." Li Zixuan asked Lu Feng to lead the guards to send Han Yushi back to Yunshan Villa. Then, he followed Wang Ji to the steel mill of the workshop. "Yamacho, look. This is the refined vanadium." In the steel mill, Wang Ji pointed at a sack and said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan walked over to take a look and saw pieces of light gray stones lying quietly inside. Compared to the freshly mined vanadium ore, these vanadium pieces that had been refined were undoubtedly more delicate in color. This is the only pure vanadium metal in the entire world. This thing has a lot of uses. It's not just used to make sulfuric acid. Mr. Wang, you have to take good care of it. Li Zixuan picked up 2 pieces of vanadium, weighed them in his hand and said to Wang Ji, "Yamacho, don't worry. Even if you don't say it, this old man will take good care of it." Wang Ji nodded and responded. Then he said, "Yamacho, the sulfuric acid is stored in the steel tank in the warehouse. But for convenience, this old man put some in the glass bottle. Yamacho, can you take a look and see if the purity is enough?" "Okay." Li Zixuan nodded and followed Wang Ji to a small laboratory nearby. Wang Ji put on thick rubber gloves, took a bottle of transparent liquid from the shelf, and handed it to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan took it and shook it slightly. Seeing that the liquid inside wasn't as agile as water, but was rather viscous, he nodded inwardly. This was because highly concentrated sulfuric acid was indeed a viscous liquid. "Have you roughly estimated the concentration of this sulfuric acid?" Li Zixuan turned his head to look at Wang Ji and asked. Wang Ji nodded and said, "This old man has calculated the ratio of raw materials input and output, as well as the total amount of water added. If we ignore the leakage of sulfur dioxide during the production process, the theoretical concentration of sulfuric acid is about 97%. But considering the various errors in the production process, the actual concentration of sulfuric acid should be about 90%. 90%? It's almost enough for our workshop to use in the future," Li Zixuan said with a gratified smile. Then he opened the bottle cap, dipped a glass rod in a few drops of sulfuric acid, and dripped it on a piece of rice paper on the table. The paper quickly turned black where the sulfuric acid landed, and there was a burnt smell in the air. This was the strong dehydration of the sulfuric acid, causing the paper to be charred. Seeing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. Very good. Now our workshop can finally produce sulfuric acid in batches. This is the cornerstone of the Tang dynasty's chemical industry. The three industrial acids were nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and hydrochloric acid. Currently, the workshop could produce both sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid on a large scale. Electrolysis of salt water produces sodium hydroxide, hydrogen, and chlorine. Hydrogen can be burned in chlorine to produce hydrochloric acid. The only one left was nitric acid. The production of nitric acid was more complicated. The nitric acid industry was closely related to the ammonia industry. The workshop didn't have the catalysts needed, so this could only be left for the future. Mr. Wang, I will take some sulfuric acid with me in a while to make a battery that can last longer than the previous voltaic battery. As for the steel mill, I hope Mr. Wang can use the vanadium extracted from it to make vanadium steel. Li Zixuan paused for a moment and said, Vanadium steel? Could it be that Yamacho wants to add vanadium and charcoal to molten iron to make a new type of steel? Wang Ji's eyes lit up. This was the first time he heard Li Zixuan talk about using vanadium to make steel. Li Zixuan nodded and said, That's right, that's the gist of it. As for the specific ratio of each material, I will give you a few references later. Adding vanadium into the steel is like adding wings to a tiger. The function of vanadium in steel is to enhance the hardenability in carbide. It can also withstand high temperatures and has a strong secondary hardening effect. It has a significant effect on increasing the hardness by more than 3 times. Moreover, vanadium can refine the grains of the steel and stabilize the structure. It is more suitable for forging and polishing. It is simply a heaven-sent material for making weapons and armor. Increase the hardness by more than 3 times? Wang Ji's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Li Zixuan's words. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. He quickly swallowed his saliva and said, Gulp. What? Yamacho wants to use vanadium steel to make weapons and armor? This must not be done. If someone finds out, even His Majesty won't let you off. This old man thought that Li Zixuan had become arrogant and wanted to make weapons and armor to rebel. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. However, his first reaction was to persuade Li Zixuan to lay down the butcher's knife, and not to expose him. This showed that he really cared about Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan knew that Wang Ji had misunderstood. He quickly said, What are you talking about, Mr. Wang? I do have the intention to make weapons and armor, but this is all under His Majesty's instructions. As for what His Majesty intends to use this batch of vanadium steel to make weapons and armor, I can't tell you in detail. Haha. Don't worry, I haven't had enough of being Xiaoya Marquis and Xiaoya Macho yet. How could he be so stupid as to rebel? I am very satisfied with my current life. Wang Ji heard this and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, That's good. That's good. This old man was really scared out of his wits just now. Since it's His Majesty's orders, this old man naturally has no objections. Yamacho, after you give me the ratio formula, I will go and try to make vanadium steel. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wang. After Li Zixuan told Wang Ji the ratio of vanadium, carbon, and iron in the vanadium steel, he took away a can of concentrated sulfuric acid and left the steel mill. After leaving the steel mill, he came to the office building in the front yard of the workshop. There was a laboratory that belonged to Li Zixuan. Along the way, Li Zixuan turned down the good intentions of a few servants who wanted to help him carry the can of steel and arrived at his laboratory. After placing the can of sulfuric acid in the corner, Li Zixuan bent over the table and began to draw a blueprint. He was drawing the structure of the lead battery's shell. The negative plate, positive plate, and electrolyte were the main components of the lead battery's flow reaction. The anode plate was lead dioxide, and the cathode plate was lead. When the battery is discharged, the negative electrode plate reacts with the electrolyte to become lead sulfate and water, releasing electric energy. When the battery is charged, under the action of external electric energy, The lead sulfate and the acid in the water reacts to form lead fluff and sulfuric acid, storing electric energy. In this way, a complete charging and discharging cycle could be formed. Compared to the commonly used modern lithium batteries, although lead batteries had less energy, that is, the amount of electricity stored per unit of weight was less. The main reason was that lead batteries were generally larger in size and weight. Their electromotive force was more stable, their operating voltage was stable, their operating temperature and current range was wide, they could charge and discharge hundreds of cycles, their storage performance was good, especially suitable for dry charge storage, and their cost was lower. Therefore, they were widely used in the electric vehicle industry. Of course, the most important thing was that with the current conditions of the Strange Pavilion workshop, it was already very difficult to produce lead batteries. As for the higher-grade lithium batteries, that would have to wait. In addition, lead and lead dioxide were the materials for the battery electrodes. These two materials already existed in this era. Lead was one of the earliest metals used by humans. In 3000 BC, humans already knew how to smelt lead from ore. The lead content in the Earth's crust was 0.0016% and the main ore was galena. China also had a long history of using lead in ancient times. In ancient times, lead was one of the three main ingredients. Copper coins also contained a lot of lead, which was the largest amount of lead in ancient times. The more debased a currency was, the more lead it contained. For ancient necromancers, lead had another use, which was to refine elixirs. Lead and mercury were important components of elixirs. Of course, both of these things were poisonous. Therefore, since ancient times, none of the emperors who favored necromancers and consumed elixirs had lived long. With lead, sulfuric acid, and a good design of the shell structure, it was basically possible to make lead batteries. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had disassembled old lead batteries, so he was quite familiar with their internal structure. After about 15 minutes, Li Zixuan finished drawing the blueprint and walked out of the laboratory. "Faubert, get someone to follow this blueprint and use hard rubber to make a shell like this. I need it urgently." After arriving at Faubert's office, Li Zixuan passed the blueprint to Faubert and said, "Hard rubber was rubber with a high sulfur content. At a low temperature, the sulfur bonds could increase the range of movement between the chains so the rubber would not harden. However, if more sulfur was added, for example 25% to 50%, based on the weight of the rubber, the bonds between the chains would become even tighter, causing the rubber to harden. This type of rubber was called hard rubber. In the 21st century, the main material used for battery shells was ABS, high-strength and high-density plastic. However, when batteries first became popular, there was no such plastic. At that time, they used hard rubber. The current Tang dynasty obviously did not have the conditions to produce ABS plastic, so Li Zixuan could only use hard rubber. For the current workshop, using hard rubber to make a battery shell was not difficult. It was all thanks to him sending people to Southeast Asia to look for rubber. Otherwise, many things could not be made now. Okay, this old man will arrange for someone to do it. The structure of the shell is not complicated. I estimate that it will be done in about 2 hours. Faubert took the blueprint and gave it a quick glance. The workshop had all kinds of ready-made machines, so he was confident that he could make the shell within 2 hours. He did not ask Li Zixuan the purpose of making the shell because he knew that Li Zixuan was going to tinker with something new. As for what the new thing was, he would know when it was done. This was the tacit understanding that he had developed after following Li Zixuan for so long. Okay. Then I will have to trouble Faubert. Li Zixuan smiled. Faubert smiled and brought the blueprint to the yard where the rubber was produced. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, went to the courtyard where the glass was fired. This was because the partition in the modest battery was made of glass. About 4 hours later, the materials for the battery shell, cathode and anode plates, as well as the separator and the electrolyte were all prepared. Li Zixuan began to mix the electrolyte for the battery. This was very particular. Generally speaking, the sulfuric acid concentration of lead batteries was between 1.27 and 1.28. If the concentration was too low, it was easy to lose power. After a long period of use, lead sulfuric acid crystals would form between the two plates. It could not be removed during the recharging process and would become a blind spot. When the amount of lead sulfuric acid crystals formed reached a certain level, the battery would not be able to store power. Moreover, if the concentration of sulfuric acid was higher than the standard, lead sulfuric acid crystals would form easily. Therefore, the ratio of sulfuric acid to distilled water in the electrolyte must be strictly controlled. Just mixing the electrolyte took Li Zixuan more than half an hour. The next work was to assemble the prepared materials and the shell. This was not troublesome. The only thing to pay attention to was not to bring debris and dust into the electrolyte during the operation. Faubert stood aside and watched the entire process of making the lead battery. It was already dark, and the lights in the laboratory had been turned on by Faubert. At this time Li Zixuan finally stood up, clapped his hands and sighed in relief. Okay, the world's first lead battery is finally done. Chapter 1421. Master, this thing is a battery? Do you want to try connecting a light bulb to it? In a laboratory in the workshop, when Faubert heard Li Zixuan say that the square thing in front of him was the first lead-acid battery in the world, he was shocked. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Of course we have to try it. Uncle Fu, can I trouble you to get someone to bring a low-powered light bulb and some wires?" When the lead-acid battery was first made, it did not need to be charged. It could be used directly because it was full of chemical energy. The so-called charging was to use the external electrical energy to regenerate the active material, lead sulfate, and store the electrical energy as chemical energy. Now that the battery was not discharging, there was no active material, lead sulfate, in the electrolyte. Naturally, there was no need to charge it. Okay, Master, wait a moment. Faubert smiled and left. After a while, Faubert brought Song Xiaoxi with a few light bulbs of different sizes and some copper wires. Li Zixuan removed the rubber on both ends of the wires. One end of the two wires was connected to the positive electrode of the battery, and the other end was connected to the positive and negative screw at the end of the light bulb. The moment the wires touched the end of the light bulb suddenly lit up. It lit up. It really lit up. It seems that the power of this lead-acid battery is stronger than the voltaic battery that you made before. This kind of light bulb can't be lit up by the voltaic battery. Faubert could not help but exclaim. When it came to electricity, he could be considered as half an expert. Although he did not speak as professionally as Wang Ji, he understood the general idea. Heh, Yamacho, your lead-acid battery is really a success? My goodness, it can light up such a big light bulb. What is the output voltage of this lead-acid battery? Speaking of the devil, Wang Ji came out of the steel mill to take a look. He did not expect to see this scene as soon as he stepped into the laboratory. He could not help but ask in surprise. Compared to Faubert, his question was obviously more professional. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "In this lead-acid battery, the voltage of each battery pack is about 2 volts. There are a total of 6 battery packs connected in series, and the voltage is about 12 volts. Naturally, the voltage is higher than the voltaic battery. Moreover, the continuous discharge capacity of this lead-acid battery was much stronger than that of a voltaic battery. With just this small light bulb, it wouldn't be a problem to light it up for 24 hours. Moreover, after the battery is used up, it can be recharged. After recharging, it can be used again. 12 volts? Keep the lights on for 24 hours? Can it be recharged after the battery runs out?" Wang Ji was really shocked this time. He had used the voltaic batteries made by Li Zixuan before. Each voltaic battery only had about 1 volt of power, and it did not last long. If it was used to send and receive telegrams, it would run out of power in less than 4 hours. Today's batteries, whether it was the output voltage or the ability to supply power for a long time, were far superior to the voltaic batteries. Moreover, the lead batteries could be recharged after they ran out of power, unlike the voltaic batteries which could only be thrown away after they ran out of power. These unparalleled and inconceivable advantages made Wang Ji doubt his life a little. "Yamacho, can you tell me the principle behind the charging and discharging of this lead-acid battery? This is the first time I've heard of a battery that can be recharged and recycled." After a while, Wang Ji recovered from his shock and looked at Li Zixuan expectantly. Although it was already late, Li Zixuan knew that if he didn't explain the principle of charging and discharging lead-acid batteries to Wang Ji today, with this old man's temperament, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. In order to let the old man sleep well, Li Zixuan took out a piece of blank rice paper and wrote a chemical equation on it with a pencil as he began to explain. Mr. Wang, the material of the anode plate of this battery is lead dioxide, and the material of the cathode plate is lead. The electrolyte is prepared dilute sulfuric acid. There is a separator in the electrolyte to separate the electrolyte between the two electrodes and prevent the electrodes from shorting. When discharging electricity, the lead in the cathode plate reacts with the electrolyte to produce lead sulfate and water, releasing electricity. When charging the battery, under the action of external electricity, the lead sulfate reacts with the acid in the water to produce lead fluff and sulfuric acid, storing electricity. It took nearly half an hour to explain the charging and discharging principle of the battery to Wang Ji. During this time, Wang Ji raised a lot of technical questions, and Li Zixuan patiently answered them one by one. When everything was finished, it was already close to midnight. Yamacho, this lead-acid battery is really amazing, especially now that we have a hydropower station in Lantian County, and Yanhuang College is connected to electricity. The role of this battery is even more obvious. After using up the electricity outside, it can be recharged with electricity from the hydropower station. Perfect. It's simply perfect. This old man is truly in awe of Mountain Chieftain's ingenuity. Wang Ji's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the gaze he looked at the lead-acid battery became more and more passionate. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he came here to find Li Zixuan for business, and quickly said, "Oh, Yamacho, the steel mill has already produced vanadium steel. This old man has done some experiments in private, and this vanadium steel is indeed much harder than ordinary steel. Yamacho, do you want to go take a look?" Li Zixuan looked at the dark sky outside and couldn't help but ask, "Faubert, what time is it now?" After transmigrating for so long, Li Zixuan still couldn't accurately determine the time. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to practice this skill in his lifetime. He could only wait until the invention of the watch, and then he would be able to completely control time. "Young master, it should be midnight now." Faubert was silent for a moment, and then replied, "Midnight, which was 9 o'clock in the evening." He actually worked from 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 9 o'clock in the evening, and he didn't even eat dinner in the middle. Not only did he not eat dinner, but Faubert and Wang Ji also didn't eat. I'm not looking. I'll look tomorrow. It's not early today, Mr. Wang. Faubert, this man is iron, rice is steel. Everyone go back early to eat and rest. Our bodies are the capital for our inventions." At this time, Wang Ji, a workaholic, actually wanted to drag him to the steel mill to work. Li Zixuan would never do that even if he was beaten to death. He still had a wife and children at home. Oh, he didn't have any children yet, but he couldn't go back too late and make his wife worry, right? Therefore, he waved his hand and said to Wang Ji and Faubert, "Young master is right, then this old man will go first." "I'm old, I can't handle it," Faubert said with a smile. Wang Ji was unwilling, but seeing that Faubert had said so, he couldn't disagree, so he could only pack up and leave the workshop with Li Zixuan. They went up Yun Mountain. He was now living in the academy's teacher's dormitory, not Yun Mountain residence, because his title had not reached the level of a professor. However, based on Wang Ji's enthusiasm in chemistry and his recent results, it was only a matter of time before he became a professor in the academy. "Husband, you're back? You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll heat up the food for you now." When they returned to the residence, Han Yushi heard the movement at the door, and quickly came out of the house to welcome them. Obviously, she hadn't slept, waiting for Li Zixuan to come back. "Wife, why aren't you asleep at this time?" "It's all my fault. I was so busy in the workshop that I forgot the time and forgot to send someone to tell you," Li Zixuan said apologetically. "Husband, don't say that," Han Yushi hurriedly said. "You're busy in the workshop and it's not midnight yet, so I'm not sleepy. All right, let's not talk about it. I'm going to warm up with my husband." Li Zixuan hugged Han Yushi and kissed her gently on the forehead. He said, "My wife is so considerate, I'll give you something good in a few days." Han Yushi asked curiously, "What good thing?" Li Zixuan smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll keep it a secret for now, but it'll definitely be a big surprise." Ooh. The next day, Li Zixuan went to the workshop again after breakfast. Speaking of which, he was now sitting in the position of marquis. Logically speaking, he didn't have to work so hard. Even if he ate, drank, and played every day, with the huge foundation he had built previously, he could guarantee that he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. When he first transmigrated, Li Zixuan thought that as long as he could be a marquis, he would spend his life waiting for death. However, sometimes only when you really sat in that position would you understand your responsibilities. Li Zixuan was now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, the real master of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County, and the helmsman of the entire Yanhuang Corporation. Behind him, countless students were learning from him, improving and growing. Countless people were relying on him to eat. Countless craftsmen were using his innovative technology and tools to liberate productivity, and countless merchants were relying on him to become rich and realize their own value. He couldn't stop. His position as marquis was created by the invention of engineering. Therefore, he had the obligation to bring engineering to greater heights in this era. Moreover, to him, creating modern things in the ancient times was where his joy lay. He wanted and was willing to make this Tang dynasty even more advanced and powerful. When he arrived at the steel mill, Wang Ji was already waiting there. These 2 days were the weekend of the academy, so old Wang didn't have any classes at the academy. He could also devote himself to scientific research. Yamacho, look. This is vanadium steel. This is vanadium steel that was refined according to the 3 different vanadium ratios that Yamacho provided. Wang Ji pointed at the pile of steel on the ground and said to Li Zixuan, let's use this vanadium steel to make swords and armor first, then we'll test it out. Li Zixuan nodded and said, the ratio of vanadium and vanadium steel was generally not high, around 0.025% to 0.059%. Different ratios of vanadium would result in different hardness of vanadium steel. As for which ratio was the most suitable for making swords and sabers, and which was the most suitable for making armor, all of these would need to be tested. In addition, by adding a certain ratio of vanadium to the steel, one could make rebar that could be used as the framework of reinforced concrete. Compared to ordinary steel, rebar's hardness and toughness were both very good. It was suitable to be used as the framework of reinforced concrete in large projects. It could significantly increase the strength of the project and increase the level of earthquake resistance. All right. Then Yamacho, please wait a moment. Wang Ji nodded in response. There were all kinds of craftsmen in the workshop, and naturally there was no lack of skilled blacksmiths. Wang Ji sent the vanadium steel to the blacksmith's workshop and instructed the blacksmiths to use the 3 different ratios of vanadium steel to make 3 sets of swords and armor. The blacksmith's workshop immediately began to bustle with activity. Yamacho, do you think that the swords and sabers made of vanadium steel will be so sharp that they can cut through metal like mud? As for armor, will the armor made of vanadium steel be stronger than the armor used by Tang soldiers? The temperature in the blacksmith's workshop was too high. Wang Ji was old and could not withstand the heat. After he finished instructing the craftsmen, he left the workshop to find Li Zixuan and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. Although I wouldn't dare to say that they can cut through metal like mud, if ordinary iron swords and sabers were to meet vanadium steel swords and sabers, they would definitely suffer great damage. As for armor, I have even more confidence in it. Armor made of vanadium steel is definitely superior under the same conditions. Vanadium alloying could greatly increase the strength of carbon steel, especially under the conditions of quenching and tempering. The improvement in performance was even more obvious. In his previous life, a fortuitous event led to the use of vanadium in automobile steel. It was said that when Henry Ford I was watching a race, a French car was crashed. When he examined the wreckage of the car, he found that the damage of a crankshaft produced in Sweden was much smaller than expected. After testing, it was found that the steel contained vanadium. Therefore, Ford used vanadium alloyed steel to make the key parts of the Ford car to better resist the vibration and fatigue of the road. He once famously said, "If there was no vanadium, there would be no cars." Because a very small amount of vanadium could give the steel excellent performance, people at that time had a very vivid evaluation of the role of vanadium in steel. Vanadium was the vitamin in steel. Thus, when vanadium steel was used to make armor, although it was not absolutely invulnerable, it was definitely able to resist most cold weapons. This is amazing. Who would have thought that just adding a little vanadium to steel could greatly improve the performance of the steel? This is really incredible. Wang Ji muttered to himself. Hee. Mr. Wang, wait here. I'll go draw a blueprint. I'm planning to make something new. Li Zixuan knew that forging the swords and armor was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take at least half a day, so he said to Wang Ji. When Wang Ji heard this, his eyes lit up. Oh, Yamacho has a good idea again? I wonder what new thing you want to make this time? Hee. Mr. Wang, you will know in a while. When the armor is done, remember to send someone to inform me. Li Zixuan did not say anything, so Wang Ji smiled. When Wang Ji saw this, he did not ask further. Li Zixuan returned to his office in the workshop and began to draw the blueprint. At noon, Song Xiaoxi brought him lunch. He finished it quickly and continued to draw the blueprint. There was a thick stack of blueprints on his desk. It was obvious that the thing he was going to make this time was not simple. Mountain Leader, the swords and armors are ready. Take a look. At around 5 in the afternoon, Wang Ji came to Li Zixuan's office with 2 manservants, carrying 3 pairs of swords and armors, and said excitedly, Oh, how is the effect? Mr. Wang, have you tried it? Li Zixuan put down his pen, stood up and asked with a smile. I've tried it. I've tried it. This sword was just like what the mountain leader had said. It could easily cut through ordinary swords and sabers made of iron. It's really sharp. As for the armor, even arrows can't penetrate it. It's really tough. Wang Ji said ecstatically. Chapter 1422. Oh, let me try. In the workshop's office building, Li Zixuan received a sword made of vanadium steel. After examining it for a moment, he could not help but exclaim, The blade is slender and the blade is like autumn frost. It has a cold light and it feels very good in my hand. Just based on its appearance, it is already better than 95% of the swords on the market. Not bad, not bad. The craftsman who forged this sword is very skilled. He should be rewarded. Li Zixuan nodded his head in satisfaction. At this moment, he took out a metal rod from the corner behind the door. This metal rod was purely made of iron. There was no charcoal in it and it could not even be considered steel. In fact, although there was already steel-making technology in ancient times, it was only in some steel-making workshops under the control of the imperial court. Most of the ironware used by the common people in their daily lives was still pure iron, and there was very little steel. Li Zixuan picked up the vanadium steel sword and lightly waved it. Without using any internal force, he casually slashed at the metal rod. With a kung sound, a 3 mm deep sword mark was left on the metal rod. This was already quite impressive. After all, he had just waved it casually. If he had used his full strength or even his internal force, he was confident that he could have used this vanadium steel sword to slash the metal rod in his hand. Although this degree of sharpness was not as good as his wind-chasing sword, it had already far surpassed the weapons of this era. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at the armor made of vanadium steel that Wang Ji was holding. This was a radiant armor. The origin of the name radiant armor was said to be related to the circular shield on the chest and back. This was because the circular shield was mostly made of copper and other metals. It was polished to the point that it looked like a mirror. When wearing the radiant armor on the battlefield, due to the sun's rays, it would emit a dazzling radiant light, hence the name. The radiant armor had an extremely long history. It was already in existence during the Three Kingdoms period. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the most commonly used armor was the radiant armor and the dual crotch armor. The dual crotch armor was usually made of small scales. The length of the dual crotch armor extended to the abdomen, replacing the leather armor skirt of the Sui dynasty. The lower part of the armor was shaped like a crescent moon or lotus leaf. It was used to protect the lower abdomen. These improvements greatly increased the defense below the waist. Other than these 2 types of armor, the Tang dynasty also developed many new types of armor. According to the 6 classics of the Tang dynasty, there were 12 other types of armor such as light, fine scale, mountain inscriptions, bird hammer, white cloth, soap, cloth back, infantry, leather, wooden, chain, and so on. Among them, light essences, lock, mountain inscriptions, bird hammer, and fine scale armor were iron armors. The latter 3 were named after the style of the armors. Leather armor, wood armor, white cloth, soap cloth, and cloth back were named after the materials used to make them. The design of this Mingguang armor is very good. Could the craftsman who made it have worked in the works supervisor or the Ministry of Works before? Li Zishuan asked softly as he touched the smooth surface of the armor. Wang Ji smiled and replied, Yamacho has a good eye. The name of the blacksmith who made this armor is Zhang Hongsheng. His father is Zhang Kajiu, who used to be a famous blacksmith in the General Works Bureau. His qualifications and skills are not below Minister Yan's. However, he is old now, so he retired from the bureau and took over his father's work. Zhang Hongsheng inherited Zhang Kajia's skills in sword and armor forging. Although he only inherited 50 to 60% of it, he is the most skilled blacksmith in the workshop. Zhang Kajiu? When Li Zishuan heard this name, he found it familiar. After muttering it twice, his face suddenly changed. He exclaimed, Zhang Kajiu? Mr. Wang, are you saying that Zhang Hongsheng's father is Zhang Kajiu? Zhang Kajiu used to work in the works supervisor? He was also Minister Yan's colleague? Zhang Kajiu was the most famous craftsman in the Tang dynasty. His Kajiu sword was ranked 14th in China's ancient weapon ranking. The famous poet of the Tang dynasty Bai Jui once wrote a poem about the Kajiu sword. The poem said, 1,000 years after Ojizi's death, the elves secretly taught Zhang Kajiu. Kajiu forged the sword in Wu Mountain. In the poem, Bai Jui believed that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was taught to him by Ojizi 1,000 years ago. As for who Ojizi was, anyone with a little knowledge of history would know. Ojizi was the founder of ancient craftsmanship in China and the creator of the Dragon Spring sword. When Ojizi was born, the Eastern Zhou dynasty was in conflict. First, the Wu kingdom conquered the Chu kingdom. Later, the Wu kingdom annexed 45 kingdoms to the south of the Yangtze River. When he was young, he learned metallurgy from his uncle and began to forge bronze swords, iron hoes, iron axes, and other tools. He discovered the difference between copper and iron and forged his first iron sword, the Qixing Longyuan sword, or Longyuan sword for short. In the Tang dynasty, to avoid the taboo of Emperor Gaozu Li Yuan, he changed the word into Quan and called it the Qixing Longquan sword. It was the first cold weapon in China. Bai Jui believed that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was taught to him by Ojizi. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was superb. However, there were almost no records of Zhang Kajiu's life in the history books. They could only guess from some ancient poems. As for his birth date in history, there were no records. Li Zishuan didn't expect to hear about Zhang Kajiu in the early years of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this old man was once a works supervisor. How could he not be shocked? Yamacho also knows Zhang Kajiu? Haha. Zhang Kajiu is famous for his craftsmanship, so it's normal for Marquis to know him. This person did indeed serve as a works supervisor for a period of time. When the current emperor was still the king of Qin, he loved swords. When he heard that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was superb, he sent someone to invite Zhang Kajiu to make a sword. However, Zhang Kajiu was arrogant and refused the emperor's request. However, the emperor was magnanimous and didn't get angry. Instead, he personally visited Zhang Kajiu. After 3 visits, Zhang Kajiu finally agreed to leave the mountain and become a works supervisor. The emperor's current sword was made by Zhang Kajiu. Wang Ji explained with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. He didn't expect there to be such a past. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. He asked, Zhang Yajiu is a famous swordsmith and was once highly regarded by the current emperor. Even if he is old now and has retired from his position as a supervisor, he should at least not have to worry about food and clothing, right? Why would he let his son work in our workshop? Wang Ji frowned and couldn't help but ask, Yamacho, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me all the craftsmen come to our workshop for money? Don't you allow people to come here for their own interests and to realize their dreams? Old Wang was obviously hurt by Li Zishuan's words. As the leader of the chemistry department of Yanhuang College, his monthly salary wasn't small. He didn't lack money, but didn't he work in the workshop every day? He was doing it for his dreams. Li Zishuan knew that he said the wrong thing and had an embarrassed look on his face. He hurriedly said, Cough cough. Mr. Wang, that's not what I meant. I meant that since Zhang Hongsheng's father was a works supervisor, why didn't he recommend Zhang Hongsheng to be a works supervisor? Why did he allow his son to work in our workshop? Hearing this, old Wang relaxed and said, Yamacho, you'll have to ask Manager Fu. Zhang Hongsheng was recruited by Manager Fu. I don't know the details. Haha. Zhang Hongsheng was personally invited by this old man. At that time, I told him that we have countless good materials for forging swords in our workshop. As long as he came, all the materials would be given to him. Zhang Hongsheng is like his father and loves forging swords. When he heard this old man's condition, he readily agreed. At this moment, Faubert came in from outside and said as he walked. Obviously, he had been eavesdropping outside the room for a while. Li Zixuan heard this and suddenly felt a little funny. He said, Faubert only used some materials to recruit a master craftsman for the workshop. Amazing! Amazing! These words were sincere. Li Zixuan, who came from an engineering background, valued skills and talents the most. As long as you had skills, money wasn't a problem, and materials were even less of a problem. If all the technical talents in this world could be recruited with some materials like Zhang Hongsheng, Li Zixuan didn't want to talk too much. He wanted to recruit 3,000 people first. Faubert laughed bitterly and said helplessly, Young master, you don't know how much materials Zhang Hongsheng used. Every time the workshop got good materials for forging swords, he would fight for them. If I didn't give them to him, I would break my promise. If I gave them to him, it would affect the task that you gave me. Just now, he ran over to me and asked if there was a new type of steel called vanadium steel in the workshop. He wanted me to give him 200 caddies first because he wanted to practice swords. I know that the vanadium steel was refined using the vanadium, or that you obtained with great difficulty. How could I be willing to give it to him? So he started to make a fuss at my place, saying that I didn't keep my promise. This old man had no choice but to seek help from young master. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, Haha, give it to him. Give him 200 caddies. Doesn't this Zhang Hongsheng like forging weapons? I happen to have a new set of armor here and I need his help to forge it. Song Xiaoxi, go to Faubert's place and invite Zhang Hongsheng over. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly ran out. After a while, under Song Xiaoxi's lead, a man in his late 20s, shirtless, walked in from outside. Zhang Hongsheng pays his respects to Marquis. After entering the office, Song Xiaoxi tugged at Zhang Hongsheng's sleeve and then secretly pointed at Li Zixuan. Zhang Hongsheng then saluted Li Zixuan. No need to be so polite. Li Zixuan smiled and went forward to help Zhang Hongsheng up. He then asked, I heard that you wanted 200 caddies of vanadium steel from Faubert? Zhang Hongsheng's heart tightened. At this moment, he saw that Faubert was still standing in the room. In an instant he figured out what was going on and thought that Faubert was complaining about him. Therefore, he said angrily, Marquis, when I first entered this workshop, Manager Fu promised me that as long as I wanted rare materials for swords, he would try his best to satisfy me. I've only been in the workshop for 3 months. Does Marquis want Manager Fu to go back on his word? Looking at this guy's stiff neck and glaring eyes, looking as if he was looking for a fight, Faubert quickly frowned and reprimanded him. Zhang Hongsheng, don't be rude in front of Marquis. Besides, no one wants to go back on their word. Haha. Faubert, it's okay. It's okay. Li Zixuan waved his hand and wasn't angry at all. Since ancient times, people with great skills tended to have bad tempers. Li Zixuan was very patient with such people. When Zhang Hongsheng heard the second half of Faubert's words, he was stunned. Not going back on his word. That was to say, Li Zixuan called him over to give him vanadium steel? Thinking of this, Zhang Hongsheng immediately changed his expression and cupped his hands to Li Zixuan. Marquis, please forgive me. I was anxious and offended, Marquis. I hope that Marquis will forgive me. Li Zixuan smiled and said, It's okay. The 200 caddies of vanadium steel you asked for from Manager Fu was approved by this Marquis. You can go to the steel mill to get it later. Thank you, Marquis. Zhang Hongsheng was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands. At the same time, he thought that this young Marquis was quite easy to talk to. 2 months ago, after Zhang Hongsheng was seduced by Faubert to the workshop, he had been immersed in the blacksmith workshop studying the art of sword forging. Usually, he didn't see Li Zixuan. Even if he did, no one introduced him to him and he didn't know him. Today was his first meeting with Li Zixuan. In the morning, Wang Ji gave him a new batch of steel and asked him to forge 3 swords and 3 sets of armor. At that time he didn't think much of it and thought that there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, so he planned to let his disciple forge it. But inadvertently, he found that the quality of the steel was very hard. It was something he had never seen before in his life. Thus, out of curiosity, he personally forged the swords and armor in Li Zishuan's office. Of course, he was quite satisfied with the sharpness of the swords that were finally forged. When Wang Ji went to his place in the afternoon to pick up the goods, he couldn't help but ask Wang Ji what kind of steel it was. After knowing that it was vanadium steel, he eagerly ran to Faubert to ask for the materials. That was why such a farce happened. This marquis has long heard of your father's name. I heard that you, Hongsheng, have inherited your father's skills in sword forging. This marquis has a sword here. How about you help me take a look? When Li Zishuan saw Zhang Hongsheng's happy face, he thought that this technical talent wasn't that difficult to deal with. In order to pursue the victory, he took off the long sword at his waist and said to Zhang Hongsheng. Zhang Hongsheng didn't think much of it. He thought to himself, what kind of good sword can a wealthy marquis have? But in order to obtain the vanadium steel as soon as possible, he still cooperated. Understood. May marquis lend me the sword to take a look? Here you go. Li Zishuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Together with the scabbard, he lightly tossed it to Zhang Hongsheng. When Zhang Hongsheng saw how casually Li Zishuan tossed it, he guessed that the sword was very light. Thus he also casually used one hand to catch the sword. In the end, tragedy befell him in the blink of an eye. Ayo! When the wind-chasing sword touched Zhang Hongsheng's hand, Zhang Hongsheng realized that something was wrong. But at this moment, even if he wanted to use both hands to catch the sword, it was too late. He could only watch as his body was brought down by the wind-chasing sword. Seeing that his entire body was about to hit the ground, he suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of him. Following that, a hand grabbed his shoulder, preventing him from falling any further. In a flash, Li Zishuan appeared in front of him and supported him. Aya! Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. This marquis forgot to tell you that this sword is rather heavy. I'm sorry for startling you. Li Zishuan hurriedly apologized. This apology immediately caused Zhang Hongsheng's face to turn red. He waved his hand in shame and said, This Zhang's knowledge is shallow. I didn't know that there was such a small sword in this world, but it's extremely heavy. It's no wonder marquis. This Zhang shall taste this sword for marquis. Saying which, Zhang Hongsheng's heart was filled with amazement. He thought to himself, what kind of strange sword is this? Just based on its size and shape, it doesn't seem any different from an ordinary sword. But why is it so heavy? At the very least, this sword is 3 to 4 times heavier than an ordinary sword. It was precisely because of this that he was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground because of this sword. In the end, he couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. Zhang Hongsheng stood up straight and slowly pulled out the wind-chasing sword from the scabbard. Instantly, he was stunned. Ooh! Chapter 1423. The sword is 3 feet long, and its body is as smooth as a mirror. The blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, and there is a cold light in the middle that seems to be constantly flowing. This sword can break the clouds and destroy the earth. What a good sword! It is truly a good sword, but the weight of this sword is actually more than 40 pounds. How? How is this possible? No. Marquis, this sword is definitely not made of ordinary metal. Could it be? Could it be made of Xian metal? In Li Zishuan's office in the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Zhang Hongsheng tightly gripped Li Zishuan's wind-chasing sword as if he was admiring a peerless beauty. He greedily poured his gaze onto the mirror-like smooth and cold blade. The more he looked, the more excited he became. In the end, he raised his head to look at Li Zishuan in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice. The sharpness of this sword had already surpassed the 9-crow sword that his father had spent his entire life forging. How could he not be shocked? But the moment he looked up, a strand of hair in front of him accidentally fell on the blade. Everyone saw that the strand of hair was easily cut off the moment it touched the blade. Then the strand of hair gently fell to the ground. Cutting off a strand of hair. How terrifying. This was truly cutting off a strand of hair. Faubert, Wang Ji, Zhang Hongsheng, Song Xiaoxi and the rest could not help but gasp. This kind of sharp divine weapon that only existed in ancient legends was actually seen by them today. At this time, Li Zixuan smiled at Zhang Hongsheng and said, "Brother Zhang, you guessed right. This sword is indeed not made of ordinary metal. It is made of Xian metal." Gulp! Zhang Hongsheng fiercely swallowed his saliva. At this time he had completely let go of the arrogance of a swordsmithing clan's descendant, because the sword in Li Zixuan's hand was more awesome than any sword he had ever seen. What right did he have to be arrogant? Therefore he handed the wind-chasing sword to Li Zixuan with a face full of admiration and said, "How can such a peerless sword not have a name? Marquis, please tell me which famous sword this is. Which famous swordsmith made it?" Li Zixuan replied in a low voice, "This sword is called the wind-chasing sword. My master obtained it by chance from an otherworldly expert when he was traveling the world. As for who forged it, I don't know." Wind-chasing sword? What a good name. It's a pity that I don't know which famous artist it came from. Zhang Hongsheng murmured. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Marquis, this Zhang has a presumptuous request. I hope that Marquis will grant it." Li Zixuan took a deep look at Zhang Hongsheng. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He smiled and said, "You want to borrow this sword to bring it back for your father to take a look?" Zhang Hongsheng was taken aback and then said with some embarrassment, Yes, Marquis. My father spent his entire life pursuing the ultimate path of swordsmithing. This wind-chasing sword, whether it is the material or the craftsmanship, is a peerless sword that this Zhang has never seen before. My father will definitely be happy when he sees it. He is already very old, and as his son, the only thing I can do is to make him happy while he is still alive so that he won't have any regrets. Senior Zhang's lifelong pursuit of the ultimate path of the sword is indeed admirable. But this wind-chasing sword was left behind by my master. How can this Marquis so easily lend it out? Li Zixuan softly sighed and then changed the topic. Zhang Hongsheng's expression immediately darkened. He thought to himself that he was overthinking things. Who would be willing to lend out such a peerless sword? Furthermore, this wind-chasing sword was left behind by Li Zixuan's master when he was alive. Its significance was extraordinary. But at this moment Li Zixuan said again, "However, on account of your filial piety, it's not that I can't lend you this sword, but you have to promise to help me forge a new set of armor. After you agree, I will immediately lend you the sword and allow you to lend it for 3 days." Zhang Hongsheng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "Marquis, I agree. Not to mention a set of armor. Even if you want me to forge 100 or 1,000 sets of armor, I'm willing." Li Zixuan found it somewhat funny and said, "Brother Zhang, this Marquis hasn't even said what kind of armor I want you to forge yet, and you're already agreeing so readily?" Zhang Hongsheng said confidently, "Marquis, it's not that I want to boast, but I can forge all kinds of armor from the past dynasties such as rattan armor, black armor, sleeve armor, double crotch armor, light armor, fine scale armor, Shanwen armor, Mingguang armor, and so on. Marquis, why don't you tell me what kind of new armor you want me to forge?" Zhang Hongsheng was bragging happily when he suddenly remembered the embarrassing incident of almost falling down when he received the sword. He felt that he couldn't speak so confidently in front of Li Zixuan, otherwise, he would easily fall down. After all, he was someone who had suffered a loss once. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard Zhang Hongsheng's incoherent words, and his obvious cowardice at the critical moment. The main reason was that this guy was 2F*King realistic, wasn't he? Li Zixuan didn't laugh. He turned around and picked up a stack of drawings on the desk, then took out 4 of them. Then he gestured for everyone to come to his side. He spread out the drawings and said, "Brother Zhang, the armor I want you to forge is called plate armor. The so-called plate armor is not just a piece of iron plate. It has to be light and portable, flexible at the joints, and cover the whole body. Here, this is the drawing." Among the many drawings he drew in the office this morning, one of them was drawing armor. Everyone looked at the drawing and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim, This plate armor is actually covering the whole body? Although this defense is indeed more comprehensive than the Mingguang armor, if the whole body is used for defense, how heavy would this set of plate armor be? If soldiers wear it, how can they walk? Not to mention fighting." Li Zixuan explained at the side. As for how heavy this set of plate armor is, we will talk about it later. First, I will explain the structure of this plate armor to you. This set of plate armor is composed of a helmet, armor, breastplate, back armor, shoulder armor, wrist armor, elbow armor, leg armor, shin armor, and steel shoes. The joints are stacked with multiple layers of movable steel plates, which can ensure that the soldier's movements in battle won't be hindered. The inside of the shoulder armor doesn't use steel plates and maintains a hollow structure, thus allowing the limbs to have more room to move. The joints connecting the body and other parts are lined with deerskin or linen, and interlocking chainmail is used to protect the inside. This way, the weight of the entire armor is borne by the whole body, and it is also comfortable to wear. The breastplate of this plate armor is made up of 3 pieces. The middle piece is narrower and serves as a connection. This structure also allows the breastplate to have a certain degree of mobility, allowing the wearer to move more flexibly. Of course, the biggest feature of this set of plate armor is the use of the neck armor. A simple helmet couldn't protect the parts below the mouth, but this set of plate armor used a large neck guard with a jaw guard to achieve the effect of complete protection of the face. For the purpose of insurance, this set of plate armor also used armpit guards to protect the armpits. In addition, the surface of the plate armor is designed with ridges to strengthen the protective effect and reduce the weight. This way, all parts of the human body are within the steel armor. On the battlefield, it is completely impenetrable and unafraid of a rain of arrows. In fact, the plate armor that Li Zixuan wanted to make was called Gothic plate armor. In his previous life, he was not only an engineering student, but also a military enthusiast. He had seen many disassembled pictures of ancient countries' armor on the internet. Plate armor was known as the king of armor, and it was the symbol of medieval knights. It was the ultimate defense of the cold weapon era. In the 100 Years of War between England and France, there was no record of an arrow being able to penetrate plate armor. Later on, when firearms were introduced, plate armor was so strong that it could even withstand the damage of ordinary matchlock guns. From the 14th century to the 15th century, the progress in the structure and shape of armor was very obvious. The most famous plate armor in the history of the world, the Gothic and the Milanese plate armor, began to appear at this time. Because the former became popular in Milan, while the latter was greatly influenced by the Gothic art style, these two styles of armor were called the Milanese and the Gothic. However, whether it was the Milanese style or the Gothic style, both originated from Italy. It was just that the Germans had developed the Gothic style to its peak, causing many people to mistakenly believe that the Gothic style originated from Germany. Among all the plate armors, these two were the most popular. It wasn't that there were no other styles, but they were all imitations of these two styles. The Milanese style was characterized by its smooth lines, close-fitting, elegant, and beautiful design. The Gothic style was simple, full of functional beauty, with many edges and corners and good movement. Wonderful work of art. It is indeed wonderful work of art. With these designs, it is indeed possible to protect the whole body without affecting the movement of the body's joints. But how heavy is this set of plate armor? Can the soldiers bear it? Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim. The Tang dynasty's Mingguang armor was considered the most advanced and defensive armor in the Tang dynasty. However, compared to the full-body plate armor designed by Li Zixuan, it paled in comparison. However, the only thing that Zhang Hongsheng was worried about was the weight of the full-body plate armor. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zixuan doubtfully. Obviously, everyone agreed that the defense of the plate armor was far superior to the Mingguang armor. The only thing they were worried about was the weight. Li Zixuan smiled slightly and said, "Haha, you don't have to worry about the weight. This kind of plate armor is at its peak. The weight of a full-body plate armor will definitely not exceed 40 pounds. As for the Mingguang armor, it should be around 50 pounds, right? At the same level of defense, the plate armor is definitely lighter than the Mingguang armor." Li Zixuan wasn't bragging. In the modern era, when plate armor was mentioned, people's first reaction was that it was heavy and inflexible. In fact, this was a misunderstanding of plate armor. In fact, plate armor was not only flexible but also light. A full body of Gothic plate armor would not exceed 25 pounds. 1 pound in the Tang dynasty was about 600 grams in the modern era, so 25 pounds would be about 40 pounds in the Tang dynasty. A full body of Mingguang armor would weigh about 30 pounds. A soldier wearing Gothic plate armor could even perform all kinds of difficult movements. It was very flexible. Moreover, the plate armor made by a skilled armor master could not even fit a piece of paper in between the plates. Its defense was simply too good. It was like a beggar's version of Iron Man, and Li Zishuan wanted to make 5,000 of such Iron Man. How is this possible? This set of armor is definitely more than 40 pounds. Zhang Hongsheng shook his head fiercely, his face full of disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I don't intend to use the casting method for this plate armor. I want to use the forging method to polish the plate armor to about this thickness." As he spoke, Li Zishuan used his hand to indicate a thickness of about 5 millimeters. Not only was the forged armor thin, but it was also stronger than cast armor. This was already an indisputable fact. Forging? Such a thin thickness? And you want to ensure that the thickness is uniform? Zhang Hongsheng was a little troubled. "Marquis, according to your request, it's not impossible, but it's extremely time-consuming and laborious. I can still make 1 or 2 pieces, but if there are too many of them, I really can't do anything." At this time, Zhang Hongsheng was very glad that he stopped in time when he was bragging. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself again. At the same time, he secretly vowed not to brag in front of Li Zishuan in the future, because Li Zishuan was poisonous. As long as he bragged in front of him, he would be instantly slapped in the face. Li Zishuan smiled again and said, "Brother Zhang, you've misunderstood again. The forging method I'm talking about is not the manual forging method you think it is, but a stamping machine with constant power and constant speed. It can ensure that the surface of the forged item is smooth and uniform." Stamping machine? There's such a magical weapon in the world? Why don't I know about it? Zhang Hongsheng said excitedly. According to Li Zishuan's words, the stamping machine could be regarded as a magical weapon in the eyes of blacksmiths. After all, with this thing, there would be no need to hammer at a time to forge iron. Li Zishuan said, "This stamping machine is driven by water, so it can also be called a hydraulic stamping machine. But it hasn't been made yet. When it's done, it will definitely have this effect. Xiaoxi, go and invite Mr. Imo and Ink Girl over. Tell them that I have something to ask of them." "Yes, young master." Song Xiaoxi took the order and left. Faubert then asked, "Young master, you want to invite Mr. Imo over to make the hydraulic stamping machine you just mentioned?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes and no. It can only be said that it's not all of it. The hydraulic stamping machine is only a small part of the work. We now have a water wheel under the Ba River Dam. This thing can directly provide power for our machine. We just need to connect some transmission mechanisms on it. However, in addition to the hydraulic stamping machine, I also plan to make some other things. We'll talk about it when they come." The reason why Europe could make full-body plate armor in the Middle Ages was because of the hydraulic stamping machine. Li Zishuan wanted to make this thing last year, but he didn't have a dam at that time, so he couldn't make the hydraulic stamping machine. Now that the dam and hydropower station were all built, he could finally show his skills. Ooh! Chapter 1424. Young Master Mr. Imo and Miss Imo are here. Oh, young Master Yen is here too. Song Xiaoxi led Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei to Li Zishuan's office in the workshop. Surprisingly, Mo Lingwei was followed by Yen Xiaoning. Li Zishuan clicked his tongue in wonder, wondering if Yen Xiaoning had already settled his father-in-law, Mo Huai. "Yamacho, I heard that you have some instructions for us?" Mo Huai cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan hurriedly greeted them. "Mr. Imo, Ink Girl, please take a seat. I called you here because I plan to start a new round of technological innovation in our workshop. There are many aspects involved and I need your help." "Technological innovation? Then why didn't you call me Xiao?" "Yamacho?" Yen Xiaoning was a little dissatisfied. Li Zishuan said unhappily, "I didn't call you, but didn't you come here yourself? Besides, if I called Ink Girl, isn't that the same as calling you?" "Hey, what are you saying?" Yen Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh. Mo Lingwei blushed and pinched Yen Xiaoning's arm hard. Ahem. Mo Huai's eyes were very sharp. How could he not notice these two's little movements? His old face immediately darkened. He coughed heavily and said, "Yamacho, if there's anything you need us to do, just say it. I'll do my best." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Take a seat first. Let's sit down and talk." The few of them sat around a glass coffee table. Fortunately, Li Zixuan's office was big enough that it didn't seem crowded even with 7 or 8 people. After everyone sat down, Li Zixuan took out a few blueprints, spread them out and said in a deep voice, "Now we have a dam. Ladies and gentlemen, at present, not only do we have a dam, but we also have a water wheel. This water wheel is not only used to irrigate the farmland, but it can also provide power for the machinery. Actually, I don't need to say this and all of you should understand. The first thing we need to do is to build a hydraulic press. This is the blueprint of the hydraulic press. After the press was completed, the water wheel needed to be modified into a power device that could be connected to the press. This was nothing more than adding some cranks and connecting rods for transmission. It was very simple. After the modification, the punching machine can be connected to the water wheel. Under the driving of the water wheel, it can replace human strength and repeatedly forge steel. Moreover, the impact force is almost the same every time. In terms of precision forging, the effectiveness of this thing is absolutely incomparable to human strength." Mo Huai looked at the drawings seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, "Yamacho, there's no problem with the modification of the press machine and water wheel. Leave these 2 matters to this old man." Li Zixuan smiled. "That's exactly what I was thinking. Mr. Mo has been involved in the Murky River project from the beginning to the end. Now that you're in charge of the hydraulic machine, that's the most suitable. Everyone in the workshop will do their best to assist you in this matter." "Thank you, Yamacho." Mo Huai cupped his hands and said. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, after the hydraulic press machine was completed, you will lead all the blacksmiths in the workshop to produce the plate armor I gave you. You will need to make at least 5,000 sets of such armor." Previously, Li Er had talked to him and said that he wanted to expand the Black Armored Army from 3,000 to 5,000. After the expansion, the Black Armored Army would need to upgrade their military equipment. These equipment would all be supplied by the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop and must be made of vanadium steel. 5,000 sets? Marquis, did I hear wrongly? Zhang Hongxing's body trembled and he almost fell off his chair. He opened his mouth wide in shock. The rest of the people in the office also looked at Li Zixuan in shock. Obviously, everyone was shocked by the news that Li Zixuan wanted to make 5,000 sets of armor. "Yamacho, why do you want to make so many sets of armor? What if someone finds out?" Then, after the shock, Mo Huai asked worriedly. Making military equipment without authorization was a capital offense. Li Zixuan said indifferently, "Mr. Mo, don't panic. This is a task given by His Majesty. It's not against the law." Hearing this, Mo Huai felt a little relieved. Li Zixuan looked at Zhang Hongsheng and said, "Brother Zhang, these 5,000 sets of armor are not for you to make alone. You only need to teach the other blacksmiths how to make them." Zhang Hongsheng quickly waved his hand and said, "Marquis, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that 5,000 sets of armor will require an astonishing amount of steel. I'm afraid that the workshop won't be able to bear it. Especially vanadium steel. This material is so rare. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it to make armor?" Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. "You don't have to worry about this. I have iron mines, coal mines, and vanadium mines now. Besides, the Zhangsun family's iron mines can also support our workshop. Even if you make another 5,000 sets of armor, I can still bear it." The Turks in the north were a real threat to the Tang Empire. Li Zixuan could be considered a big family in the Tang Empire, and his family was living a happy life. He was determined not to allow the Turks to destroy his beautiful life. As long as he could get rid of the Turks, what was a little bit of steel? Li Zixuan's strategy was undoubtedly very wise. On the vast grassland, the use of infantry was very limited. Only the highly mobile cavalry could gallop freely on the grassland and achieve a surprise victory. The Black Armored Army was the trump card of the Tang Empire's cavalry. Li Zixuan wanted these 5,000 Black Armored Army to transform into 5,000 Iron Mans and sweep through the Turks' lair. At that time, the revamped Black Armored Army would give the world a surprise. Zhang Hongsheng finally understood the true foundation of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. He clasped his fist and said, Since that's the case, I will do my best to lead all the blacksmiths in the workshop to make 5,000 sets of armor for Marquis in the shortest time possible. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's great. Before the hydraulic press is completed, Brother Zhang can lead the blacksmiths to make 5,000 horse lances. All of them must be made of vanadium steel. In addition, we will also make a batch of horseshoes." The cavalry of the Tang dynasty usually used horse lances as their weapons. They were longer than swords and were the most convenient weapon to use when charging. If they were made of vanadium steel, it would undoubtedly increase the sharpness of the lances. Against the Turks who wore simple leather armor, it would be as easy as cutting vegetables. As for the horseshoes, when his white horse was injured last year, he nailed horseshoes to it. However, he did not popularize it because there was a shortage of iron at that time. According to academic research, horseshoes first appeared in ancient Rome around the 1st century BC. These horseshoes were made of copper or iron, and were shaped like the lower part of a horse's hoof. However, they were not fixed the same way as now. In addition to using short nails, they also needed to be tied with leather. It was similar to the Roman shoes worn by the ancient Roman soldiers. Hence, it was also known as horse sandals. In China's Dunhuang Mogao grottos, there was a painting of nailed horseshoes. It was built on the wall of Cave 302 in the 4th year of Sui Kaihuang, 584 AD. From the painting, a horse was standing and tied to a tree. A man was standing behind the horse, holding the horse's right hind leg. The horse's hoof was turned upside down. There was an oval-shaped horseshoe painted on the hoof. Therefore, some people speculated that there were horseshoes in China during the Sui dynasty. However, this theory lacked archaeological evidence to support it. Moreover, according to Zhao Rushi of the Southern Song dynasty in his book Zhu Fanji, it was recorded that the horses of Dashi used iron as shoes. This was very novel. This showed that horseshoes were not very popular in the Southern Song dynasty. Indeed, from the Qin and Han dynasties to the Tang and Song dynasties, horseshoes were not found in the Central Plains. It was not until the Yuan dynasty that horseshoes began to be used on a large scale. As for why there was a painting of nailed horseshoes from the Sui dynasty in the Dunhuang Mogao grottos, only the heavens knew. Horseshoes? What's that? Zhang Hongsheng could not help but wonder. Li Zishuan took out a drawing and explained, "It's a shoe for the horse to wear. It prevents the horseshoes from cracking due to long-term wear and tear. It can greatly reduce the consumption of horse's fart. The appearance is like this. If you don't understand, you can go take a look at my white horse later. The horseshoes on its hooves have been installed for almost a year." Zhang Hongsheng reacted and said happily, "Wearing shoes for the horse? Marquis, this is a good idea. In the past, I don't know how many horses I've seen crippled because of cracked hooves. With these horseshoes, it can prevent the horse's hooves from being damaged." Everyone was also amazed. Yin Xiaoning could not help but say, "Tiske, why didn't I notice that your white horse was wearing shoes before?" Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "That's because you're blind." Mo Lingwei could not help but laugh. However, when she saw Mo Huai's face darken, she quickly stopped laughing. "Oh, that's right. Other than the horseshoes, when the time comes, you can make a batch of horse armor. Doesn't need to be too thick. It just needs to be able to withstand ordinary swords and sabers." Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Hongsheng and said, "As for horse armor, leather vest had already appeared during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. During the Three Kingdoms period, full horse armor began to appear. There was no need to give a blueprint for this thing. Li Zishuan believed that with Zhang Hongsheng's knowledge, he could definitely make it." Hearing this, everyone could not help but gasp. Vanadium steel plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, horseshoes, and horse armor. Was Li Zishuan planning to build a super steel cavalry that was armed to the teeth? They believed that such a terrifying cavalry would give even the Turkic wolf cavalry a headache. This was because this was a cavalry that was invincible in both offense and defense. Go! No matter how stupid Zhang Hongsheng was, he understood that Li Zishuan wanted to play a big game. He swallowed his saliva and replied with difficulty, "Yes, Marquis." Li Zishuan nodded. He took out the wind-chasing sword and handed it to Zhang Hongsheng. "All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Take this wind-chasing sword first." Zhang Hongsheng was pleasantly surprised. This time he didn't dare to use one hand to receive it. Instead, he used both hands to forcefully receive it. He then bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Many thanks for your trust, Marquis. 3 days later, this Zhang will definitely return this wind-chasing sword intact. This Zhang will take his leave now." Li Zixuan nodded and hummed in agreement. He was not worried that Zhang Hongsheng would run away with the sword. After all, Zhang Crow's reputation was there. A monk could run away, but the temple could not, right? Mr. Wang, Ink Girl, although the hydropower station's generator can operate normally, the copper core used in the coils is not pure copper. This will greatly affect the generator's efficiency. Therefore, I plan to build a second-generation generator with a high-purity copper core to upgrade the current generator. After Zhang Hongsheng left, Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ji and Mo Lingwei. High-purity copper core? Yamacho, it is inevitable that there will be impurities in the copper. How are we going to purify it? Wang Ji frowned and asked. Mo Lingwei also looked at Li Zixuan. Although she was good at physics, she was not weak in chemistry. After all, smart people learned everything quickly. She had read the Academy's chemistry textbook more than once. Li Zixuan replied in a deep voice. Electrolytic refining. Now that we have electricity, we can use electrolytic refining to remove the impurities in the copper and obtain high-purity brass. The specific steps are very simple. We will use a copper sheet as the anode and sulfuric acid and bile alumina as the electrolyte. When electricity is applied, the copper on the anode will dissolve and enter the solution. The copper in the solution will then precipitate at the cathode. During this process, other than copper, there will also be impurities such as iron and zinc. Because iron and zinc are more flexible than copper, they can replace the copper in the electrolyte and precipitate copper at the cathode. When the metal is less flexible than copper, it will not dissolve and will form anode mud. This way, the copper precipitated at the cathode will be very pure. I see. This old man understands. Wang Ji thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Li Zixuan sighed and said, "That's good. We need to build an electrolytic workshop in the workshop as soon as possible to refine copper." "Yes, Yamacho." Wang Ji cupped his hands and replied. Li Zixuan looked at Mo Lingwei and said, "Ink Girl, other than upgrading the generator, I also want you to help me make an electric motor." "Electric motor? What's an electric motor?" Mo Lingwei was puzzled. Li Zixuan took out a thick stack of drawings and said, "The generator uses the principle of magnetism to generate electricity, and the electric motor uses the principle of electromagnetism. The general process is that the coil will generate a rotating magnetic field and act on the rotor to form a magneto-electric force rotation torque. Thus, the rotor will constantly rotate. The details are very clear in these drawings. Ink Girl, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time." Mo Lingwei said happily, "Okay, Yamacho." "Hey, Yamacho, where is just a girl? Do you have the heart to let her do so many things by herself?" Yan Xiaoning could not help but ridicule. Mo Lingwei glared at Yan Xiaoning and said, "Humph, I'm willing to do this. You can't blame Yamacho." Li Zixuan could not help but laugh and said, "Haha, Xiaoning, if you can't bear it, you can help Ink Girl more. You two are colleagues now, so you should help each other." After saying that, he looked at Mo Hui quietly. The latter's face was tense, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Li Zixuan could not help but mutter in his heart, "Has Yan Xiaoning settled Mo Hui or not?"